Satan attacks you because you're God's child and he hates God's property. Satan attacks you because you're the light of the world and he's the prince of darkness. Satan attacks you because you're the truth and he's the father of lies. Satan attacks you because you're a soldier of the cross. You're anointed. You have the word of God. You have covered by the blood of Jesus Christ. You can take the sword of the truth of God and attack the gates of hell. You're a threat to him. Whenever you roll over in bed, every devil in Bear County gets a migraine headache. That's why he hates you. And to those of you who name the name of Christ, stop allowing Satan and his demonic goons to destroy your marriage. Put on the whole armor of God and fight back. Quit allowing him to attack your health. The Bible says by his stripes we are healed. Quit allowing him to attack your finances. The Bible says God will rebuke the devourer for your sake. He will make him give it back to you sevenfold. Stop allowing the devil to rob you of your peace because Jesus Christ is the Prince of Peace. Stop allowing Satan to rob you of your joy. In his presence is the fullness of joy. Do you want it? Then fight for it. Do you want it? Then fight for it. Put on the whole armor of God and stand beside me and take the word of the holiness of the Father. Fight the good fight of faith. Resist the devil and he will flee from you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. This is Pops. And I have a new theme. This is who I am going to be from now on. I am Pops the Demon Hunter. And what I will do is we will hunt demons together. We will go through news and look for these demons. That's what they are. They're demons, whether you believe it or not. All right? So, let's go to our first demon. I mean, I could sit here all day and show you demon after demon, but I'm gonna, let's see. So, we got demon number one here. All right? She's one of the real good demons. This one here has the mouth of a demon. She basically avoids everything, doesn't ask. You know, they ask her questions and she kind of gives them bullshit answers. But so this is demon number one of today. She was asked about we pushing, these guys, Ukraine, to commit suicide, knowing that Russia will eventually capture Ukraine main cities. And she's talking about all these sanctions we put against Russia. All crock of bull. I mean, this lady is demon number one of the day. For the demon number two, this guy, okay? The only Republican, which don't really matter, because they're all demons. A vote against the mass mandate transport. Demon number two. Let's go to demon number three. Here he is, calling for the assassination of a president of one of the most powerful countries in the world. This guy won't stop. There's something in Ukraine that he don't want to pop up, and he's involved in it. Believe that. Demon number four. Here he is. You can watch this video. This guy is calling Kamala Harris his first lady. She's demon number five. There she is, demon number six. She's in Poland, talking on the stage, and she says calls Ukraine a NATO state. Then she recorrects herself. They recorrect it in the news, and they said something. They put an "and," so she's basically not prepared at all. So let's go through some news. All right, and let's see what's going on today. So we got Ukraine's rejecting Russian neutrality proposal, wants security guaranteed by international forces. So they want to bring in NATO. I mean, let's face reality. This is what they do. This guy's demon number, 6 or 7 today. I mean, this guy here is dancing in high heels and drag. He's an actor. They hired him to be the president. This is what they do now. They hire actors. All right, let's see if we got anything interesting. So they're showing you the same pictures over and over again. I've seen this map 3 million times already. This one too. I mean, where are the people fleeing to? Let's see what they got here. They got some old footage going on. They're saying this is what life has become. They're showing, you hear kids screaming in the background. So these people are scared. You know, I don't know if they're, says they're living in the dark forest. So this is a port city. They're claiming it's an apocalypse. So they show you a baby. Always children make you feel bad. So he's talking about one of them, the demon over there. He's talking about basically uh, we need the skies protected, and if we don't protect the skies, the bombs are going to eventually fall on NATO countries like Poland. More fear. I'm sure something's going to happen. There will definitely be some type of an event that will draw us into this war deeper. So they're trying to say missiles are hitting Western targets now outside of Ukraine. Anyway, I'm going to break away from this because this is what they want us all obsessed with. Let's go to some news today. The Senate voted 57 to 40 to pass Rand Paul's bill to end transportation and airplane mandates. Wow, it's about time. You know what the funniest thing is? The people that had to get the, whatever you want to call it, they were forced, to get it, or they lose their job. Now the airlines are hiring back the people that didn't get it, pilots and stewardesses, because I guess they can't replace them. So money really is their master, right? You force people as many as you can to get it, then you reverse everything. Let's go anyway to the Gateway Pundit. One of my favorite newspapers. It's far right, so if you're a far right person, you'll like this newspaper. They really spit it out the way it should be. I'm going to go far left after this. We'll go to CNN. We'll see what they got to say. So, I talked about Biden already. I talked about the Senate. So, Ukrainian border guard detains 2 Chinese nationals accused of smuggling babies. This is what they're saying. So, are they smuggling Ukrainian babies now? I mean, is this the new thing they're doing? They caught them, saying that Ukrainian forces caught. Now, I don't know about that story, but there is something going on, right? Let's go down. So, Kamala Harris' husband tested positive for COVID. Hillary Clinton, demon number 8. But that is who I am now. I am going to be, from now on, Pops the Demon Hunter. Let's hunt these demons. I don't know. This picture looks so old. Is she really talking? Are they just throwing stuff out there? Why is she on a video then saying this stuff? she's saying, basically, let's see what she's saying. And another is Hillary Clinton. Here we go. The main impact that we can now make corny jokes and cable movies about what they want to be able to access Russian bank accounts to go on vacation in Siberia. I want to thank Russian Academy for this Lifetime Achievement Award. So here she is thanking them. You know, a couple of months later, she isn't. Now this is trending. I forgive my son for working with the FBI to convict me. Exclusive interview and was convicted January. Blah blah blah. Political prisoner. Must listen to heartbreaking audio. I listened to that audio, and the girl never said that. So they just fabricated it. This is Uranium One. So this is where it really starts to stem from, this Ukrainian thing. Look into Ukrainian One. You'll understand where we're at. I hope some of you watched that video I suggested that Oliver Stone made. It will break down Ukraine and what's going on there and how we got to where we got. All right. Let's see what else. Hunter Biden's ex-business partner, Devon Archer, files appeal to avoid prison sentence. So this guy, it was a guy on, it just kind of vanished. It was Hunter Biden's partner, and he admitted all the corruption that was going on, and it went on for a little bit. It was in the mainstream for about a day. They were hiding it like crazy. Now, all of a sudden, Oh, so let's see. T-Bob's Real Podcast Network, Real News. Let's check it out. So, who is T-Bob's Real Podcast Network? See who you are. T-Bob's Real Podcast. I don't know who you are, but you're in here, so let's check it out. Network. I don't see anything. I don't know. Maybe you're on YouTube or something. Check you out, T-Bob. All right. Let's go to YouTube. Let's check out Mr. T-Bob. If he exists. I don't know what it is. There you go. T-Bob. All right. We found you. I'll subscribe to you right now, T-Bob. Boom. Fake wedding. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see some of your videos. All right. So I see what you got going on here. All right. Every T-Bob, you drop your links and drop your links down in the chat if you want. Okay, so we got Biden signs a $1.5 trillion bill. That includes $13.6 billion aid to Ukraine. Hey, I get it. We're trying to help these people, but I think we're in big problems too. Farmers warn about rising food prices. Get ready, people. It's happening. The only reason why you haven't seen craziness yet is because they're using up their inventory. A lot of these companies. I don't know if you're aware. A lot of even Amazon has a major inventory stock. I mean, they got a lot of stuff in stock. So in a couple of weeks, it'll really start to get thin, even food, and you'll start to see a little bit of shortages. You'll see price hikes through the roof, and eventually, it's going to be very expensive for food. I keep telling everybody, if you got a little extra money, go start buying food. You will make more money doing that than putting your money in any stock. You're going to double your money in a few months because food will be about double what it used to be. All right. So she's trying to, Psaki is saying we have the best military in the world, which we do. And she's projecting weakness of Russia, Ukraine war. Look, I don't want to mess with Russia. We are the strongest military, but Russia could do as much damage as we can do. Once those missiles and nukes stop flying off, I hope it never gets to that. Once those go, it's done. All right. Russian sanctions, Joe and Hunter Biden, Hillary and others, President Trump responds to point out Biden's conflict with interest with Russia. Of course, they got a lot of stuff going on. So we got deep state. What's going on with this Ashley Bobbitt? Nothing's ever talked about it. U.S. Cavalry Lieutenant Michael Byrd is a selfless hero whose actions saved countless lives, including members of Congress and the staff from violent terrorists attacking Capitol. So we were violent terrorists that day. His bravery and courage will be honored among American patriots. So really, please now. So that's another article coming out. All right, so let's go to another news source. Let's go to Fox News. Fox News, basically, to me, they don't know what side they're on. One minute, Tucker Carlson seems to be on the conservative side, trying to speak truth, I think. And then sometimes they're far left, so they're all over the place, Fox, So here we go, Have a Dream, the guy that dances in drag and high heels, their president, who's an actor, who actually played a president, okay, in a movie. It's like making Martin Sheen our president. He played in West Wing. I don't know if any of you ever seen that. Pretty good show. If you had a president like in West Wing, we probably have a decent country, but that's only in the movies. Just like the American Dream. American Dream's only when you sleep. And let's see if anybody got any comments out there. Not yet. Deleted Harris tweet on Ukraine may have played into Russia's hands. So here's a tweet. When I was in Poland, I met with the U.S. and Polish service members, thanking them for standing with our NATO allies for freedom, peace, and security. The United States stands firmly with the Ukrainian people and the defense of NATO alliance. Now, Ukraine isn't in NATO. Later on, they redid this tweet. Here's the demon is talking to the president of Poland, and you got to see she goes into her crazy laugh. All right, so let's go back. Let's see what else is going on. Dems want Biden to ban certain U.S. oil drilling as gas prices hit record levels. So the Democrats seem that whatever oil we are drilling, they want us to get rid of that too. I guess they want you to pay $20 a pound for chop meat. They don't care. They want to destroy this country. We have to hunt these demons. We have to get rid of them. There is no other way. All right? No other way. Let's see. U.S. Teachers Union leaders ripped for elementary mistake of Ukraine flag. So how did they make a mistake? What did they put? We stand with Ukraine. This is the new narrative, people. We don't stand with America. We stand with everybody else but ourselves. So she put the pigeon there, the Jesus symbol, I guess. This is the deal now, It's all about Ukraine. Nothing else. They're going to sneak in a lot of stuff, a lot of laws. Here he is, another devil. Demon. He's a demon, not devil. He's a demon. This guy's lying. He's a great actor, this guy. They're going to put him in the Grammy soon. All right. Laura Trump. She's ripping the mask mandate that it's not based on science. Let's see what else we got. Anything good? Just seems like the same old played out shit constantly. I wake up and it's almost the same thing. Here we got the New York Post. Another demon right there. Another demon. What is the New York Post talking about today? Anything good? Let's see. Let's see the news of the New York Post today. Putin spin. Doc outrageously demands reparations from U.S. over sanctions with Alaska back. I don't know what this is. I mean, what is this, a fort? Looks like we're going to be needing to live in some of those soon. Biden refers the first lady as Harris is the first lady. Yeah, and then he apologizes and even admits on TV he don't know what he's doing. He says, Ferment, Elon Musk does not measure up to Putin. I don't know what they're comparing Elon Musk to Putin. So Ukraine claims serious blow to Russia with liquidation of another top general. So they're saying the generals are leaving Russia. Host is claiming Biden is sending tank-destroying kamikaze drones to Ukraine. I don't know. For the Post to say that, I'm sure they have some information. Sending Mornin here. Let's look at this article. It's interesting. So if you see this drone, I guess they shoot it out of like a little cannon or whatever you want to call that. They're kamikaze drones. So I guess they just go right into, that's what they look like. I guess they see a tank and they go into it. Something they say they're sending them. Who knows? I'm sure if Russia was sending our enemy stuff, we would eventually be at war with Russia, wouldn't we? So, I mean, I don't know how far they want to push the envelope. And I'm sure Putin's a smart man. He's sitting back. Husband charged with fraud. Boston BLM leader, husband charged with fraud, conspiracy. For some of these BLM leaders, I guess, money talks. People get greedy. It's normal in any organization. And supposedly what? She's embezzling money? I don't know what they're talking about there, but they must got something. She's charged with fraud. So Trump's claiming that he thought Putin invaded Ukraine was a surprise. He thought it was just a ploy. Zelensky's asking for more help fighting Russians. Now, look, I get it, but look at this picture. You're telling me this building just got shelled and people are still going to be there? Like, let me go back to that picture. You're telling me people are still going to be walking around? Yeah, listen. If I was near a building that got shelled, you couldn't catch me near it. So, where did they get these two people from? And it's a mom and a kid. All right, so now they're trying to say that Russian soldiers are shooting at people with their hands up. So, I don't know. I'm finding a lot of this stuff crazy. All right, I don't know why he's new. College golf team head coach killed in a head-on collision. Something different. I don't know what that's about. All right, Russia-Ukraine latest. Ukraine said 10 shot dead while standing in line for bread. So we're supposed to believe that Russian soldiers went in there and just shot people looking for bread. I mean, really? I mean, is this really what's going on? Because I don't get it. I do not get it. I mean, look at all these demons in one room together. All right? I mean, this is like, let's see this trailer. I don't know. That didn't really show me anything. We got firefighters here in Ukraine. So, looks like that city, if these pictures are accurate, it's in turmoil. A couple stabbed to death while biking home solved by credit receipt and mystery initials. Everything is bad news in the news. Do you notice this? I mean, can they show where is the good news? Who's killing who? I mean, do they really want us to just be totally like, holy shit, the whole world's going crazy? I don't know. Crazy. Everything is bad news, no good news. So Putin's addressing Congress. They're talking about It's showing you tunnels here in Ukraine. I don't know what's going on with that one. Oh, this is in Iran, actually, they're talking about. So I don't know if you've seen things of Iran, but they have a lot of, they got a lot of underground tunnels with missiles and weapons and all kinds of stuff. So we got a live tracker by the numbers. I guess they want you to track how many people are getting killed in Ukraine. I don't know. Let's go to, let's see what's going on. Russia-Ukraine war. Sky News, which is Australia, they're there. I mean, you know, they got their country in lockdown. Now they had a video in Australia talking about heart attacks, how so many people are having heart attacks now. They said it's some kind of genetic problem now that people have this gene in them. They're giving young people heart attacks. They don't talk about they got this, though, and they had heart attacks. So they're trying to, you know, they're dancing around, making all kinds of excuses. All right. I don't see anything important here. It's all the same news, people. All the same news. It doesn't end. Let's see business. Fed impact rate decision has big consequences for your wallet. Yeah, of course. They want to destroy it. They're looking to kill this country. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, you know. Let's go to CNN, far left. I mean, you're going to see the worst of the worst. You can look at this. It is crazy. Russian POW's voice disquiet shame over war in Ukraine to the same Russian POWs, retired veterans, and things like that. Here's a video saying that the residential bomb by Russia. I'm sure we're going to look into this, but let's see. Well, we've got commercials first. This is what they do. They're going to show you a commercial for about 10 minutes. You know, we got buildings getting bombed, and they're worried about putting commercials to make money. Isn't that disgraceful? That you got to watch a commercial before you see the real deal. Here it is. They're shelling this building. So they're showing you that this bomb hit a civilian area. I don't know. How did they have a camera set up for that specific spot prior to the bomb hit? I mean, because once the bomb hits, I mean, what did somebody pull out a camera? I mean, so they obviously had a camera set up already. Why? How did they know? How did they know that area was going to get hit? If you look at it, it's a small area, but yet somebody caught that on camera. So what do they have? Cameras all over the country just looking for bombs hitting buildings. Nordic countries wonder if they are next on Putin's list. This is the stuff they're trying to say. Senate passes bill that would make daylight savings time permanent. Oh, really? They got nothing better to do right now during all this chaos. So if anybody's out there, Pops' new name is Pops the Demon Hunter. That's what I do. I'm going to be hunting demons. Now, I don't got a lot of people coming on this morning. I don't know if people are busy, so I'll go over a few more things, and I'll just end this podcast because it's not podcast anyway, it's broadcast. So this is the New York Times. Super far left, super corrupt. This newspaper should be put, whoever's in charge of it, they should put this guy in jail. Maybe he will go to jail eventually. New York Times has been deep state for a long time, in my opinion. It's registration, I don't know what it's all about. I mean, but like mass graves, identified in Syria, can hold evidence of war crimes. What does that got to do with what's going on? All right, so nothing really there. Let's go to my favorite channel. I know people don't like conspiracy theories, but this ain't a conspiracy theory. Here's what people are paying for gas. I mean, in California, it's even higher. I went to the gas station the other day. I was amazed. I mean, my car used to cost 25 to fill it up. It cost me 45. So every time you go, I mean, my sister, she owns a cleaning company. She drives around. She used to spend like $15 a day. She told me now she's spending like $30 a day. I mean, so this is affecting everybody. Let's see. All right, we got that. Let's see what else here. So now a lot of Russian kids are being bullied in school. Who caused that? Come on now. We know who caused that, the government. They can say whatever they want. They went so full force at these people and made them the, like, Russian people are the bad people. Russian people got nothing to do with what's going on. This is all political. All right? People don't choose war. We don't want, nobody on this planet wants war. Only the oligarchs want war because they make money on it. I like this cartoon. Check it out. Hey, there you go. There's your gas prices. Let's see what else is going on. Ukraine TV host calls for genocide on Russian children. So that's a Ukrainian TV host. This is what they do. That's okay. That should be headlines every main media, but yet nobody talks about it. And YouTube flags Tulsi Gabbard's criticism of a war machine. Who knows what that is? J.P. Morgan lifts banning on hiring unvaccinated workers. So they lifted the ban. If you notice, a lot of these bans are going away. And Rebel, good morning. Wherever the rabbit hole ends. Where the rabbit hole ends, that is my new title from now on. I will be Pops the Demon Hunter. And that is basically what I'm going to do, start hunting demons. Showing people who the demons are in this planet, like these two right here. There's so many demons. I can't even keep up with these demons. That's how many there are. You would have to have a sword to hunt these demons, because if you had a gun with bullets, you would run out. So when the Almighty comes and he gives me I'm going to tell him, give me a shield and a sword, because there ain't enough bullets for how many demons are on this planet right now. People think, no, it could be 1 million of them. What's 1 million? Nothing. But these 1 million demons are controlling the planet. All right. So Australia, probably one of the worst countries you could live in right now. It's claiming that this is a distraction for China to invade Taiwan. Listen, China's going in anyway eventually. We know it. I don't know why they haven't done it yet. Italian train. Look how pretty that train is, though. Do we have trains that look like that in America? Look at that. Look, that's a train, people. So we're so far behind with our infrastructure in this company, it's ridiculous. Let's look for some more demons. The Fed's fakeless, I guess it should say fakeless inflation fight. Yeah, they don't care. They want to put us out. 3 planetary systems observed forming a binary star, research reveals. Maybe they're going to hit us with something and blame an asteroid. I mean, I don't know what these guys are doing. This doesn't even exist. This is all CGI. I want somebody to debunk that. What is this? Wall Street whistleblower exposes fraudulent clinical data. Something you want to look into. I seen that. Number one of the best stocks you could go into right now is, I don't know if people are aware, 10% of our funeral homes are on the stock market, and their stock has gone up like 100%. We got partly cloudy, 420 in the house. What's up? One of the original OGs, partly cloudy, old school. All right, let's see what else we got. 30% of Ukraine refugees are actually from other countries. We got Rebel in the house coming on. How you doing, Rebel?
Hey, what up, Pops? How's it going, man?
How's it going? Good to see you. I know you pretty much you're on top of a lot of stuff. So you got anything you like to tell us today?
Man, I remember yesterday's stream. I was thinking about hopping on because you were touching a lot of stuff that I was responding to you in the comments about, but
Yeah, you
I
were on
woke,
the same page as me.
yeah, but it was bad timing because I woke up a little late and you started your stream a little earlier, and I was like brushing my teeth while you were going over some stuff.
Yeah,
But
I'm trying to figure out the right time. I think I'm going to start doing it at 10 a.m. Eastern because it seems to be a lot of people are in Eastern time. That gives you a little more chance to get on. Because I start early and nobody's here, so I think I'm going to start at 10 from now on Eastern time, which will be I don't know what time. What are you, Mountain time?
no, I'm on the East Coast too, bro.
Oh, okay. Where you at in the East Coast around? What state?
Northern Virginia.
Oh, okay. I'm originally New York. I'm in Jersey now. My sisters. I was in Missouri for a while. I'll tell you, you go down south, the states are different than over here where we are.
Right.
But I think West Virginia is pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, they're not bad over there. My cousins used to live over there. Yeah.
Because I know when I don't know, when I was in West Virginia, isn't that like kind of Trump territory over there?
It's definitely a red state for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, so what do you, go ahead, share some stuff with us because I run out of stuff to talk about sometimes. What do you think's going on here with this whole, craziness?
I don't know, but do you see that? I just hopped on your stream. Do you see that latest headline? Something about Zelensky asking the U.S. Congress for like more aid in Ukraine or something like that.
Yeah, and they're sending them like 13 billion or something like that.
Hmm.
I think what's going on over there, they're just emptying out the coffers in the United States, and they're going to keep sending money over there, and who knows where it really goes.
Wait, you think it's meant to be used for what?
I think they're basically looting us.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Yep. They told me I have the wrong mic.
Yeah, you're right, Weather Rabbit. I got the right mic on now. I bet you guys can hear me.
Oh, I was just gonna ask. Yeah, your audio sounded a little funny. Yeah.
Now it's a lot better, probably. I set it up all the time. I don't know why I can't set it up as a default. I don't know. Something's wrong with this StreamYard. I'm not really happy with StreamYard. I've tried playing videos
Right.
on StreamYard, and there's no sound. And I know there's a button there that says allow audio. I hit that. I use Google Chrome instead of Microsoft's web browser. It still don't work. So I'm trying to still figure this StreamYard out. I don't know. It could be something wrong with my computer. But, because I got a lot of videos I would like to show people, but I can't because there's no sound. So it's like a waste. I'll figure it out eventually.
I mean, because I know some other streamers use Zoom, but I don't think you can really share your screen. I like how StreamYard allows you to share your screen.
Yeah. The only reason why I use StreamYard, there are better platforms. I'm not like computer savvy like a lot of the younger guys. I'm sure you're probably more savvy with a computer than me. And it's simple. Like it's like kind of StreamYard for dummies,
Right.
So I can get into there's one platform that's really good, and actually even what is it? Discord has a pretty good platform too, but it's hard to use it, and people are set up to join StreamYard. It's simple and easy, so I stick to the simple and easy. I just got to figure out how to get the sound. I've even made videos like testing to see if the sound would play, and it don't. I've tried all different ways. Now there were times that I could play the sound. I don't know. Something happened. Here's look at this video. I mean, I've been talking about these for a long time. I think this has a lot to do with what's going on. Now they're saying we got hundreds of bio, I'll call them BLs as a code because, YouTube's algorithms, they want to know basically everything you're talking about. But listen to this lady. I'll show it to you. I just it's like a minute, and let's try to see what she's talking about.
I only have a minute left. Let me ask you, does Ukraine have chemical or biological weapons?
Ukraine has biological research facilities, which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of. So we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach.
So there you got it. They admitted it. She's even saying that they're nervous about the Russians getting a hold of this material. So what are they doing in these labs in Ukraine,
Yeah, man. I don't know. Sounds like a mystery to me.
Everything seems to be a mystery lately, right? I mean...
But one theory I have is, because these people at the top, the elite, they're not dumb. They're probably not the brightest bulbs in the world either. But when they're being influenced by demonic spirits, they can get all kinds of crazy ideas for how to spin propaganda to make it like believable and convincing for the world to believe and be deceived by, right? So my one concern is when they're talking about these bio labs or whatever they got, I'm worried that it might be some kind of story that they're trying to sneakily develop as a way to come up with the next fake pandemic.
I agree. And you know what I think too? I think sometimes these like politicians, like this lady that was talking, I forgot her name again, but I think she didn't even mean to say that. I think she got on and the demon took control of her.
Yeah.
And he made her say it.
Right.
Like, I really do. I think the demons are having fun playing with us. I mean, people think this is crazy thinking, but
no.
Look, there are spirits in my mind for sure, and I think they're in a lot of these people, but I don't think it's what people think. Like, they think they're totally controlling them like The Exorcist. No, I think they're in their body, and they're controlling their mind to how they think and what they say, and then I think sometimes they just leave them alone and let them say what they want, right? So, have you ever seen Biden? Sometimes he's a total donkey, and then sometimes he talks pretty good. And I think that's when the demon takes him over and makes him say things that are correct. Because unless this is all a game and they just keep doing stupid shit on purpose. It's like you could squash this stuff if you wanted. They could scrub that off the internet if they want. They've scrubbed whatever they want. I truly believe they're throwing a lot of shit at us because they're laughing. The demons are sitting back and laughing at mankind.
Oh, absolutely.
It not makes sense. Like Rupert Murdoch owns Fox. Okay, he's in with these guys. He's in with the oligarchs. But yet sometimes he'll put stuff on there that's going against the narrative. I guess it's controlled opposition.
Yep, exactly.
And Tucker Carlson made a video and he's calling for the arrest over biolabs. Why is it like that? I don't know what they're playing around with, but all I know is they're kind of showing us no matter what we tell you, no matter what we do to you, you have no power. We are in control.
Right.
And people don't want to believe. Now, I know you do. They don't want to believe that there are actually demons controlling a lot of these people. They don't want to believe it.
People only want to believe in what they can see with their own eyes.
Yeah. But I tell them, look at them. Like, if you look at Biden, say 20 years ago when he was talking,
right,
he had blue eyes. The guy had blue eyes. Now his eyes changed to dark, deep black. Like it's like they got no soul.
Yeah.
And when they're talking, and then once in a while, Biden's eyes will turn back to blue. It's like weird. It's like when the demon's talking, I guess they're black. You know, it's weird. And you know what I've noticed about a lot of people recently? Like, if you look at this, the neck area,
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of these demons have like these giant bones popping out of their neck going down, and you can see it like the structure. Now, I want to go back in time and look at people and see if they had that type of structure on their neck. I mean, I guess demons have been here for a long time, but I've noticed this, and I'm like, are these like maybe they got fake skin and they're lizards underneath there? Like, you ever see that movie V?
No, but
Right,
I
there's
know
a
about it.
TV show V. The second one, the new one, is
Okay.
better because the technology's better, and they got human flesh. They look perfect, but then you like they'll peel their skin off, and it's real thick too. Like if they get hit with a bullet, and then you'll see like the lizard on them. I mean, are these demons? Do they look like lizards? Maybe I don't know. It's just crazy shit. Like these giant, like Kamala Harris's neck is freaky, and I look at all kinds of different things, and I'm like, this shit ain't normal. Like I never met anybody that got a neck like that. So it's weird, man.
Yeah,
Uh,
that reminds me of well, first of all, that reminds me of that movie They Live with Roddy Piper. I'm sure you've seen that.
yep.
Yeah, and you know when they put on the glasses, they can see how these people look like literally like reptilian shape-shifting demons. You know.
And I bet you in reality, that's really true. I mean, maybe we can't see them because they're in like 4D.
Right.
I think this is just a crazy, you know, I think when the Almighty God does come down, I think he's going to open up 4D and he's going to let us actually see everything. And then you're going to look and you're going to see like thousands of demons flying in the sky, like a war going on up there. Like, I think he's going to open it up, and that's going to scare the shit out of people. Like, they're going to go, whole, you know, and you're going to have these, like, demons walking around looking like aliens and shit. Like, I could imagine if he did that, that would be the best, because now you're going to see really what's going down. Because it's weird, man. And a lot of people talk about it. Now it's happened to me a couple of times in my life where you ever see, like, I've been in my house all of a sudden, I see, like, a black shadow walk by me, like at the corner of my eye. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? You know? And I'm like, so they claim that a lot of times the demons, sometimes their shadows appear a little bit. I don't know. I just think there's definitely something.
Yeah. Oof. That would if I saw some kind of paranormal activity or demonic ghost shadow like that in my house, man, I don't think I'd be able to sleep for days, bro. I would just be paranoid, like up all night.
I'll tell you a quick story. I mean, my nephew, I was staying at my sister's house. This was a different house about 8 years ago. I was with her for just a short period of time. And and her son kept complaining about like demons and shit in his room. And he was telling me all this shit. And this kid started reading the Bible. You know, he was getting nervous. And it was in this house, though. I don't know what it is with this house that we were living in. So he ended up going to live with his father for a while. I don't know. They were having him and his mom were fighting. And I slept in his room one night. And I'm sleeping. And all of a sudden, I'm telling you, I felt something on top of me. And I was laying on my stomach. And it blew cold air into my neck. And I jumped up, like, and I looked, and I seen like a black shadow quickly, and it disappeared. And I was like, holy shit.
Oh,
There's a demon in this room.
yeah.
I started to believe the kid. And he's been telling me for a long time. He has a lot of dreams. He's fighting demons. And, I guess they're trying to get him. But I'm starting to believe, like, I'm pretty much at 99%. There are definitely demons roaming this planet.
Oh, I mean that's a no doubt, no question type of thing, because we can clearly see in the scriptures that the Messiah himself dealt with demonic spirits and would cast them out of people.
Yeah.
So
But people
yeah.
don't, the average American doesn't want to believe any of this. With all the propaganda that's gone on and all the movies that they've put out, they put so many different thoughts in people's minds that everything is like a joke, And we got Where's the Rabbit coming on? Boom.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yeah. So, Rabbit, what do you think? We're into the demon thing today. So what do you think about demons on this planet and things like that?
I agree with you on the demons. You know what I'm saying? I've personally fucking seen them. You know what I mean? I can give you a quick story. I don't know if
Yeah.
you remember the Dominican Republic.
Okay.
All right. And
Now
I
we
don't know
lived there for 5 years. If people didn't know that.
So I don't know if you remember when I was living there with my first wife, right? There was this fucking thing, and I was sitting at my computer desk. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't on no crazy drugs or nothing. And I was sitting on my computer desk, and I swear I felt like a dog growled in my ear, and I thought it was Lexi, right? And when I turned to the left, I was like, yo, Lexi, shut up. And it wasn't Lexi. This was something growling in my fucking ear. I felt its breath on my face, right? And I fucking freaked out because I couldn't see it. So I jumped under a fucking blanket so that I could see where it was. Like if it came at me, I could see what part of me it was coming at me from. You know what I'm saying? Like I wanted something in between me and the demon so I could see it. And I couldn't see it. So finally I go outside and I look out the fucking room, and there's a black like gargoyle standing on the banister, like a black shadow of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you remember seeing that thing that was in that house. It looked your mic is muted.
Remember in that house, I did see a couple of times shadows. I don't know if demons, maybe their goal is to follow people that are closer to the Almighty than the average person. Maybe that's why we see them, because they want to get us.
I think that one was on my ex-wife because
That could be.
Because when I got away from her, it was gone.
Yeah, maybe it was following her, because I remember your ex-wife. She was into a lot of dark stuff. Like she was an artist, and she was into a lot of that gothic and dark, deep stuff.
Bro, she was drawing like, you know, crazy, like demonic entities coming out of portals, going downstairs and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She was like really in that. She was in that shit.
Now I remember you told me the story. You think it was the devil, but you know it could have just been a demon. But you were in your room one night, and he appeared to you trying to make the deal.
That was when I was like 16 years old, right? And I was an alcoholic, and I was doing a lot of wickedness. And you know, like I was literally working for the devil. You know what I'm saying? And they really the devil wanted to recruit me into his legion. You know what I'm saying? And one day I was sitting in my room, and I was actually approached by like who I believe was the devil.
Right.
And that was actually the point in my life when I turned to the Almighty. Because I didn't even believe like in any of the religion and shit. Like I kind of believed in a creator, but I didn't really believe in any of the religious aspect of it. And I didn't really think he cared about us or anything. You know what I'm saying? And so I was just living by law of the jungle. Like I felt like I was a wolf and everyone else was a sheep, and I was just gonna, you know, eat food. But it turned out that, you know, I was confronted by this entity, and he looked like a well-dressed man. You know what I'm saying? With a face that wasn't exactly like a man. You know what I'm saying? But it was he looked like almost like Wile E. Coyote or something. Like not Wile E. Coyote. You know the fucking guy in like shit. You know the evil dude in Speed Racer?
Yep.
He looked kind of like that, like with like a mustache. You know what I'm saying? But he had like a really sharp jaw and shit, and he was like made out of rainbows. That's the best way I could describe it.
Unbelievable. I mean, and look at this picture here. This is what your dollar's worth now. Probably 31 cents. Duck, duck, gone. Bam, bam, bam. There's shit. Yeah. Biased results. Can't have biased results, right? I like these little cartoons.
Yo, but, Pops, do you remember the spirit that would walk around in the video game arena?
That I remember too. Now, I remember I was sitting down one day, and I know that thing passed.
Yo, that's not just me and you, though. We've had multiple people see it all at the same time.
And it's always like a black cloud or smoke.
It was always a black figure. Bro, I'm telling you, me, Alex, Tommy, Jimmy, and Michael Cahill were all in the video game arena. And we all seen it at the same time.
Right.
All of us. There's no way we all hallucinated the same thing. And we all were shitting our pants. And these are all pretty fucking tough dudes that aren't scared of shit. We were all fucked up. Like, this was a group of people who don't really care. You could shoot at us, we wouldn't care. Now, this fucking thing, we were worried about it.
Right. And
you know what I'm saying?
These weren't no ordinary guys. These were guys that they were hoodlums. You know, they were fighters. They were in the street.
We were in the street. You know what I'm saying? If this was a person in the building, we would have tore them up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We weren't worried about no person. We couldn't fucking really see this thing, and we seen it before, and this day we all seen it. You know what I'm saying?
There's demons out there. People don't gotta believe it, but
that thing I don't think was a demon though. I think that was just a spirit.
I got you.
Because it never did nothing. It would just walk around and go and stare out that window in that room. It would do the same thing.
Well, demons are spirits, though, aren't they, Mike?
Well, yo, it's like this. I think there's demons, but I think there's spirits that aren't demons.
I actually think there may be even some good demons. Like, they don't bother nobody, but there are a lot evil.
Let me tell you a story about this,
showing
Rebel.
you this thing just quickly
go ahead.
Everybody watching. Definitely watch this. This is Ukraine on Fire. This has been banned. The guy who did it was Oliver Stone. We all know who he is. And I suggest everybody watch this because this breaks down what's going on in Ukraine, how corrupt that country's been for many years. Go ahead, Mike. Finish your what you were going to say now.
So, what was I going to say? All right. When I was taking acid, right, and then I stopped taking acid, I used to see these things for about a year or two after, right? And I really do believe that when you take certain drugs, they switch your perception to where you can perceive things that are not really perceivable by everybody, right? I don't think that drugs always make you hallucinate. I think that sometimes there's drugs that make you hallucinate, and some of them allow you to see into different dimensions. So when I stopped taking acid, right? I guess there was still enough in my brain. I would always see these things that we would call in the community of people who took acid, we would call them wisps, right?
Right.
And they would look like these black shadows that would go flying past your vision out of the corners of your eyes. You understand? And they looked like a ball of black smoke, and it would just go like, boom, you know what I'm saying? Across your vision. And I would see them all the time when I stopped taking acid. And I believe these things are always here. I think we just can't see them.
I believe it too.
Now, when you see a spirit or something like that, I don't believe you're actually seeing the spirit. What I believe you're seeing when you see spirits is the reflection of that spirit, which is in another dimension. You see its reflection reflecting back into the third dimension. You understand?
Yeah.
So what you're seeing essentially is like a shadow in midair. And that's why they're always black shadows.
Yeah, that's why Outnumbered saying, what about black shadows?
Right. I don't believe
shadows.
I don't believe you're actually seeing the spirit. I believe you're seeing the shadow of the spirit reflecting through the fourth dimension to the third dimension.
Yeah.
Because you can walk through them. So they're not there.
Yep. Now, I'm going to show everybody this video. You know, I've been talking about this a long time. I mean, if you think demons aren't in this guy, you got something coming to you because this is the president of Ukraine. You know, they hire actors now. This is their new thing. They don't hire regular people. But let's watch this. I don't think we're going to hear the music, but just look at this. This is the president of Ukraine. Here we go.
Oh yeah, that dude. There's a raging homosexual.
You can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. It's like they knew this was going to be on the internet, and yet they let it. They're going to scrub this off the internet. They want us to see it. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I was trying to comment as me, and somehow I commented as you, but I was trying to tell Outnumbered that, you know, you can call on the name of Yahushua, and the spirits will usually flee. To my experience, they always flee.
You can't make this stuff up, though. Look at this.
Yo, this is some pretty gay shit right here.
I mean, whatever it is, transgender, whatever you want to call it, but this is who they've chosen to be the president of Ukraine. The people supposedly did not even vote for this guy. But that's, you know, these aren't facts of how he got in, but definitely that video don't lie. So you got a guy like this, your boy. Could you imagine if they had Donald Trump doing that on a stage? You would see that to this day, every day, on the main media.
I mean, that stuff was really flamboyant, like next level. You know,
Yeah.
like there's a difference between being gay and being like flamboyantly gay for no reason.
It was just, this is who these people are. This guy's got demons in him. There's no doubt. This is what people believe. They'll believe that guy. Oh, I mean, they won't believe this guy, but they'll believe that guy dancing in drag. If I had to believe him or him, I'm believing in him right there. Well, I don't think you should. I'll believe that guy, not him. Hold on, let me see. Anyway, it was a picture of Putin. I'll believe Putin before I believe some of these demonic people. I mean, they want us to believe what they want us to believe, but I'm not going to believe a guy. It is Putin. I'll believe him. This guy, so I've seen him on videos. He is religious. He's dipping himself in ice cold water, making signs of crosses, like doing like Orthodox, religion. But
Yo, Pops, I looked into it though. I looked into the Orthodox because I was curious about Putin, right? I wanted to see if he was really a holy man.
Right.
So I looked into Orthodox, and if you look into the stuff that they do, they're very big into like iconography, symbolism. Like they basically make their own graven images and call them not graven images. They create robes that have all kinds of magical sigils on them, and they do all kinds of different Gregorian
so like
chants.
The Catholics?
No, they're like Freemasons.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like the Christian Orthodox, the hierarchy, they have like really deep occult ties to their religion.
All right. So they're basically worshiping Satan, but in disguise.
Look, I don't know what they're doing, but they're involved with all kinds of rituals, magic, chanting. These are things that aren't necessarily Christian. You know what I'm saying? They're in the mystery schools.
I got it. But I still think that guy's word is a lot more honorable than a guy dancing in heels and drag.
Yo, at the end of the day, if you had to ask me who I support, right, I probably support what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the will of the Almighty.
So what do we got going on here, Rebel?
This is where we're talking about, demonic spirits and how we can't see them and how most people don't believe in them because we can't see them. It reminded me of this one great channel on YouTube that my boy Mark the Messenger got me hip to. It's called Falk FAULK 600, and he
I'm gonna subscribe to that.
Yeah, he has these amazing animations that he does himself that kind of describe the unseen spiritual realm that's very real and all around us at all times. Just we don't have the vision to see them, at least most of the time. They do come up. Yeah, but
I'm definitely gonna check it out.
Yeah, you can see.
I do believe you could see them though if you have the right type of mind state and shit.
No, for sure. Like right here, for example, he says like this is what the physical world looks like, right? Just like a normal dude in his business suit, like as a working man. But then in the spiritual world, like how God sees you, is that you're armored up with the armor of God, and you can see even that demon in the back over here. So
yeah, I just subscribed to that guy. Looks pretty cool. I'm gonna watch a lot of his stuff.
I agree with what this guy's saying, because I'm gonna be honest with you. When you don't do drugs, right, your spiritual armor, and when you're not deep in sin, your spiritual armor, and this is how I referred to it. I can't actually explain what it is, but your spiritual armor is very strong. Now, when you start to do drugs and sin, you bring yourself down to a level where now these things can enter into you and they could manipulate you and, affect you.
Yeah.
And I believe it's due to a weakening in our spiritual armor. And this is what causes people to, continue down these roads. It's like a landslide. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you really think about it, it's true sometimes. I mean, I've done drugs in my life when I was a young man, especially. And when you start doing like anything, whether you're doing cocaine, acid, or whatever, and you start to think of like real evil shit, like, whether it be going with hookers, you get sexually demented. I mean, it happens. And how does that happen from a drug? I mean, the drug makes you feel good, but why do you start getting like thinking about all kinds of evil shit? You never get high, really. Think about good stuff. You're always getting high, thinking about evil shit. So
I think it also depends on the drug.
Yeah, I think drugs do definitely, though, invite demons into you. Because I guess you're God I guess the Almighty, when he sees your spirit, you're doing all these types of drugs, he probably weakens your spiritual arm, and now you don't got that shield and sword no more. Now you just like they can get you.
Well, yo, look at the Bible, right? And when it explains that people are clean,
like,
right?
Look at this. This is probably real. This animation. There probably are demons in the sky,
Right.
and we can't see them. And that's why I said I think at the end of days, the Almighty is going to open up that 4D realm, and you're going to look up and see this.
Yeah, but don't freak out, because they've been there the whole time. Just now that you could see them, don't freak out.
No, I actually want God just to laser beam a shield and a sword to me so I can start killing them. Because I really want to kill these demons. I would love it,
Rebel, what you know about Shema scrolls?
I know the Shema is like what? Deuteronomy 7:6, the Yahuwah Eloheinu is Ahad.
It's here, O Yasharal, Yahuwah is our Elohim, is how it starts.
So we got Mountain in the house. How you doing?
Hey guys.
What's up, Mountain?
Hey, big fan.
I appreciate you.
Question. Well, actually, hey, I got a comment about the evil thoughts and the drugs.
Hmm?
So that is the perception of everyone else's disposition around you. It's the environment. So you're more likely to have a bad trip, let's say, in a city or a mall around other people who are going through struggles with their own inner demons. It's an aggregate. But if you go into the woods, you have a peaceful time mostly. And if you're having a bad time, it's on you. That's from inside.
That's true, though, sometimes. I've been in the woods and pretty high. And it is more peaceful in the woods. I don't know why that is, but that could be, there could be some truth to that.
It's
Yo, Mountain, at the end of the day, I hear what you're saying with bad trip, right? But we're not even talking about bad trip. Like, I've seen things in the woods too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's definitely little pieces of bad energy, and mostly, you'll be all right if you stay away from other people. People are struggling with dark energy all the time, and like you said, you do these drugs, you lower your resistance to not only to perceive it, but to be influenced by it, right?
You basically open up the door. You know what I'm saying? It's
but
like...
yeah, no, I agree. But I wanted to touch on something else you said a little bit earlier. And I had a question, because have you ever heard of Framingham, Massachusetts?
No.
Little town in Mass where there's, I forgot all the particulars, but I mean, this can be Googled. There's a college there that was built by this like LeVay Crowley type dude. He was really into all that 666 architecture and shit.
Uh-huh.
I met a girl that went to school there. She was actually, there's these two girls. One of them was talking about how the place was totally haunted, and she would go to bed and feel like something was sitting on her chest, like just totally pressing her down. And then sometimes she'd wake up kind of half dazed in the middle of sleep and see something sitting on the end of her bed and hear like voices and shit. Nothing particular, just like ominous sounds, but not like thinking to yourself. So it sounded like a experience with an entity, right? But it turns out that this dude was totally. You remember Ghostbusters? How they talk about the ley lines under the city, and they built the tower architecturally to be an antenna for evil.
Right.
Well, this dude who built this particular college, I think it's like a community school, massive campus. He made the stairs in like sets of 6 and stuff, and this is an old building. I mean, we're talking maybe the 40s, 30s, and he had hatches in the top of the stairwells because he said in the future people will have jetpacks and be able to climb up the stairs, open the hatches, and fly around the campus. But he was all into that demonology and stuff, and built the architecture to be antennas for evil. And then these people that go there talk about all these hauntings. So I have a quandary. Like, if something is haunted or some place is haunted, is it the structure? Is it the material? The wood, the plaster? You know, is it the drywall?
I could break it down for you, Mountain. All right.
And before you go, Rabbit, I want to just give a shout out to Joe Cool in the house.
Yo, Joe Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so yo, Mountain, it's really simple. These people are aware of the ley lines because what they did for the majority is they built structures on top of already sacred sites that they inherited, right? So they would find a temple and they would build a school, let's say, on it. And then they would incorporate it into the natural ley lines that already exist. Now, when they start going into the basement and doing demonic rituals, right, and summoning demons and opening up portals in that school, right, they're using the ley line to open up a portal with their dark magic. You get what I'm saying? Now these entities start to pour in. If they don't close the portal, right, if they don't close the portal, they can keep coming in through that same portal. Right, you know, there's rips in the fabric everywhere.
So it's underneath the surface, and then, you know, they draw it out.
Well, yeah, bro. I mean, what it is that we got the ley lines. You know what I mean? The ley lines are essentially where, like, you know, magnetic fields of the earth cross. And so they find that ley line and they open up the portal there because it's the most high energy spot. Like, for example, you'll notice there's a ton of temples built on top of mountains. And the reason why is because you'll see even like Moses would go up to the top of the mountain to speak to the Almighty. The tops of mountains are natural parts of the earth where it has become a mountain because the energy is being pulled into a point there. And so it basically tells you exactly where the opening is. And they go up to the mountain, they open up the portal. That's why Crowley was he was really big into the occult and mountaineering. You can look into that. He was always climbing mountains.
Well, that makes sense with all you know, the molecular architecture of crystals. And mountains are basically giant rocks, lots of crystalline structure within.
And it's focused all the way to a point, you see?
Yeah. So if you have a haunted house
bro,
and you demolish the house, is there still a haunting on that site, or was the haunting in the material that they used to build the house?
I believe the haunting is whatever portal was opened in that house.
So if you take away the house, you take away the portal?
Mike,
No.
I would like to go a little further on something you just said. There's in the writing, there in the writings that they took out of the scriptures is also a couple parables about basically if you can't reach God here on the lower planes, go to the top of a mountain in prayer and meditation, and he will come and answer personally.
Yeah, bro, you're supposed to shout it off a mountaintop. That's why Moses would go to the top of the mountain to speak to the Almighty and get the 10 Commandments. You know what I'm saying? Like when he was on the burning bush, right? When he was doing the burning bush deal, the Malak told him out of the burning bush, take your shoes off. This mountain that you're standing on is holy ground.
Yeah.
What is holy ground?
I'm going to go find me a mountain.
It's set apart. It's set apart land. You know what I mean?
I even heard like the Vatican's built on a lot of old stuff. Even they show you their basement, which is like old architecture, and they found like paintings, murals of Lucifer in there.
What found it? It's on display. You could go on their website.
Right, but in their basement they have like a mural of Lucifer, and they claim they don't want to get rid of it because it's, you know, art.
Bro, they have a room dedicated to Lucifer.
Right, you're the Vatican. You're telling me you have shit of Lucifer, and that's art, and you're actually supposed to represent the Almighty, the Most High?
Yeah, I agree with Mike. They have a whole throne room for him.
Yeah.
Every Catholic church, right, was built on top of an ancient holy site from a different temple or a different civilization.
Are you saying every or most?
Every. What they went around doing, right? The
Well,
Catholics
Staten
went
Island
around.
has Catholic churches. I don't know. It was
The Catholics went around and they found ancient temples and they would wipe the people out and build their own church right on top of the temple on purpose.
What about modern day churches that they've built? You know,
Most Catholic churches that were built on top of ancient sites contain entrances to Agartha in the basement. That's just one thing to know. Second thing to know,
the majority of them.
the Vatican was built on top of the Roman Temple of Mithra. All right? And they built it on top of the Temple of Mithra. You could still go in the basement and find the chambers where they worshipped Mithra. And they still worship Mithra in the basement.
Right. Outnumbered asked a question, and I'll give him an answer, and you guys maybe could share on it. About the telescope that the Vatican has, the Lucifer scope.
It's called Lucifer.
Right, but there was the astrologist in there. Reporter went in there and asked him a question and said, what are you guys looking for? And you know what they said to him? They said, we're not looking for anything. We're waiting for them to come.
Oh, boy.
So who are they waiting for to come? You follow me? You know, and that's going to probably be that, you know, red flag alien invasion, which is really, to me, going to be demons coming down, posing as aliens in spaceships. And we're going to buy into that bullshit that they're really from another planet. What do you guys think about that telescope?
It might be 50-50. At this point, I think everything's 50-50. You know, it's the Wild West, man. There's truth and lies every day at all levels.
How about anybody else? Got an opinion on that telescope?
I just believe that they're using the telescope to see things in the heavens that we can't see so that they could know what's going on. I do believe there's a war taking place over our heads right now, a spiritual war, because you can see that mankind, right, is tore up. Humanity is tore up. So at the same time, you got to realize if there's all these demons tormenting people, there's going to be angels up there fighting the demons. You just can't see it.
I'll agree with that. And the mankind is torn up. I mean, everything that was good now is bad, and everything that was bad is good. It's like it's flipped. It's reversed. And that's what the devil does, you know, the cross upside down. That's what he wants. He wants everything upside down.
It's almost as if that rapper in the 90s and early 2000s, Pastor Troy, gave you a warning with that song, Vice Versa.
Yeah. I like your logic, Mountain. I agree with that 50-50. I think a lot of stuff is out there to throw us off. And some of the stuff, there is truth. And we just got to decipher it. But I think it is like 50-50.
I want to touch on something you said in the last video, because I think it ties in, you know, it's like a extension of the same subject, right? Where, you know, first of all, with the up is down, left is right, good is bad thing, I see that as a psychological phenomenon right now with the extreme liberals. You know, they use childish argumentation to win any debate. Right. And then they resort to, you should die for having wrong thinking, your wrong opinion. They make a big deal out of nothing and nothing out of the actual big deals.
I agree with everything dude just said. Hey, Pops. Hey, guys. Pops.
Give a shout out to Joe Cool.
My first time here. I like to sit back and just watch, but you guys are way too interested. I had to hop up here on panel, man. You guys are just talking everything I love, bro.
We got like the right crew here today.
Oh my God!
Before I lose the thread,
over here.
This is like a dream team.
Hey man, let me just get this out before I forget.
I thought you knew Pop was talking interesting shit if I was over here so much.
The other thing is that by the numbers, right? So there is a struggle, but when you said that we're just returning to the norm, this is a means regression because we've had less poverty and less starvation on the planet than ever before. And even though stuff is really messed up right now and bad stuff is taking place, it's actually less than ever. So we've gotten spoiled coming up when we did, seeing the world at peace and, you know, focusing on positive stuff. The world hasn't been like that mostly at all.
Since the inception of the United States, 70-something% of the time we've been at war.
Well, we have, but the world at large, humanity at large, has been more peaceful percentage-wise than ever. You know, less the way history was is the majority of souls were entangled in conflict and misery and suffering and disease and whatnot and starving.
But yo, Mountain, I think that we've been lulled into a slumber, right? Where we believe that this shit isn't going on. And at the end of the day, you got to understand that the criminal underbelly has evolved to such a point and has become so sophisticated like a corporation and organized that there's a lot of wicked happening right under our feet. We just don't know what's happening.
When you
And
say
now it's
criminal
coming more to
underbelly,
surface.
when you say criminal underbelly, are you talking about generic criminals out there stealing stuff?
No. I don't even like a guy that's out there like mugging somebody to feed his family or something like that. To me, that's not criminal underbelly shit. I'm talking like these elite networks of rich Satanists.
That's what I thought
that,
so. All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They eat, you know what I'm saying, adrenochrome and shit. And like, you know what I mean? Like that's the real underbelly.
Oh, I got to get my girl over here. Oh, I can't. I'm on that phone.
People have a misconception of people too. Like, look, if you're selling weed, you're like, they sell liquor in a liquor store. So, like, what's the big difference? The only difference is they don't want the little man to make any money. See, they want it all. And they'll legalize weed and start selling it. Then it's okay. But how about all those guys that went to jail selling weed, but now you're legalizing it? So do you let them out? Like, 'cause it's all bullshit.
Yo, they'll give a doctor a license to sit there and pump opiates into the streets all day, all night legally, and they'll protect them for it.
Wait, anybody else think this is the entering part of that you can trick someone into believing because you're so powerful? You say both these guys are doing the same thing, but he's the bad guy. And everybody falls for it. That's weird, bro.
This is all part of the Luciferian system, Joe.
I don't condone selling drugs to like little kids, and I'm sure any weed dealer out there is not going to sell weed to a 10-year-old.
Right, and any drug dealer get his ass whooped if someone catch him doing it.
Yeah, you know what? Other drug dealers will kick his
ass. Yes.
Oh, the hood is self-regulating.
Yes, we close down when the schools get out. The dope spots along those routes close down on their own.
The hood is self-regulating, bro.
Yes,
People think that people doing crime don't have morals. That's not true.
Who's more just? Pedophiles go walking around and they don't do shit to them, but if they go to jail, they get taken care of.
Right.
So who's more just under the Almighty's eyes?
Well, there's difference between man's law and God's law, right? And you know, the saying is, "Let justice be done, though the heavens should fall." Where man's law is supposed to be based on God's law first and foremost.
Yeah.
Right on.
Amen.
Yo, I don't want to throw you off, but just one more thing I wanted to touch on is that I don't know if you guys realize this, but prison systems are built with satanic geometry and they're built on ley lines in order to harvest the negative energy coming out of them.
Now, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but I absolutely agree with you on the geometry. I've looked at that myself, including mine here in Chicago. We got the biggest one-site jail system on the planet here. And they all have that shape that you can get pentagrams and shit out of. But I had not heard that they were on ley lines. I had not heard that they were on ley lines, which would make them at least put them in the realm of generation.
Yo, they're generators, bro. They cause massive amounts of suffering. You know what I'm saying? People think that, oh, they want to get people in the prison system so they can make money. That's one aspect of it.
Yeah.
But the real reason why they want so many people in that prison suffering in such a way is because they want to feed these demonic entities.
Yeah.
And then what happens in these prisons? You know what they do in the prisons? They make sure to get lots of drugs in there. So these people's minds are now open and more susceptible to all that dark energy. And there's nothing good happening in those prisons, you know?
If you got mods in here, Pop, somebody post these two guys' links that's talking.
Yo, I've seen people straight possessed in jail. Straight possessed, bro. Where like the rest of us are in there, we're bad people. We're like, yo, we got to get rid of that dude. That dude's just, there's something wrong with that dude.
I literally had my celly. I'm sorry, Pops. My celly.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. I was when I went. This is like 20 years ago. I was just starting to read my scriptures. Never been to church. Not a Christian, but I like to read. And I was telling him that I believe that you can cause things to happen through this positive energy and all of this. Turns out my celly decides he worships the devil. And he was telling me he wants to show me his ritual. And we go in there, close the door and stuff. And sure enough, when he starts saying his mumble jumble, his eyes get deep set. It looked like his teeth started to grow and looked like he visually changed, like he was more powerful in that jail than he would have been on the street.
See, I think we got the wrong system with the prisons, and I'll just explain it real quick. First of all, we have more people, double the amount of people incarcerated in America than any other country in the world.
Yeah, by
Now,
far.
you're trying to tell me Americans are worse than, let's say, Russians,
Right
or
on, Pop.
we're worse than? No, we're not. But it's a
Right
business.
on.
But here's my problem with this system. The most people actually in jail are for child support. So now you're putting a guy in jail
Yeah.
for child support, so he can never
He'll
actually
never do
work
it now.
and pay the child support.
Right.
He gets out and he's back in because he can't get a job because he was in prison, so nobody's going to
Yeah,
hire
you're
him.
right. You kill him
So
like
he
that.
ends up back in. So that's one thing. Then you got people in there for petty crimes like crazy. Look, if you don't pay your moving violation ticket,
Right. Don't lock
you
him
will
up.
go to jail. They'll put
Yeah.
a warrant out for you and put you in jail if you don't pay the fine. Now, if you added it all up,
Yeah.
maybe
Don't forget
20%.
drugs, Pop. Don't
Right.
forget
Oh, the
drugs.
weed,
That'd
they
be
got
over half of them in there for
Yeah.
drug crimes.
maybe 10% of those people actually belong there, like murderers and
Yes.
rapists.
Yeah.
So the other 90% that are in there are like, I think Mike was saying, it's some kind of energy they want in there. They want misery. They want
Ooh,
people to feel bad and
dope
suffer.
concept.
They want to sacrifice a life too.
Yeah, we have to straighten out
That's dope.
our laws of how we put people in jail. And you know what they did? Now, years ago, judges used to be able to slap you on the hand
Yeah, yeah.
and give you probation. I had a friend that got caught, no lie, with a kilo of cocaine
Yeah.
back in the 80s.
Right.
Got a good lawyer, went to the thing, and he didn't have a record. He was clean. I think it was a little less than a kilo, but it was a lot.
Yeah.
And the judge gave him probation, didn't put him in jail because the guy was a real good guy. I mean, he never did anything wrong. Yeah, he was selling drugs, obviously.
Yeah,
But he ended up, didn't go to jail, cleaned his act up, started working for a company, raised a family, had 3 kids, and that was it. But they took that out of the judge's hands now. See, here's the problem.
Yeah,
Especially in New York.
Yeah,
that
if you commit
mandatory
a crime,
minimum
there's
bullshit.
mandatory sentencing.
Yeah.
There's no more way the judge can actually judge anymore.
Hey,
you know,
Pop, I got a good story about that. When they did the 3 strikes out shit in California, one of the first cases, if you already got 2 felonies, even a minor theft becomes a felony. 3 felonies, you have to go to jail for life. There were 2 cases. One guy sold a slice of pizza. One guy sold a pack of cigarettes. Guy got life in prison. And the judge, even though he was supposed to do that mandatory crap, he refused. He wouldn't give a guy life instead of a slice of pizza.
and I'll give a praise to that judge because think about it. If you rob somebody's bicycle 3 times, it's like grand theft or whatever. That's a felony.
Right.
You could go to jail for life for robbing bicycles.
There was a sign. I took a picture of it because that's the type of crap I do yesterday out down the street from my crib. If you get caught with a open alcohol container, you can do 6 months in jail. That's draconian. Who would come up with that? That's insane.
And now
Even
they're
if
doing
they
the
don't
opposite.
give them that, you cannot even put that on the books. It's crazy.
Well, that's for business, right? So it is a business, and you're just a number. You're a box with a number on it.
Yes, right.
In the justice system. But now they're doing the opposite. So I guess it depends on which way they want the bodies to flow. Because right now they're doing what they can in these blue cities to raise hell and have all the criminals and violent people on the street. You read about the guy jumped over a counter, stabbed 2 clerks at a library or something because he was mentally ill and was upset about some kind of fee. Evil is on the streets right now. And
I would agree. It's all in these YouTube streets too, right? I see it every day when I walk onto these panels. It is growing and people are propagating it.
Oh my
I
God.
think good was winning for so long. That's why there's a big resurgence in evil. So yeah, I think there's a battle up in the skies and above, below, here, there.
If you're gonna go with what you're saying, what's your name? Is that Mountain talking? If you're gonna go with what you're saying, you got good evidence that evil is on the rise. This pandemic bullshit was a massive tool, and they totally cornered us with that. That was like a checkmate move. Then with the collapse of all these financial stuffs, when Trump was pumping $1 trillion and trillions into them right before Corona, and then that war. All this stuff is evil plans being brought back to back to back to back. Evil's on the rise just in those 3 categories alone. These last 2 years have just been turning the people around. They're very successful, those evil planners. doing very well right now.
Yeah, they're pretty smart. I think they've got it on lock now, especially with the ability to broadcast to everybody at all times.
Yeah, yes. They've got total control of the news. It's either all right or all left. It's really bad now. It's just a quagmire. And here, where we thought we'd have our own voice, we thought we have our own money with crypto. You go around the government. They're making legislation now where they get hold of crypto. And here we know with that Trump stuff, when Trump people started speaking out about the stolen election, and after January 6th, they just started shutting them down. Whether I disagree with them or not never even comes into play. You don't get to silence people like that. Here on YouTube, we can't talk about the C word and this and that. They are winning right now, bro. You're muted, Pop.
Which is a good thing because
they're programming us.
Well, these channels are a consolidation. There's an interesting excerpt from a 1980 interview with Isaac Asimov, the sci-fi writer.
Yeah, I remember.
And he predicted very accurately. This is back before even Betamax, and this is when broadcasting was confined to your television set.
Right.
He said that eventually everyone will have their own TV channel.
Yeah.
He was referring to the proliferation of the telephone.
Right on.
When it went from telegram to telegraph, phone, and eventually everyone will have their own TV channel. We're in that midst right now where the YouTubes are the consolidated directory of everybody's individual channels, but eventually
they'll get control of that.
The way I look at it is, my prediction is the way it'll work is once a bandwidth catches up and the price points catch up, everyone will be broadcasting live all the time. And all you have to do is tune into your friend to see what they're doing. So instead of like dialing the number and FaceTiming, all you have to do is tap on their name and then you're connected live.
Yeah. Right. They'll have a camera that's live most of the damn time. I agree with that.
Then you don't need YouTube anymore.
Yeah. You'll be taking his shit. You'll have to shut it off unless you want people to see you taking his shit in the bathroom.
All right. You'll have to shut it off. And then we'll get like the cops shut it off when we want.
I never forget. I seen it South Park.
Black Mirror stuff.
I seen the South Park cartoon where Cartman was taking his shit and they had a camera in his bathroom. And he was like, this is ridiculous. Cartman, right? And I told my son, I said, they're going to be doing that shit one day. Watch. And they're close to it.
Yes.
Yo, Pops. When Outnumbered asked about the telescope for the Vatican, it reminded me, and actually you just said it yourself about South Park. Y'all know who Owen Benjamin is? He goes by Big Bear too. He's an actor and stand-up comedian that got exiled from Hollywood because he started dropping too many truth bombs that went against their agenda.
No, what's his name? I like to look him up though.
Like even that guy that made that movie, that Tom Cruise was in. It was about that ritual party.
Yeah.
What was the name of that movie?
Eyes Wide Shut.
Eyes Wide Shut.
That producer, what was it?
Stanley Kubrick.
Stanley Kubrick. He made that basically. There's a lot of uncut stuff that they don't show. They whacked him because he was basically showing you a Rothschild party.
That's what I heard. I never even saw that
and
movie.
He mysteriously died.
Too.
I mean, you ever notice people just mysteriously die?
Hey, my girl is like blowing me up. Let me text her and invite her over here. I'll be back.
Yes, more girls.
I was gonna say, can I play this this little skit by Owen Benjamin real quick? He's making fun of how the Vatican came up with the name Lucifer for their telescope.
The problem is my thing doesn't. I don't know what's wrong with my StreamYard. I did it on Google. I did it on Microsoft. That don't play sound.
Wait, even if I share it from my end.
Well, let's see. Let's test it.
All right, hold on 1 second. Let me see here.
I'm trying to figure this out. My son.
I'm clicking the checkbox that says share tab audio, so it should work. Let's see.
Yeah, I do that too. I check that box. It still don't work. And I try different browsers. So let's try it and let's see what happens. Tell me if you can hear anything.
All right.
And then I was deleted within like a month. And I'm starting to get more of those.
Wait, y'all hear that?
I hear the echo. Maybe from your thing. If we got to do that, do it. But
I see. Okay, hold on.
I heard it so far.
All right. I'll play it. I think he just like introduces the video. It plays in a couple seconds.
And it's because
I hear it.
It's not because no one likes you that you get deleted. It's quite the opposite. Okay, so here we have yeah, how do I get this to work?
We can hear it though.
I hear it.
Let's open this baby up, shall we?
All right, come on. Let's get it started.
Wrong window.
Oh boy.
Safari.
Here we go.
This one's for you, Autarky Bear 2.0.
You know, looking at the telescope, I'm pretty sure it's just like, what is it? It's large. It's a binocular telescope, right, boys? It's near infrared utility. It's got utility. It's not infrared, but it's near infrared. Okay, we got to make sure we let the people know it's
Yo, there's
near,
a crazy
not
echo.
close to, near
There you
infrared utility with. Is there a camera? Is there field units? Yeah, let's put all that in. And it's for is it for galactic research? No. It's not galactic. It's extragalactic research. And I just feel like it flows the best when I say.
Is that Karl Rove?
You know, looking at the telescope, I'm pretty sure it's just like, what is it? It's large. It's a binocular telescope, right, boys? It's near infrared utility. It's got utility. It's not infrared, but it's near infrared. Okay, we got to make sure we let the people know it's near, not close to, near infrared utility with. Is there a camera? Is there field units? Yeah, let's put all that in. And it's for. Is it for galactic research? No. It's not galactic. It's extragalactic research. And I just feel like it flows the best when I say large binocular telescope near infrared utility with camera and integral field unit for extragalactic research. I feel like that's, what does that spell out anyway, guys? Lucifer? You sure you want to use that, guys? I mean, Lucifer is the angel of darkness. He rebelled against God. You know, I know we're the Vatican, and I know we claim to be Christian. And I know that it would be weird if we named our telescope Lucifer. But I just think it's worth it to make sure everybody knows exactly what it is. I mean, what should we take out here, guys? Should we take out the large binocular? Because everybody needs to know that it's a large binocular telescope. I mean, it's large. And if people don't know it has near infrared utility, then no one will take us seriously when we're checking out the zodiacal lights. Just go with it. I know we're going to get kicked back because we named it after what we claim to be our enemy is. You know what? That's the info people need. It can't be Lucifer. It has to be large. Everyone needs to know it's large. But sir, they can look at it and see that it's large. No, they can't. What about great? It's great. Grucifer? No. Grucifer is not the angel that rebelled against God. What's that, sir? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Oh my God, it's funny every time.
Clever.
So true, though. Just think about this. You're a Catholic, and they just named the telescope Lucifer, and yet you're still a Catholic. Does that make any sense? It makes totally zero sense that they would name it Lucifer, that telescope, but yet people just may believe like it didn't happen. Like, they just ignore it. Like, how do you ignore that?
People are just spiritually blind, man.
It's so absurd that they're ignoring it. That's the worst part of it. I just don't understand how people are ignoring it. Like, if you did that maybe 100 years ago, that thing would not exist. Like, people just weren't going to put up with it in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, maybe.
Yeah.
They weren't putting up with that. Now,
they're testing us constantly. You're right. This is why there's always an S test.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to curse, but they are always pushing the limits to see how much they can get away with.
Right. Like Cuties on Netflix, they tried to see what the reaction was. If people were going to watch that show. And then when everybody started talking up, they took it off. So they know people aren't ready for pedophiles yet. We're not ready for that shit.
Yes and no. You know, the moral, that's a 50-50 situation there. And I'm not a fan of it, but just to speak on it, not as a defender, but there was, I never watched it because it was pretty sickening, and I trusted the reviews of it, but they allowed it to stay on in certain countries and in Europe because at the end it highlights how the girls get all depressed, and the moral of the story was supposed to be how that type of engagement bangs up, it corrupts youth. Yeah, the children can't handle it. They're not supposed to be exposed to it.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be the takeaway if you could stomach the whole thing, but at the same time, it exists and it is gross and it is sick. So do you really have to display all that stuff to make the point?
Right, I got what you're saying, but maybe the reality, like there's a new movie coming out. The guy that played Passion of the Christ, I forgot the actor's name. He's in Point of Interest. He's the guy who played Passion of the Christ, the actor. I'll get his name real quick. Anyway,
Andrea Refuto?
No, Passion Christ cast. I'll tell you the actor's name in a minute.
Yo, what about the fact that like all these movies, right? Like for example, like
his name is Jimmy Carvel or something like that.
Jimmy Carvel?
Yeah, now this guy, being that when he played Passion of the Christ, he played Jesus. Supposedly he couldn't get a job in Hollywood for a long time because they don't like somebody that's going to do something like that. So he just made a new movie. It should have been released already. It hasn't been released yet. And they're going to release it in a few months, I think. They're waiting, I guess, for movie theaters to open, and things like that. So what this movie's about is basically all these pedophilia, human trafficking rings all over the world. And he plays a detective, and it's a true story that was investigating it. But it really shows you the deep darkness of what really is going on. And people don't know. Well, they just don't know what's going on. They're blinded. The media has been keeping this under the umbrella for a long time. It's the media is our worst enemy. Okay, because it's propaganda. It's not even media anymore. Controlled by satanic forces, and the journalists that work for these media companies, they could tell me anything they want. They will be held accountable, not by man's law, maybe, but by the Almighty. Because when you're basically lying and putting out a lot of false stories just to have a job and evil shit like that, you are going to be held accountable by the Almighty, the Most High, I believe. There's no way you're getting around that.
That's the whole upside down world thing, is that they believe that's what makes it so dangerous, is that they're convinced they're right.
Right.
And that's a cognitive dissonance. So you asked, how is it that people can just go along with these in your face, blatant perversions? They're boiling the frog, right? They've been boiling the frog for quite a while.
Yeah.
Yo,
it's out of control now. I told my son one day, they put satanic statues in courthouses.
Here's what people don't realize, though, right? Aside from the statues and shit, one of the biggest things that people don't realize is that they indoctrinate the children at a very early age through the cartoons and the movies that they create meticulously, right? These people aren't just creating cartoons and things for entertainment of children. That's not really a business that grown-ups get into or even think about. They have teams of psychologists that sit in think tanks and figure out ways to indoctrinate your kids into all these things without you finding out, even if you watch the same movie.
100.
Yep. You get what I'm saying? Look at any boy who grew up in my generation, right? We were flooded and indoctrinated with these coming of age stories where they made some random girl the fucking pinnacle of the movie, right? And so through that, now you have people worshiping, right, and seeking this one girl, and they're ready to go to any length and do anything to obtain her, right? And this is how you have, simps, and this is how you have, people that are being led by women. They wanted people to worship the feminine energy, and how did they do that? They set it on a pedestal above everything in reality, in their false reality, and then they painted that for you.
Feminism is the first step to satanic takeover.
Yeah. I mean, it's here in our eyes, right in front of us, in plain sight. But the majority of people just, I don't know, they just ignore it. It's wild.
They teach little kids what sex is without you knowing it. They do it subliminally, right? They put on adult shows on Cartoon Network after the sun goes down at 12 o'clock, right? So your kids go to sleep watching Bugs Bunny, and in the middle of the night, if the TV's still on, they wake up to demonic cartoons. And
Well,
it's
one that my
not even a
kids
joke.
grew up with that is clearly got a double side to it was SpongeBob. They would tell a joke that kids would understand one way, but us adults would understand it a whole different way.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, though, Adult Swim that actually hosts literally satanic cartoons. Like, you can look at the one Super Jail. It's like a jail run by transsexuals, and, like, it's just out of control. And this shit comes on the TV on your kid's screen in the middle of the night when you're sleeping and they're sleeping. They wake up to this.
Yeah, they may wake up in the middle of the night and they'll watch it, and their parents are sleeping. They don't know.
They got shows Assy McGee, home movies. If you really watch these cartoons like I did when I was a kid, you could see that they're fucking twisted. They're all sick.
Mike, do you think Adventure Time and what's the
Sick.
other one?
Yeah.
How about
Rick and Morty? Fucking sick, bro.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Disgusting. Rick and Morty is written by a pedophile. 100%.
But
The guy
it's
openly posts pedophilia movies that he makes.
But it's okay in this world now. See, this is
It's
upside
not
down.
okay. They're trying to make it okay.
Well, a lot of people are accepting it. I don't
I
see an
know.
outcry.
Well, that's because they keep pushing their agenda, and little by little, people don't want to sit there and fight anymore. They don't want to go out and fight society because society doesn't know it's
giving
okay.
away their morals.
Mike, your meme, it has the little pink rabbit. Is that supposed to be Mims in the background?
Yeah, that's Mike and Mims. When we come on together, Mims is the little pink rabbit.
I got you. That's your wife in the background.
That's a nice touch.
I think it's funny. I'm looking at him going, I know what that means, but some people won't. You better go with the black rabbit.
Mike is looking like a little bit like Donnie Darko over there, though, man. I don't know.
Donnie Darko, it's a rabbit, dog.
Are you guys familiar with?
Well, the name of his show is Where the Rabbit Hole Ends, so that's why he uses that rabbit.
Which is a really cool show, by the way, guys. You should watch it.
Yo, no matter what I do, right? People always got a problem with the icon. You know what I mean? This was the best of both worlds. Like, I took away all the symbology. You know what I'm saying? I put just a damn rabbit, no satanic colors. You know what I'm saying? And they'll still
the pink rabbit in the background, if I didn't know you had a wife, I'd be wondering what the pink rabbit is.
Well,
I feel
it's
you,
better than that Grim Reaper stuff you had before.
Yeah,
Well,
he
yeah.
had some real grim shit, man. I said, you can't be talking about the Almighty God with the Grim Reaper as your
The
icon.
thing with the Grim Reaper is I gained the nickname Grim when I was growing up. And so everybody that knew me online, they knew me by the gamer tag that I was using. I was using Grim Chemist. You know what I'm saying? And so little by little, I've phased out of all of what I used to be. You know what I'm saying? In order to become a new man, right? Which is what we're supposed to do if we walk in with the Almighty. I'm phasing out all of the old me. I tried to keep a little gangster in my pocket, but it doesn't line up.
It don't. I mean, like, see, Rebel, his meme is kind of, that's a religious meme, you know?
It's not a meme, that's an icon, but yeah.
An icon. I don't know what a meme and
A meme is like when you're making fun of stuff.
Oh, all right. So not in a meme, an icon, an avatar maybe, or an icon.
Yeah, it's an icon.
Like, what is exiled? Now, what does his icon mean? I know that's Hebrew. What does that mean, that letter?
It's a hey.
It's a hey.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yod, hey.
And Mountain just picked something out of
It stands for life, wisdom, and grace.
Okay.
It's a het.
It's not a hey.
And I like Mountains. It's like, I don't know who he is, that cartoon, but it's pretty cool looking.
Yeah. That's from a
it's
Australian cartoon called The Big Les Show.
Okay.
Wait, Mike, that's not the olive? That's not the olive?
No, that's a het.
Oh. Wait, do you know if the olive looks similar?
It's a Hebrew letter.
Olive looks like an N.
The olive looks like an A.
That looks like an N to me, does it not?
Nah,
Or an N.
it looks like an X or an N.
Hello.
To me, it
The
looks
olive.
like an arch.
Yeah, this is in representation of the X.
But I like it. As soon as he comes on, I know who he is right away. Boom.
Yeah.
It's the het, bro. It means, I think, letter number 8.
Yeah.
Is it 8?
Yeah, it's in representation of the number 8.
So which avatar do people like better? I want to have an opinion. So I got this one here. Then I got
like
this
that one.
Then I got this one where I'm smoking a cigarette. And let me see what else I got.
That's like Goodfellas vibes.
Yeah, I got this one here. Let me see. The one where
That's
I'm
like a
bald.
demon out of hell.
I don't like that one, but that's when Pops was going into his rages, bro. He couldn't take the bullshit that was going on.
This is one
That's
of my
what I
favorites.
meant, Pops.
I like that one.
You want to get high? I love that one, but yeah, I think this is the one I'm gonna go with. I really like this one, but you know, that's my boy.
Shout out.
But I'll go with this one.
Shout
Everybody
out,
knows
Mr.
who I
Dixon.
am. That I go on, but yeah. Sometimes an avatar speaks for who the person is. Sometimes too. You know, you gotta pick the right avatar to represent yourself. Sometimes.
I mean, bro, I had to delete like 20 of my songs because I just didn't agree with the message.
Well,
And
I
that
like
sucks.
your rabbit hole because that's the name of your show. You know, where the rabbit hole ends. There are other ones though you could find where there's like a rabbit going down the hole, like which yours does. Yours is real. It's a famous sign, actually. You know, you see that on a lot of other channels too. I would try to get something more unique that fits you a little
I mean,
better.
I
Alex
branded this.
taking that rabbit down the damn hole.
I branded this one because like I took art that was already out there of the rabbit and I changed it. It's not this is you won't find it in yellow and black the way that I put it.
I got you, especially with the little pink rabbit in the background now.
I just you got to have something as a brand. Like you could have your face, but at the end of the day, people cuz I make more content than I do go on live streams now.
Yeah.
You need some type of brand so that they could easily identify you.
Yeah, especially if they never see you and they just see your brand. Like me,
Like
I'm
Mountain,
my brand.
I can see Mountain anywhere. I know his icon. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I can see Exiled with his head on any stream, and I know he's on there.
This is the movie though I was talking about. Not that. Hold on, let me show you the part. It's pretty cool.
I'm declaring war on Kazarian overlords. Know the soul you can't infect with the magic your dad's taught.
I like that movie. That movie there, when that guy does that shit, man, you can see, and they are Kazarian, Mo. That hit it on the money with the song. Those are evil people.
That's Eyes Wide Shut.
That secret society party where they have that sex magic occult ritual they do right there with all the hookers and strippers, and then how they start having orgy with them afterwards. That tells you right there how fornication is one of the worst sins, and that God must hate it because that's what the occult are involved in.
They bring that out because, and here's the main reason. When people all start to engage in the act of creating life or taking life, right? That brings the demons out. It rises them up. There's massive amounts of energy being exchanged and switched around, and it draws them in. So when you have 20, 30 people having an orgy, right? And they're all doing, they're all not married. They're all performing wickedness all in one spot. This brings in the demons. When they're torturing somebody who's innocent and they're killing them, this brings in the demons. This is why they do it. They do these things to attract more demons.
Hang on a second.
I agree with you. I mean, I think I'm going to hell for all the fornication I did as a young man, but hopefully I'll be forgiven.
Bohemian Grove, right? They get all the world leaders there, right? And then they perform massive ritual sacrifices. And the reason why they do this is to bring in all the demons and have all the world leaders possessed all at the same time. You understand?
My only argument is, I know when you do what I've done. I've been at places I didn't do any drugs, and I'm still horny as a skunk. So the Almighty shouldn't have made me get horny.
Right.
I mean, because I can't help myself. I do have that one sin in me, the lust. If I see a hot woman or something, I get all,
But getting horny is an indication from the Almighty for you to procreate. When you misinterpret that signal as to go have fun, that's when you are misled.
Well, I do. I do interpret it the correct way. It's just that I can't control myself. I mean,
what I'm saying is,
if you put a hot woman in front of me, I'm gonna. You're
supposed to have a wife, and if you get horny, you're supposed to procreate.
I understand, but he should have not made me get as horny all the time.
It's not him that makes you as horny. You have to remember.
Well,
you ever been on your computer, right? And you're not even thinking about being horny, right? You're not thinking about porn or nothing.
Demon makes you put porn on.
No, you're just sitting there. You want to go watch a movie, right? You click on the movie site,
And
they're throwing titties in your face and asses and
Yeah.
all kinds of shit. And now you're horny.
Right, but this is something that we should have been able to control a little better, I think.
That's biological, and it's on purpose. So, are you guys familiar with Ed Bernays?
Yeah, the propaganda master
Propagandist. You know, he's doing cartwheels in his grave right now with the invention of cell phones and advertising algorithms and access directly to everyone's nervous system on demand at all times.
Pops, I'm already at 8 kids. If God wants us to make more kids, we're gonna have to start dropping our cash apps.
You ain't kidding. I got to get one anyway. I want to get a cash app because I want to buy some stuff. I'm gonna make a studio soon, so I'm gonna do a cash app. I just got to get it all set up. Just I don't care if people give me money. I'm not out there to do it for the money. But what the hell? People like the show.
It was a joke. If God wants me to have a kid, every time I get horny, I'd have about 100,000 kids. Is all I'm saying.
I agree with that.
Well, wasn't it the case that in the ancient days, your children were your wealth because you needed hands to work your land and take care of everything?
And they still can be. They never stop being that.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you ask me, my children are still my wealth.
Yeah, in a spiritual sense, but money's a thing, and we don't live out in the desert anymore. So if you can't afford it,
my money only lasts as long as this planet will. My legacy can last forever, though.
I'll take as many kids as God would give me, but there is man-made restrictions and limitations, especially for city dwellers.
Yes, it's harder today. I mean, I understand to procreate. Maybe the Almighty wanted to get the world jump-started, but we're almost clipping 8 billion people. I don't think procreation is the biggest problem anymore. I think
that's going down.
I think we got bigger problems, though.
After you and I die off, it's going down.
I believe that.
I noticed a very specific thing happening in the world lately. And you could even notice this if you go into all different, videos and conspiracies. You'll notice that there's disinformation that's being pushed out that's trying to connect all the world religions and spiritual belief systems into one thing. And this is...
the Catholic Church has the one world church already built.
Well, what I'm saying is you'll notice that they're trying to show you dots that are connected that aren't connected because they've created them to be connected.
You got Chrislam and everything.
Have you guys ever seen the video from Paul Harvey in 1965? His speech about if I were the devil?
Yes, that's an epic. That's a legendary.
I'll put it on. Let me know what you guys think about it.
One of the greatest speeches in history.
Yeah, I mean, think about this. This guy said this in 1965. And right now, it's kind of what's going down.
Everything that he said came to fruition.
Yeah, I'm going to play it. It's like 2 minutes. Here we go. Just to break it up a little. Give you guys a break. Go to the bathroom.
Hello, Americans. I'm Paul Harvey. If I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I'd have 1/3 of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. Me. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States.
President Kennedy has been seriously wounded by this shooting.
I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of the serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve. Do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old, I would teach to pray after me. Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves. until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flame.
The President of the United States is racist.
If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions, just let those run wild. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. I would caution against extremes
I'm here to warn people. You keep telling me to shut up. This isn't a game.
in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing.
Yo, that's my favorite line when he says, if I was the devil, I'd keep on doing what I'm doing.
Absolutely. I mean, but think about it. Everything that guy said in 1965 has come to fruition right now.
If you want to know more about how the Satanist world works, I know a YouTuber with a channel called End Time Productions. He used to be a Satan worshiper, but turned to God's side. And he pretty much on his channel lets you know all of their Satanistic secrets.
What's it called? End Time Productions, it's called?
Yep, End Time Productions.
Check it out.
He's a good guy. He doesn't do panels or anything. I think I've only seen him do 2 panels his whole YouTube career, and I've known him for about 8 or 9 years now.
You ever heard of the great work by Manly P. Hall?
I've heard about it. I haven't never seen or came across it, to be honest.
Manly P. Hall broke down a lot of the shit that was going to happen also like that, but Manly P. Hall was involved with the Luciferians, and
So was this dude. He was raised in the Satanistic church.
You see his channel. I subscribe to it. I'm gonna. There's a lot of videos there that I'm gonna watch because I am the demon hunter, so I want as much ammunition as I can get.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh,
you know, I want it. I'm gonna watch a lot of that guy's videos. I tell you that.
Yeah, he was talking about how what are the names of them brothers? The motherfuckers that pretty much run the world and shit. He said in their castle, Haskell Castle, that they pretty much have a table that the devil sits at when they do a ritual.
I believe
in person.
But do you know the strongest bloodline out of all of them? We think it's the Rothschilds, and it's not. And a lot of people don't know of this family. They started to come into the spotlight just a drop, and it got squashed real quick. They're called the Pasors, P-A-S-O-R bloodline. Look into them. They say they're the top of the food chain. These guys tell the Rothschilds what to do.
These people ain't human, though.
I've always believed that's what it is too. That there's a family above their family just by the way that they operate.
And how these Pasors got so powerful? They say they own most of America. Believe it or not, they built railroads, and they made a deal with the government that they're allowed to own land 100 miles east, west, north, and south of all their railroads. So that gave them tremendous money with real estate, and then they got into just buying up company after company like DuPont and all these different companies. I'm actually thinking about doing a show on them because a lot of people don't know about them.
What do you think vampires really are?
These people are demonic. You know, they wanted adrenochrome.
No. What do you think they really are, though? Vampires. Like Dracula was a real person, right?
I think people possessed by demons, maybe.
Well, if you read the book, The book talks about how us men used to live to be 900 and something years old. I think that the vampires were pretty much Nephilim. I believe they were mixed between fallen angel and man. And there's too much evidence that they had to have been real. Why would people in the 1600s put gates and grates over people's fucking cemetery holes?
So yo,
Like it's like they're trying to trap them in the motherfucking ground. Not to mention that there was actual, and you can actually buy some. They're really expensive, but there's actual vampire killing kits from back in that day and age.
so yo, here's the thing with vampires, right? I personally believe that they are descendants, like you said, of the fallen mixed with men, and I don't believe that they are considered human. Although they look like humans, I believe they require, right, something that human beings produce in their body to maintain life.
Adrenochrome.
We don't know exactly what it is. It could be the adrenochrome, it could be the life that's in the blood, whatever the case may be. These vampiric beings, they need life force to live, and they have to obtain it through human beings.
Well, if you ever noticed in vampire movies, they'll usually like make their teeth pop out and scare the person before they bite them to get that adrenaline, right? That adrenochrome. So maybe that's the thing. I think one of the best vampire movies ever, just because it shows you how long they've been living and how they adapted and how they became rich in the future, is the one with Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, Vampire Diaries.
Well, they actually have ancient writings back from the time of vampire mythology that shows us roughly around the time when they created adrenochrome as well.
Mm-hmm. And there's actually a Dracula movie that goes all the way back to the guy that used to put the people's heads on a pike. I forgot the name of that.
Vlad the Impaler, yep.
And he's supposedly maybe the first vampire. I don't know, but that movie was pretty cool too.
He was one of the bloodline. You know what I'm saying? That's why he was in power. And
I don't know though. When I read about Vlad, I feel like Vlad was the victim. I really don't feel like he was the bad guy though.
No, but he was part of the bloodline, and you can trace Vlad the Impaler to the royal family directly.
I think Vlad was a good guy.
This is true. Just like a lot of our presidents, he's related to a lot of them.
Yep.
And why do these people get all woozy and shit? Like, you ever seen the videos of like Hillary passing out and all these different people passing out? It's because they're from the bloodline and they haven't had their, you know what I'm saying, dose of whatever they need to survive.
Could be. You know
what I'm saying? There's a reason why they're so wicked and why they will worship Satan, even though they know the truth. And the reason why is because they're not of the Almighty. So there's no escape for them anyway. The only thing they have is to follow Satan, their daddy.
See, I believe one thing about these people, like immigration, right? They did all this forced immigration. I think they did that on purpose, not because of even financial. All these kids were coming from, like, say, Mexico, from other countries, with no parents and just disappearing. Because I think it was getting harder for them to kidnap children in America and do this shit. So I think that immigration, they probably got tons of kids that nobody knows about, and they're gone. They put them on buses and they disappeared, and nobody's talking about it because there are parents in other countries that say they haven't heard from their children, but that's getting crushed in the media. So I think that may be one of the ways now they're getting their adrenochrome. You know, they're doing this immigration massive.
Yo, Ron is talking about how mental illness will end mankind. But the thing is that there's really no such thing as mental illness. It's actually a myth, bro. Mental illness is actually just demons. You know what I'm saying? And when we tell people that there is no such thing as demons and you have mental illness, then we give them drugs that further open them up to more demons. It doesn't really solve the problem. Like, no psychiatrist or psychologist can actually diagnose mental illnesses, and they can't actually, you know what I'm saying? They can't actually fix them. There's not one psychologist or psychiatrist that can fix mental illnesses. You know, I've been diagnosed with all kinds of things. And the thing is that these things just go away, right? They've just went away. So if I was really mentally ill and schizophrenic, it wouldn't have went away. The thing is that I cleaned up my soul And so I was no longer wide open to demonic, you know what I mean, possession. And so they went away. But if I were to continue to poison my body with all the shit they wanted to give me, it would have never went away and they would have never cured it.
It's just like the credit cards. You know, it started out well intended enough, and there are cases where it is physical and biological, but that's not a market that justifies having a business around it. What they did was they said, okay, people who simulate these types of behaviors to someone who's biologically impaired, that can be fixed with medicine. Like you said, it's spiritual or mental or psychological, emotional, something other than biological, but there's no money in it. So they just expanded the DSM to be thick as a phone book so that the drug complex can just have more customers.
Yep.
And it culminated into the whole the 19 thing, where they're like, we're really going to have a coup. We're going to have a financial coup. We're going to sell to everybody, and the governments of the world are going to be our marketing arm. Yep. I mean, this is unheard of.
And we got You Can't Fool Marcus. I don't know if any of you know about him. He's an ex-Marine. He's seen the other side of the coin. And we're just going to basically, Marcus, you got anything you like to share?
Well, first of all, how you doing? How you doing?
Oh, we're all doing all right. We're having this is the dream team right now on right now.
There is no such thing as an ex-Marine.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I got my nephew going in there now. I told him, I don't know. It's a good time to go in, but that's what he wants to do.
No, speaking about the missing children, I remember covering it more on about 2-3 years back when I was in Mexico, and at that time when Trump was in office, they had done more investigative work saying, hey, well, there are dozens of thousands of kids, if not hundreds of thousands of kids that go missing yearly. Now, with ICE and all these detention centers, when the parents would go to ask for their kids back, they would drop them back off in their homeland countries, whether it was the Middle East or it was Mexico, whether it was Colombia, and so on and so forth. And, you had them wondering like, hey, well, where are our kids? Like, you guys are shuffling our kids back or whatever. Nothing was found. So, like, whether it's human smuggling, sex trafficking, organs in the black market, other things. Some say that because I've seen things where it's like ritualistic, like satanic cults and the sacrifices they do. So this is like serious stuff that it goes over their head sometimes, and not many people were like listening. The news did not want to cover it. The news was trying to avoid covering some to the level. They did like a small, soft underbelly of it, but they didn't go the full length. So they paused and they stopped themselves. And, but I'm listening to you guys talk though. So
you know what happened, bro, Marcus?
What's up?
When they started to dig into it, right, they found out about the dumbs. And when they found out about the dumbs, then they found out about, the reptilians living in them. And then they were like, oh, fuck, this goes really deep.
I talked to Pops about this. I don't know if Pops really believes the whole reptilian thing. I don't know, man, because like I kind of do, only because like the videos of certain celebrities, maybe the reptilians are just demons. They're just how do you say? They're using the word reptilian, but they're really demonic.
Look, here's what I can tell you.
I believe that.
The movie They Live.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, so back when I was dropping acid, I'd walk around and some people would look normal, completely normal, right? Mm-hmm. And then some people would look like creatures. I'll give you an example. One lady looked like a fucking bird creature, right? Where her face was all pulled out like to a beak. And I thought that I was tripping, but I couldn't understand why the one lady in the crowd looked like a creature, but like the three people around her looked normal. And I thought I was just tripping, but I'm pretty sure there's
no. I had
that
the
are
same.
shape-shifting.
I had the same thing. I don't know if it's the shapeshifter thing. I think it's the good in you recognize the evil in them. The good spirit in you recognize the evil.
Nah, Joe, cool.
Well, check. Let me finish right quick. And
Go ahead.
And that spirit comes out when it sees the good guy. I've had the same thing walking down the street, and some people just bare their teeth, 1 out of 100, and act crazy, and I don't even say a word. I think it's what's in them recognizing what's in me.
Joe, cool. I'm telling you, bro. I seen what these people really were.
Me
You
too.
get what I'm saying? It wasn't
Me
a
too.
lot of them. I was in New York City walking down, big crowds of people. And
Yeah.
occasionally I would see someone that would bug me the fuck out.
I had it here happen in Chicago, yo. I've had it here happen. One good one, but his face didn't turn. All this guy did was bare his teeth. But his son was talking about he wanted to be a preacher or a reverend, and his dad was really trying to talk him out of it. And I just met him. That was the first day I was sitting in his house, and then as soon as the kid turns his face, his dad, we hadn't said a word other than hello. He turned to me and grimaced. As soon as his kid was not looking, it made that same look these other guys look. And I've seen people change with eyes change. I was with one of my friends, and we went through that. And this is, I don't even tell this story a lot, but I was doing, what was I doing that night? PCP, Happy Stick or some shit like that.
You smoking that wetty wet?
Yeah, that wet shit, Joe. And me and my guy started talking. I was not using my mouth. I was mentally, he could hear what I said.
Right.
And I told him, because I had been doing it for a while without him. And then I told him, I said, you can hear me? He was like, yeah. He was answering with his mind. I never opened my mouth. I was like, you love me? Yeah, I love you, Joe. I was like, well, prove you can hear me. Go do this, go do that. He was following my orders and stuff. I was like, who you rolling with? He said, I'm rolling with you. I said, I'm rolling with Jesus. He said, then I'm rolling with Jesus. And I said, well, let's sit here and wait for him. His whole face turned. He grabbed me, and his whole face morphed and turned into something totally different, bro. And that's just what the experience started. It's a lot more to it.
The best way I could break it down for you, bro, is that what I believe we see in the third dimension, I don't believe that's what's really there. I believe that's what we can see. Right?
Right.
Now, I believe that behind this third dimension is other layers of shit, other dimensional existences. Now, these people, when we are on substances and we perceive them to be something else, I believe they're really something else, and they're projecting an image of a human.
Check this out. I know.
Do you think that it's the drugs and toxins in us that keep us from accessing those abilities? I think they pump our air, food, and water. Otherwise, I think we'd access these abilities easier.
100%. The major cause of most disease, and I'm sure history will bear this out, is inflammation and insulin response. If you look at our diet, what the major foodstuffs and our habits train us to do is keep our insulin spiked and promote massive amounts of estrogen, especially in girls. If a girl's on the pill on top of this Western diet, they're gone. Forget it. And just to your point, when you're on the hallucinogenic, given that our bandwidth for vision is extremely limited, but when you're focused on your senses more than inner dialogue, and you kind of bring your center of attention down from your head into your center, and you can kind of perceive things a little more clearly, when you can detect very subtle differentiations in light reflection, basically color. That's what you're seeing. So you're walking down the street.
I was just about to speak on something.
You can literally see the circulation in everyone's face. So you're seeing these like subtle changes in the coloration of their being, of their skin. That's why you can pick them out when you're tripping.
Mountain, I'm talking like you're seeing a different type of person walking.
I'm talking
like a bird hybrid.
Right? Yeah.
I've been following
the head of an animal. Like
I've been following a black sheep. Guys, I've been following a black sheep researcher's work for about 9 or 10 years, and what he does is he uses light infractions to pick up the other dimensions, and then gets the reflection through water for some reason, and he's able to see all these beings that are around us with the.
You know what famous person did that? Exile.
Nostradamus.
Nostradamus.
Yo, you know what Satanists do, bro? To see into the other
There-
dimension?
you
They
can
fuck with black mirrors made of obsidian.
Ah.
All the ancient cults, their rituals in the satanic rituals, right? They would look into black mirrors made of obsidian, right? And they would dim the light around them with candlelight, and they
I've
would be
seen
able to
that.
see the reflections. Now we all carry a black mirror in our pocket if you hit the power
Oh,
button.
wow. Check dude
Interesting.
out. I'm sorry, guys. My girls text me, and I'm sorry if I'm being rude. I'll be back.
What do you think that phone is when you turn the power off? Look at the screen. It's a black mirror, dog. What do you think you could see in your black mirror with the dim light?
What?
You could see other dimensional beings if you peer into a black mirror with candlelight and you know what you're doing. I mean, I've never done it myself, but where do you think Bloody Mary and all these different, myths come from?
Don't say her name so many times.
You know what I'm saying? This is all about, peering into the other dimensions, seeing the reflections of the fourth dimension on the third dimensional space. You know what I'm saying?
Black Mary sounds racist.
I mean, it can sound whatever it sounds. You know what I'm saying? This is real Satanism. This is what they do. You could read into the different teachings of Crowley. You could read into Masonic material. This is all there.
Isn't that what isn't that the lore on what H.P. Lovecraft would do? Because they do like alchemy and like the whole opening
H.P.
portals.
Lovecraft was deep into Satanism and occultism. So
Well,
yeah,
wasn't he one of Crowley's
yeah,
followers and shit?
Of course. Order of Golden Dawn.
Yeah. That Crowley, I think he definitely opened up a portal.
Of course he did. He said he did.
And that's why, like certain movies, they're kind of, I guess they always do the shout out or call out or reference to the whole H.P. Lovecraft and the Crowley lore and stuff.
Yeah.
The Beatles were real heavy into it. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, there's that. Isn't there that legend or the historical song about that guy doing the Crossroads deal with the demon?
Yeah. That's the old legend of soul music and how they would go out to the crossroads. I think it was blues and shit, and they would they would make a deal at the crossroads, and then
it was Bob Dylan. You remember Mike? Remember Bob Dylan,
singer or whatever, a jazz player.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys find out all this information. It's wild.
I look up, I research, Pops. Believe me. Plus, Bob Dylan was the guy after who supposedly said that he made a deal, sold himself to become the legend that he is right now.
Yeah, and that video interview happens to be on End Time Productions that he gave. He was asked where did he get all of his money and wealth from, and he said something about from the principalities or something like that.
I believe it.
Yo, at the end of the day, right? If you work with the devil, right? The devil will manifest all these things into your life to keep you bound to him. You know what I'm saying? He'll manifest all this power and wealth and fame into your life, and that's in order to keep you from walking with the Almighty.
Sounds like work in general.
This is why people who desire these things will end up walking with the devil, whether they know it or not. It's by design. That this reality, this society, this is designed to push you into walking with the devil. Because walking with the Almighty is near impossible to survive in this reality. You would have to just give it all up.
Agreed.
You have to just sit down and just let it rock.
That ties into the earlier point of the conversation, right? Where, if you're sensitive to your environment and you're in a city, like let's say you're in JC, you're not going to feel the warm and fuzzies, man. You gotta be either with
JC,
friends,
JC
family.
as in Jersey City.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's some hostile environments where it's just packed with people, and you can see the lack of care.
It ain't like the movie The Newsies, all right? It ain't like Newsies.
Yo, I can agree with you that every time we've ever taken psychedelics as a group, we would always run away from society and always end up in the woods or in just somewhere hiding away from people and hiding away from everything else. Because you just can't be around it. But when you're around other people that are on psychedelics, like you can be around them.
Because you're more in tune to the energies, the very subtle energies. Like, let me just break this out a little bit. we're all in effect electrochemical, bioelectrochemical machines, right? We're like, if you were to design a person, you'd start with the neural network. We everything operates on electricity, so we can absorb electric, we can produce electric, and everything works on only 20 watts. Yet we're capable of all this thought and spiritual pondering and all that stuff. There's magnetism. There truly is. And we've replicated that with electric that we use right now. The major circuitry that we use, the minor circuitry, it's all antenna stuff. You know what I mean? It all creates fields, magnetic fields, electromagnetic fields, everything we do, our own being and everything we use that we've designed after our own making.
I definitely believe that. I think something to do with, what they're putting in our bodies right now has antennas in it, and routers. But that's a story for another day. I don't want to get my son started on that.
Well, people think that our mind is in our head, and that's actually not true. The mind of a human being is the entire body.
That's
everything in your body, right? People think like, I feel something on my finger, and then that signal travels up my fucking arm into my brain. That's not true. When you feel it on your finger, you instantly feel it with the nerve ending, and that instantly registers in your brain, which is the whole neural system. The neural system stems from your brain and goes everywhere throughout the body. These signals are being sent, but you're receiving it instantly. There's no, there's no lag. When you touch something, you feel it as soon as you touch it.
In heaven as on earth, right? So the way I interpret this for my own is there's always micro and macrocosms. So we as organisms put out energy and receive energy depending on our attunement. We can be in a bad mood and, people will stay away from you. They don't know you, but they're like, there's some dark energy with this guy right now.
Absolutely right.
Right. But on the cellular level, we do the same thing, and it's all electric, right? So for a cell to interact with another cell, for oxygen to get through your organs, from an individual blood cell, it's all chemical reaction. It's all electrical. It's bonds, right? It's the charge of this atom versus the charge of that atom, and there's an exchange. It's all designed to take advantage of that mechanism. So even down to the singular cell, the way it operates is kind of the way we operate. It's a
all
blueprint.
fractal. Everything is a fractal of
there
everything.
You go.
It's a pattern. Smaller.
It's a pattern of scale.
That's why you see fractals when you're tripping, because everything is actually fractals.
That's right.
You look at a branch of a tree, and then that branch has a branch coming off of it, and then the main trunk is just a branch with branches coming off of it.
It's math. So to understand life, I think, mentally, at least from a human perspective, math and chemistry is key.
We don't need to understand it, though. You know what I'm saying?
But I think the Almighty made math to prove certain things. Like you can't, math don't lie. 2 + 2 is going to equal 4, and that's it. So as far as like with the Bible, there's a lot of math behind it to prove what's real and what ain't.
The language of the Almighty is absolutely math, because you can't lie with math.
He's math man.
You know what I'm saying? Everything he has done was carefully measured and placed in its place. We know that because everything works perfectly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We could build a machine and it could work good and it breaks down after a few years. The Almighty has set something in place since the beginning of time that has been running flawlessly since then.
Well, it takes effort to overcome your lizard brain, and that's the whole point. You have to actively calm down and stop reacting to the environment. So if you're heightened emotionally, which is what all this fear, this is why I mentioned that Bernays, they have us in this flight or fight kind of disposition all the time it's always bad news. It's always bad news. It's all man-made stuff. Money is invented. There's no such thing.
Hey!
Like interaction and trade is real. Survival is real.
I get heightened a lot, but only because I see so much evil, it gets me crazy.
Money is imagination.
Get out of here.
When there's evil, there's an enemy. And so what do we do with enemies? We want to smite them. But who's the enemy? Well, I don't know. Let them tell us. Like, we don't even know. We're just ready to fight all the time. We don't even know who we're fighting. So how are we going to calm down?
True.
And project like positive stuff and let in positive stuff without calming down?
Well, I think our enemies though are revealing themselves a little by a little at a time. I mean, I see, to me, right now the number one enemy is the media, in general, and the number two enemy is our government, all these politicians. I mean, I look at that whole Congress and that whole Senate. To me, 95% of them are the enemy. That's just my thing. I mean, I think they're just it's terrible what's going on, and these people will blame. Biden is, I think, the perfect guy they put in office because they just want to keep blaming somebody, and he's just going to take the punches. He's so senile, he don't even care. And the Senate and Congress they could overrule him. Like, let's say with the oil right now. They could overrule him and start getting America to start drilling for their own oil and open up the pipelines.
Yeah, but they're all in on it, bro.
Doing it. Yeah,
they're all in on it.
And they're gonna blame Biden. See, they don't want you to blame them, but they're really to blame.
They probably had puts on oil.
Biden.
Now they're talking about oil going down, and in spite of it not making fundamental sense, they probably all had puts on it. Like they're just playing us to get more money.
They did go down. I had money in oil. I still do. I'm still way ahead, but at one point my stock hit like $90. Now it's 76, but gas is still going up. So they control
they're profiteering now. Yeah,
right. They're milking it. It's going to shoot back up. When it shoots back up one more time, I'm dumping it. And then I'm gonna buy it when it crashes again, because that's what they're doing now.
Didn't that happen in the early 90s or late 80s when like they put money 70s. Into wait, hold on, wasn't it the 80s or 90s when they put money into the biodiesel? Is it biodiesel?
Oh,
and the Wall Street, like they pumped so much money into Pemex. There you go. That's what it's called, Pemex. And then all of a sudden they lost all this money coming from Wall Street, coming from the U.S., and then they're just like, oh, well, how the hell are we going to get the money back up? And then they're like,
you don't got to worry if you swear. I swear a few times here and there.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just respecting the platform,
I agree.
So like, and this was conversations they were having like in Colombia and Mexico, and I don't know if the Middle East got into it as well, because they were the ones also hopefully relying on some biodiesel to hopefully go and profit and skyrocket. But it crashed. So they were like, the U.S. government, or I'm sorry, Uncle Sam was like, well, they started making deals with some of these guys that were supposedly like criminals, like FBI's most wanted criminals, guys that were making money from the drugs,
I think that's our biggest problem, though. What happened to our country is, especially the FBI, because the CIA is kind of hard to control because they're into deepest shit. But the FBI, I think, at one point in this country, maybe back in the 50s, 40s, I don't know. At one point, I think there were a lot of good people in the FBI, and they kept these politicians honest a little better, investigated them and went after them and put them in jail. But now, I think they have total control of the FBI.
Oh, of course.
So now they're just like, who's going to investigate us if we commit crimes? The FBI. So we don't got to worry, because it's like, hiring yourself to investigate yourself.
Yeah.
And that, I think that if you had to pin one major problem, think about it. If we had an honest FBI, just the FBI, forget about the rest of the world, just the FBI, we would be putting a lot of these people in jail right now.
Selective is what they got. They got selective.
I mean, that we just need.
We can't. There's loopholes in the laws. They've been sponsoring law writing and legislation for so long that they have their outs, and it just takes a lot of money to hire the right think tank lawyers. I mean, this is big business. You and I, we get screwed by the law, but people with lots of money who've been participating in the legislation all these years, they know exactly the escape routes.
Yeah, and they're really, I mean, I tell everybody, these elite globalists or whatever you want, satanic worshippers, all of them, they're almost untouchable now.
They are.
No matter how much stuff they find, let's say on the Clintons, no matter how much they find, nothing ever happens.
Well, those are surface level players. It's like we know who they are, so how dangerous could they really be? Like you say, there's the secret family. All the people that are publicly available, they're not the real enemy.
It's the guys behind the curtains.
Yeah.
Even Epstein's Island. There's more islands like that.
That's right. I saw that little video where the guy snuck on the island, and like you said, the locals were like, "Yeah, That's the only one that you know of. I mean, come on. Hey, this on a personal note, this is why I wanted to talk about chemistry and math and personal understanding, because I don't think you can save the world or solve it, but you can kind of save yourself if you get yourself detoxed and to understand one's own chemistry and like how these micro and macronutrients play into your own biochemistry. You can clear your mind and clear your body of all this stuff that makes you very sensitive to all the evil to penetrate you, right?
Mm-hmm. What is your suggestion as far as diet wise? Like I'm more into eating meat now than ever. I think, I don't know. What do you think?
It's all about insulin. If you look at the pushed diets, all right. So
Stay away from the carbs.
I want to take it. Well, not. It's the garbage carbs. So I want to take a step back and focus on advertising. Advertising and marketing is the forearm of evil. This is demonology. That's where you learn demonology. Like even the most innocent looking ad, it's structured in a way to appeal to the eye. Like, you know, how they built the Parthenon, the Golden Triangle, right? Everything is looked at with this eye for, you know, and they self-congratulate constantly. If you look at ad agencies, you know, and they put out the most like garbage, putrid stuff on commercials, they celebrate it and they congratulate themselves, and they have these little award ceremonies because they design it in a way to get your attention psychologically. They engage you. And they even use that word. We're engaging the audience, right?
Right.
We're engaging the consumer, right? Consuming.
Yes.
So you look at an ad for Kraft mac and cheese,
right,
and it's a black lady, no dad in the picture, serving her kid. Oh, your kids are hungry and you love them, so you're going to give them this crap. And now let's identify what this stuff is. The powdered cheese stuff, vile. There's macronutrients and micronutrients, right? Everything else is considered toxic because your body doesn't know what to do with it. If it's not something that your body translates into a new cell to replace a dead cell, it's toxic. And it ends up becoming fat on your liver or worse.
Right.
But holistically, your body is a system, right? Food goes in the mouth, goes into the stomach, it gets broken down into its basic components. And, you know, fat is turned into the fatty acids to turn into lipid layers for your cells. And your brain is mostly fat. You know, your proteins are broken down into the 9 aminos to, you know, recreate wherever in the body, and your carbs are used, broken down for usable energy.
Right.
But in your carbs, like we understand carbs as bread, right? Pasta. But what is pasta? You know, you got a GMO seed wheat, which is so frail that it needs the seeds need to be rebought from a major, basically petrochemical big ag company every year. This is why the Indians, you know, in India, the farmers were killing themselves because they were like, we can't afford to do this.
Right, and because of the fertilizer, you have to use their fertilizer also.
And you have to keep buying their seeds, and they're pulling the same crap in Mexico.
And it destroys the land in 10 years.
Yeah, what's the name of them? I didn't hear.
Monsanto, which is owned by Bayer.
Monsanto.
Owned by Bayer, by the way, which is German.
Their system destroys the land that you grow the crops on after 10 years also.
Let me get into that. So
let them go, Mike.
The nutrients that our body uses naturally, before, like imagine chemistry never got this advanced. It's all really based on fungus. Fungus dictates what the makeup of the soil is, and the soil dictates what the nutrients available in the food that grows from it is. And it's all perfectly balanced before the introduction of chemicals.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you eat now? I mean, how do you try to fight the fight with this shit?
Well, I don't have a lot of options because I live in a populated area, but I do the best I can. So the first thing is to avoid anything that's highly processed.
Yes.
Seed oils, you know, if you look at the process of what it takes to fill up a bottle of mazola oil or corn oil or safflower oil, soybeans are terrible, soy oil, all this stuff is crap. All this stuff is crap.
What about olive oil?
I would recommend a Mediterranean olive oil, organic, cold pressed, and that is very good for you.
Gotcha.
High in polyphenols.
Yep.
If you get the cheap olive oil, it's a blend. So just like they do with wine, there's stocks. Like, you know, producers will come up and fill these giant tanks with this oil, that oil, and then they'll have tasters for these companies that market it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Filippo Berio. they'll have a taster come and buy this stock and that stock, blend it to be acceptable for their brand, and then they'll put it out, and you're buying mostly seed oil anyway with some olive flavor.
Got it.
Very bad for you. It creates leaky gut. It's highly inflammatory. It's highly oxidative, which is why. Terrible stuff. You know, you look at the mac and cheese. What is wheat? Modern wheat. It's a GMO seed grown out of depleted soil. For that reason, the plant is so weak they got to constantly spray it with glyphosate, which is a very strong antibiotic. It's also a pesticide because the plant can't defend itself anymore because the soil is depleted.
Right.
Due to these practices, thanks to these big ag companies, right? So what you're really eating is, by the way, glyphosate comes under a different name. If you got weeds growing in the cracks of your sidewalk and they really piss you off, you go to Home Depot, you go to Lowe's, and you buy Roundup. Roundup is glyphosate. That's on your pasta. That's in your bread. Every bread you eat, every pasta you eat, unless you're getting like imported Italian organic pasta, you are eating Roundup, bro. You think that's good for you? That shit is nasty.
Yo, Mountain. What about heavy metals?
There are processes to kind of help the body contain them and, you know, wrap them up. But once heavy metals are in your body, they don't go anywhere.
Like chelating the metals out?
This is a subject I'm not.
Now they say even our produce is really, even our produce is bad at this point. Like even the way they're watering it with fluoride, you know, water and
that's right.
Even the organic stuff they're getting to, but not as bad.
It's your best chance. So here's my suggestion: stop eating potatoes of all kinds. No more white potatoes. Go sweet potatoes. Don't eat bread.
Yep.
Just don't eat pizza.
Pasta. Don't eat rice.
No more pizza, pasta. No more rice. I'll tell you what, after I got double jabbed,
a lot of meat, right?
After I got double jabbed, I had a horrible allergic reaction.
Well, you know, now a guy like you surprises me that you would even get the first one unless you needed it for your job and you were going to lose your job. But
I wanted to get back to work. You know, when the COOF started, I was on a massive project and I got laid off because they shut it down, which was predictable. And this is back when we were all gullible.
Do you
we all
regret getting that?
Oh, 100%, dude. My body fell apart. Like I got my foot blew up. The top of, so this is interesting. The left foot is the farthest part from your heart, circulation wise, right? So if you have blood problems, which is indicative of something going on in the liver, it'll show up in your left foot first.
Okay.
So I had edema, which is
now
swelling.
I'm looking at my left foot.
Yeah, you should. You know,
it's
I had the top of my foot, the skin was literally bubbling and blistering and oozing. It was crazy. I was like, what the heck happened? And my knees fell apart. So the cartilage in my knees just, and you know, I've been lifting and working hard my whole life. I was like, how is this possible?
Right.
It had to be the stupid, you know, introduction of whatever chemical X is. So I got very busy and doing a lot of research. And I had to reset my I thought I had a good diet. You know, I was eating fruit and yogurt for lunch and spinach, and it turns out I was doing everything wrong because everything I was eating was spiking my insulin. And that's really the key.
Just meat, bro. Just stay with the
if you go carnivore or pure keto, you'll achieve the same ends. So either way is the path to the same victory.
I've went basically straight up beef, just steaks, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, eggs, butter. You know what I'm saying?
And
like
bacon.
stew.
Bacon is very good for you. Tallow is good. So they've convinced us. I mean, this is the Satan at work, right?
But yeah.
All right, well, that's cool too. You don't need it, but you know, if you're not disposed to feel that way about it, it's perfectly healthy. You know, just from scientific. You know, they convinced us to stop up the grease from our steak and our chopped meat and replace it with seed oil.
No, eat that shit.
Absolutely satanic.
Yo, Mountain.
Yo.
All right. On a scientific level, would you not agree though that a pig retains every toxin that it has come into in its lifetime?
They all do. Even, you know, that's the importance of grass-fed beef as well.
Well, no. Here's the problem. See, pigs actually retain every toxin because they don't sweat, they don't vomit. They retain everything. That's why they gain so much weight. Like you said, the toxins enter the body, and as a protective measure, the body encapsulates them in a lipid, turns it into fat. A lot of people that have obesity, they're actually just eating toxic food. It's not the calories. That's the problem.
Right.
So the pig, right, since it retains all its fat and all its toxins as fat, they feed these pigs extra toxic things to plump them up for market.
Right.
And the majority of that is the stuff we're trying to avoid. They feed the pig all the glyphosates and heavy metals. And though it would not be detected as a bad thing in the meat to their standards, we know it's in there.
I wish it was different. I'm actually now allergic to beef somehow. So I have
Melon.
There's a tick disease, right? It's called Heartland fever, and it popped up in Missouri a couple of years back. And people that are getting bit by certain Lone Star ticks have become allergic to wild game and beef.
I read about that. It's possible. Anything's possible, but
Real
every
quick
time
though,
yeah,
real quick. I remember because you're talking about like the soy and like how wheat and stuff isn't really good for you at all. And I've been saying this stuff when I found this out as a young like teenager, or like my late teens, getting back into better shape at the end because I had been in like sports like football, wrestling, MMA, basketball. I had been in these sports, and then I realized certain things, diets that I took out of me to get in better shape and lose weight. I noticed a difference because certain foods give you more boost of testosterone in a healthy way, right?
for sure.
And then there are foods, like you said, that like literally raise your like insulin, your estrogen. And I noticed that because when I was doing my homework and certain trainers that would tell me like soy is bad, wheat is bad, the lactose. That's why I would get like certain milks that weren't dairy, like nut based milks.
The science is divided on this.
Oh, really?
There's some will say that the estrogen precursors in some of these foods metabolize into estrogen. Others will say no, they're blockers. They look like estrogen molecularly and they block the receptors and therefore prevent estrogen. But there's a simple way the hack for that is insulin. Insulin in your system. So here's the thing. If you're trying to get big and be strong and lose weight and perform, right? The key is intermittent fasting, meaning you want to go to bed hungry.
Right.
Because growth hormone, even at old age, your body will produce growth hormone at night, provided there's no insulin in your system, because they can't exist at the same time. Midnight snacking, you eat, you have insulin response, you're not going to have growth hormone, and that's why you get estrogen. So it's not really it's not as much a matter of boosting testosterone as it is suppressing estrogen, because estrogen will block the testosterone, and that's from insulin response.
I think they want to get rid of meats, though, like beef especially, because even though beef probably has, some flaws because they're giving the cows the grain that's GMO and all that.
Well, they have to because they need the grain.
Right. I think a cow, though, has 4 stomachs, so it kind of filters some of those toxins. If you notice, their big thing is they're attacking beef.
Because it's very expensive. Look, the fertilizer, it's going to be untenable. The fertilizer shortage is going to mean people are going to starve to death this year all around the world. The U.S. will be fine. We'll pay a premium.
Right.
But there are going to be some countries that will never come back from this year because of the fertilizer shortages. Russia and China
100%.
already pulled back. They already pulled back and said you can't have it. And Ukraine is the last battleground because they export potash.
Now, if you look at certain things too, like my son brought this to my attention. I mean, ramen noodles, right? Ramen noodles, yeah. He says it's one because they're making noodles cooked instantly. So that chemical, what is that chemical, Mike?
BHT.
Yeah, it's like one of the worst things you could put in your body. Gives you the leaky gut because your gut is like.
So BHT in ramen noodles and stuff like Lucky Charms and stuff like that, right? They put it in grains. And what happens is when your body goes to digest this food, it can't break it down. And so your intestines grind back and forth trying to literally break this material up, but it can't. And so you end up getting perforated intestines.
You mean I can't enjoy Cheerios no more?
I would highly recommend don't eat anything out of a box.
If you love your kids, don't feed them cereal.
100%. Don't feed them anything, man, except for like baby food.
Try to stick to this rule. If God didn't make it, spit it out.
Yeah, what my kids ate this morning was some hard-boiled eggs, and they ate some clementines and some bananas.
What about avocado? Avocado, as long as it's organic, is that okay?
That's not the greatest breakfast, but it's way better than like oatmeal and cereals and all that other bullshit.
Yeah, cereal is one of the worst things for you.
Think about it this way, and this goes especially double for the supplement market for the protein shakes and all that. How could anything based on a plant that's ground up, dried out, reformed, baked, and preserved be better than the plant itself?
Right, right.
And you can cook delicious. Like I'm huge. I'm a great cook, and I've been huge on substitutions. You know, I can make a pizza without wheat and without flour, and you wouldn't know the difference.
What do you make it with?
Cauliflower.
Yeah, they have these cauliflower pizzas now, but I think they're putting shit in it anyway. Like
They're probably hiding shit in it. Do it yourself. You grind
you have
up.
to do it yourself.
You take the florets.
Uh-huh.
You grind them up with a cheese grater.
Uh-huh.
You put them in a pan, like a nonstick pan, on a low heat, just to get the water vapor out.
Right.
And then, you can whiz it even further if you want it very fine, but you don't have to. You re-whip it in a bowl with, or mix it with some Parmesan cheese, like a lot, Parmesan cheese and an egg, and then you either bake it like that or fry it in a large pan like that, and that's your crust.
Okay.
Hey, Mountain.
You cover it with pizza toppings as normal, bake it, and man, you're good to go. You'll not know it's not flour.
Does it taste like dough?
Yeah,
Like
you would not know
dough?
it's not. You would not know it isn't.
I'm gonna try it out.
Hey, Mountain.
Yo.
It like oat milk, cashew milk, almond milk. Are those all good for you?
No.
Not at all.
I don't want to participate in almonds because of the water economy.
Yo,
But also the same thing with avocados.
Right? The brown shit on the outside of the almonds, it contains high amounts of lectin, right? And that translates into the milk. And lectin is known to cause cancer and all different types of problems.
Even our own milk that we drink is no good. The milk
oatmeal is literally processed poison loaded with heavy metals, and it's loaded with glyphosates, like your man said
What
here.
about-
and it's also loaded with fluoride.
What about our own milk? Ain't there blood in it or some shit?
So in milk that you buy from the store, in order for these companies to produce such high amounts of milk, they take a cow that produces 3 liters of milk a day, and they give it a bunch of steroids to make it produce 30 liters of milk a day. And now they've got it hooked up to these machines that basically suck on its udders all day, and it causes bleeding. Now these cows continue to bleed out of their udders and into the milk. And then what they do is they actually use a process to whiten the milk because it contains like 30% blood.
Imagine this shit, and we're drinking.
Stay away from milk.
Yo,
I get
so not
organic
even coconut milk?
coffee. I do like coconut milk, actually.
Coconut milk is fire.
Coconut milk is good.
I'm
I
gonna
think
try
that's the
coconut
answer.
milk from now on.
Yeah, oat
I'm
milk
gonna-
is terrible. Almond milk is not good for you. Almonds themselves is kind of destroying the water ecology.
Oh, do you know how much
What about
water?
cashew milk?
Do you know how much
Cashews are
water
not
they
good
got to
for you.
use to grow
They're a legume.
almonds?
Yeah,
they got to
it's-
use so much water to grow almonds. It's out of control.
And avocados are something I would recommend not buying in season because what they're doing in Mexico, there's actually a Netflix documentary on it right now, is they truck in, horrible water, and you can even taste it. You get that sinky taste out of the avocados, and they don't really ripen. They rot as they ripen. If you notice, when they're out of season,
Yeah.
it's become untenable, and I wouldn't support it. Plus, you're
All
feeding
the
the
fruit-
cartels.
All the fruit we're eating lately. I mean, I don't know the last time I tasted a strawberry that actually tasted like a strawberry. Even organic are just barely tasting like a strawberry.
Yeah,
they
they're
have
plump
no
and
flavor.
crunchy, dude. The answer is
Something
to
with helium or some shit.
the answer really is to go out into the woods and live off the land, but not everybody can really do that. So the next best thing you can do is stop buying shit in boxes and cans and bottles. Like I used to bring a thermos of Campbell's soup. I was like, well, I'm doing good for myself. I'm eating soup. Look at me. And then I saw Sten Ekberg. If you look him up, Dr. Sten Ekberg, brilliant. I have the can of soup on my desk every day as a reminder because I never really looked at it, right? First ingredient, tomato puree. Okay, fine. Second ingredient, high fructose corn syrup. Give me a break. I was poisoning myself all day long and I didn't even know it.
I don't buy anything with high fructose if I can avoid it. I mean, once in a blue moon, something has it. I believe in. I know I'm going to cheat a little bit. So if 80% of the time I'm eating healthy, the way you're kind of describing, and 20% I cheat, I can't avoid certain things sometimes, like pasta, unless I don't even know if they have organic pasta imported from Italy.
Well, they got like the
imported-
protein-based pasta, right?
I've never seen it.
Get imported Italian pasta if you need wheat pasta. Otherwise, there's you can do zoodles. You take a zucchini and shred it long
I've heard of
ways.
that.
Yeah, I tried that. I didn't care for that. But I'm gonna look in. I'm gonna look into the more of the organic imported pasta.
All right, let me. I'll shoot you a link.
Yeah, definitely.
For a keto bread, it's going to be more expensive and it's going to be kitchen work if you're into that. But there is a way to make keto bread that doesn't rely on flour. It's perfectly healthy.
Yeah,
and
now,
it doesn't spike insulin.
What did Jesus eat? He ate bread. What type of bread was that? Was that? I mean, that definitely was different than what we're eating today. But what? I mean, he ate bread. So, what kind of bread were they eating back in them days? I'm sure the Almighty, the Almighty Son wouldn't come down here and eat bread if it was no good for you.
Yeah, no, back then bread would have been great, but nowadays it's been bastardized. This is really corrupt stuff. The stuff that they have out there for consumption is so corrupt, and it corrupts your body, corrupts you, and it corrupts, therefore your mind, and therefore, and then you can be spiritually corrupted. It's all part of the same system, man. So you poison your kids, then they get off kilter spiritually. Then they put them in these demonic schools where they're indoctrinated to hate their own genitals before they should even be discussing it. And then the adults who are enforcing this shit, they'll have you put in jail for how dare you prevent us from indoctrinating your children, dude? It's sick. It's all one sick system.
Yeah, Vigo saying garbanzo, pasta, lentil, cauliflower pasta. But I guess if they process it, they're still going to poison it.
You got to make it yourself, bro.
Yeah,
if you really want to be safe, you got to do it. Everything should be in the kitchen. Don't eat out anymore. When you go out, all right, so all restaurants have this brand, right? You walk in and you think you're getting something, but what you're getting really comes in the back door. And the back door is all about purveyance and centralized kitchens where they freeze everything, right? The Olive Garden, that's Italian. Yeah, okay, please.
Really?
You know what's Italian?
Right.
Cook it at home. But if you look at, if you've ever been like a kitchen manager and you're accepting the deliveries from the back door, you get some produce,
right?
And the rest of it is oil. Everything's deep fried. It's all garbage. Anything fried, garbage. Anything prepared by a restaurant on the cheap because they have to. They're entitled to make a buck, but it's poison.
You're right.
What about salads?
I don't recommend.
What
vegetables do you recommend, by the way?
Spinach.
Right, I would say spinach is okay if you cook it. Here's the thing about plants. They have natural defenses that you kind of have to heat the defenses out a little bit. Raw spinach, not so great. A little bit of heat on your spinach, good to go.
Yeah, you got to heat the shit because they have defenses. The plant.
A bit of
steam.
Do
you ever notice
a little bit
that
a little bit of steam,
vegetables
a little bit
taste
of butter
like
fry,
shit
like
if you don't heat them? Like spinach, if you eat it raw, it doesn't taste as good as if you eat it cooked.
That's true. That is very true.
So you can sweat the spinach with some onion and with some spices or fresh garlic, right, and butter. Awesome.
People love eating kale, bro. It's loaded with arsenic. They're retarded.
I don't eat kale. So it really boils down to like your kind of diet, Mountain. I mean, you're basically eating meat, I would imagine, every day.
I get a lot of bacon from the butcher.
Right.
Because the stuff that's packaged, it's all slimy. But when you get a fresh slice at the butcher, it's solid.
There's something with pork. There's something with pork. My son will explain. It decomposes in your body. Good, Mike. Tell him about the pork.
So pork contains an enzyme that is designed to break down organic matter rapidly. I don't have the actual name for it offhand. I forgot the name, but there's an enzyme in pork that's designed to break down organic matter. And it's just, in general, it's highly toxic if you look at the heavy metals and stuff that's in it.
And I'm a pork lover, and
Yeah,
I don't
me too.
eat it. I eat it very rare now. I almost don't eat it, but if you look into it, and if that's really what it's doing, it's decomposing your body when it's in you. That's bad.
Which I think you can deal with it, dude, bro. Everything is, we're dying, like, period. That's just a
even
function
the
of time.
best food that we could get out there still got stuff in it.
And
All I'm saying is, if you look at biblical dietary laws, right, since the beginning when they were written, they have far exceeded every man-made dietary law ever created. They have been superior to every single FDA restriction. No matter what you look at, kosher has outdone all of them.
Is that why Ethiopians and like the Greeks and all that, like they're all like, you could tell the way that they're in shape way different?
Well, people that don't eat a lot live longer, by the way.
Well, portion control and stuff too.
If you just eat a little bit every day, whatever your body really needs.
That's right.
you're pretty good. I mean, you don't
That's
need to eat
consistent
these
with intermittent
gigantic
fasting, by
portions.
the way. And that's all about
Right.
insulin. You can break everything down to insulin. So let me put it this way. Yeah, you can deal. Disease is degeneration over regeneration. So the goal of the diet is to put yourself in a position where you're not breaking down your body faster than you can repair it.
Right.
So you can, if you're not eating the sweet glazed donuts, the Entenmann's and the this, that, and the potato chips and
Dunkin'
whatnot,
Donuts
you can
and all that
handle the
shit.
pork, man. Your body will be able to bounce back from the whatever's in the pork, as long as
You know,
you're pretty much healthy.
You can eat some crap once in a while. It's not going to kill you. You know what I'm saying? Like you
beef
can
is
sit
a
there and
better-
eat a glazed donut one day. It's not. You're not going to die.
Yeah,
But
well,
even
it's when it's
spring
habit.
water,
Sugar
even
in the coffee kills you.
Yeah, even our spring water, they say there's fluoride in it now.
Yeah, for real.
So
Yeah,
what?
water's
I
a
mean,
problem.
what kind of water you got to get? I guess distilled water.
You would.
I don't know if I could completely agree with the thing you're saying about insulin though, because like if you consume honey, it doesn't have the same effects as like processed sugar.
It does. The body doesn't know the difference.
I
It
don't
really
agree
doesn't.
with
The only difference. Well,
I mean,
we
I don't
can
agree
to
with you
disagree,
not
but
based on science. I just don't agree based on my own experience with it.
So is there a difference between factory-based honey and organic honey, or is it all the same?
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
100%.
honey's better than sugar, but it's still bad for you. He's saying.
honey is sugar with vitamins, unless you heat it. So you still get insulin response.
So you
period.
heat
And-
it. If you heat it, it becomes even better.
No, it becomes worse. You basically cook out all the good stuff and just are spiking your insulin.
But isn't that the argument they say about raw vegetables and steamed vegetables?
Mountain,
though?
let's hear your diet anyway, because I'm curious.
I mean, you realize you do need sugar in your diet. It's
So
a
you
necessity.
eat
Yeah,
bacon, good bacon. What else do you eat?
Well, look, just to back up, I will answer that, but just to back up a second, like meat is breaks down 30% as glucose. You don't have to actually eat any sugar. You can be straight carny, no sugar, zero, and you're not going to run out of glucose. You're going to have
Yeah,
usable sugars even in
What
meat.
I'm saying, Mountain, is like, all right, because I eat a lot of meat, right? But sometimes I won't be necessarily eating steaks in the morning because I'll be kind of like fasting. But I will have some tea with some honey in it to give me a little bit of energy while I'm out there working in the day.
Which is
You
nice,
know what
yeah.
I'm saying?
Oh, I'm not
And
saying
so
you're
I
doing anything
think-
wrong. I'm just saying for my part, to avoid insulin, you'd avoid the honey. Anything with an OSE ending is a sugar.
I
Except for
think if you
cellulose.
need it, right? Like if your body is demanding you to have energy, if you're tired and stuff, I believe that sometimes you might need some sugar in your body.
Then you should pop like a,
You might
heck,
need some
heck, bro, I've kept a bottle of honey in my car. You know, I'm a construction worker, so I've
get
done
what I'm
that.
saying?
Yeah, I feel you. Sometimes you need that. So to answer your question, when I was stripping down my diet, like, look, when I was at my heaviest, I was 260, and I was lifting a ton.
Right.
After this reaction to the jabs, I had to strip down my diet. You know, I talked to all these doctors. I still had insurance at the time. I was talking to everybody, and all the information about the C stuff, you know, the 19 was new and novel and all coming around. And I'm like, all right, I got to do something because I'm dying. I'm literally dying here. My knees are falling apart, and I was taking Advil for the pain. I learned so much in this discovery process. So I was like, all right, I gotta first they said, well, you basically have arthritis. I'm like, okay. So I had to research arthritis, what foods stimulate arthritis, you know, what's going to aggravate it. And so I can't eat the beef, that aggravates it. The raw spinach aggravates it. Everything I was doing in my diet, like my weekly, you know, I'd make a stew on Sunday and I'd portion it out in my lunchbox for the week. It was 100% wrong. So no wonder my knees fell apart. Plus on top of that, I was taking the NSAIDs. So your acetaminophen, your ibuprofen, and your naproxen absolutely interfere with the process that allows your joints to heal. 100% squashes it. And it's a one-way ticket to surgery, period. Where they talk about bone on bone. So you have that pain in your joints, knees, hips, or shoulders, or otherwise, and they tell you to take these NSAIDs, and they're basically giving you a ticket, a one-way trip to the surgeon if you do that because of the cytokines. And I don't want to get into that. So I eliminated so much stuff. I went to bacon, sweet potatoes, garlic and onion, Kerrygold butter, because that whitish, you know, cheap butter, it's not that great for you. It's made with cheap milk.
Right.
And I went down 175 pounds.
But that's all you eat. You don't eat fish.
I don't trust fish anymore.
All right, so you're just basically living on bacon, sweet potatoes.
Well, that was then. That was that.
Right.
I'm back up to like I'm fasting right now because I actually got a little too heavy. I started to hit back up to 200. I'm like, all right, I got to pull back now. I'm enjoying myself too much, but I cleared up my foot. My knees are much better. They're still tweaked. You know, it hurts.
See, now when I eat beef, all right, I'll eat a lot of beef 3, 4, 5 days in a row. When I wake up, my bones don't hurt at all.
Which is good. Everyone's different, but
yeah,
you know, I think what will set anyone off is just the chemicals, the preservatives, the weird long scientific ingredients that we don't even know what they are, like polysorbate 80. You know, it's like, hey, honey, go to the neighbor and see if we can borrow a cup of polysorbate 80. Like, if you really need it or use it, don't eat it.
If you don't know what it is, when you look at them ingredients and you don't know what they are, it's a no-brainer.
But yo, here's the thing people don't realize. You know, you go and buy green tea at the store, right? Or even black tea at the store, right? It's not listed on there what's in there. It just says black tea, green tea.
True.
Now, the packet of tea, for the majority, contains high levels of fluoride that increase the longer you steep the tea bag. People don't know that tea plants pick up fluoride from municipal water sources and actually store it in their leaves. That's what the plant does.
Nasty.
Yeah, and like even lettuce. I mean, beside that, plants do have a defense system, which I've realized a lot of people are talking about lately. So when you're eating like Roman lettuce, it's actually producing poison in your body because it's defending itself. But they're actually watering these plants with fluoride water.
Well, yeah, it's municipal fluoridation.
Yeah, so they're actually, you know, I mean, they're putting even in organic. I mean, it's kind of hard to find true organic. You almost got to go to a farm, a local farm, to get.
Go to the Amish, bro. That's who got it.
The Dominican Republic, for an example, when we first moved there, I lived there 5 years, and we go to the store and I'm looking at carrots. Every single carrot was a crazy shape. They looked like pipes. They were all weird looking and everything. And I go to my son, that's organic, because carrots aren't supposed to come out all looking the same.
That's right.
And a lot
they look like mutants out there, bro. Yeah. They have mutant vegetables, but they're real. They're organic.
Right. The farmers there don't even got enough money to buy all those chemicals and stuff and the seeds from these corporations. So a lot of their food, the poorer countries actually are getting healthier food than we are.
That's right.
Yo, you know what they're using in India as pesticides for their plants?
Coca-Cola?
Yeah. They're using soda because it has so much pesticide in it from the high fructose corn syrup that they could use the soda as actual pesticide.
Could you imagine this shit?
Put it in the pesticide.
I think there's no way to avoid total annihilation of your body with food, but you can minimize it as best you can. I mean,
I agree. That's what it's at. You know, look around you. Like this always baffled me because you go on the construction site, and even as a skinny young lad, I would wonder why these guys are so strong and working 8 hours a day. You know, and all the fitness gurus say, well, all you need to do is work and work out. Like, we're literally working out for hours and hours every single day. Why are these guys fat?
Right.
It baffled me. I'm like, how are you? It's the diet. 90% of weight loss is in the kitchen.
And Mountain, it's not even that they eat in excess. It's not the amounts they're eating either, for the most part.
That's right. It's the toxicity of it.
Exactly. If you go back like a couple of hundred years ago, the only real fat people were the rich people. The regular people, none of them were fat because they were eating they were eating healthy food. Now the rich people were eating in abundance and all kinds of shit. But
they just ate too much.
Yeah, their bodies were processing the food a lot better because there was no chemicals in it 200 years ago.
People underestimate the importance of not putting food in your mouth. Just fasting, because when you fast, your body goes into a certain kind of, it goes into a certain kind of process where now that there's no external toxins being put in it, it can melt some of those lipid-bound toxins and remove them from the body.
That's right. You detox and you stimulate growth hormone, which is very important.
People think they can't fast. Bro, you could live 30 days without eating food. You know what I'm saying? 30 days without food, 3 days without water, 3 minutes without air, I think it is.
Pops, do this, and I guarantee you're going to shed pounds. Just limit the hours in a day that you eat, and don't eat after, let's say, 6 o'clock at night. If that's too hard, start at 8, then a week later 7, then 6. But if you wait as long as you can to have your first meal to break fast, and then don't eat, like if you only eat within 4 hours every day, you will feel better and lose weight, even if you're cheating with the snacks and the whatnot. It works.
Also, if you feel hungry, right, you can drink water. And
I keep, yes, 100% cucumber water, cucumber and lemon water, man. That stuff saved my life.
the lemon, bro, I swear it does something to your body. When you drink lemon water, I don't know what it actually does. I just know that it does something that
Every
I think
day,
it like
bro.
strips fat out of your fucking something.
Totally detoxes you. Yeah, I agree. I've been living on that stuff for a year. Dude, I should be dead. Like the way I was going, if you looked at my leg, it looked like the leg of a dead man, of a decomposing corpse. I was rotting. It was crazy, and now I'm almost completely healed.
The only thing I can conceive that lemon does is it balances out your internal pH, because lemon, even though it's acidic, it has natural, compounds in it that create a neutral pH inside you.
True, it does tend to reverse alkalosis, which is where people end up with the modern diet.
You know how I know a lot of foods are no good for you? My dog. I have a dog. You can ask my son.
Right, if the dog won't eat it.
I don't know, Mountain, if you know my son is Mike. But anyway.
Yeah.
My dog. Now, I see many dogs eat all kinds of shit. My dog will not eat bread, will not eat like anything, like Doritos, will not eat pasta.
Yep.
The only thing my dog will eat is meat. I put down all kinds of delicious stuff for him. He won't eat it. He'll go, even, how about this? I could buy, let's say, Salisbury steak, frozen, which is no good for you. We know there's shit in it and everything, right?
Yep.
And I'll put that down for my dog to eat. He'll go near, and now it's meat, supposedly.
Nope.
He won't eat it.
Well, he can smell it, man.
They know.
The canine olfaction is so much more advanced than ours. They can smell the toxins. He looks up at you like, "You want me to eat this shit?" And then he looks at you eating it like, "I can't believe you're eating that."
Yeah, it is amazing. My dog, is the only thing he'll eat outside of real pure meat. He'll eat beef jerky, like a good beef jerky. Like if you buy the real beef, he'll eat that. Even though there's chemicals in it, he'll eat that. But
just real quick, Pops, thanks for having me on. This was a great show. Yo, Mountain, Exiled, Marcus, you already know, bro. I'm gonna catch you guys later.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Everyone smash that like button, subscribe to Pops for this fire content. You already know. Have a good night.
Peace. When we got, I didn't see Woody. I just got back, so we have Woody Johnson in the house. I do his to him. He likes that. So Woody Johnson's in the house.
What up, Wood?
And yeah, I mean, it's to the point though with food. I've almost given up hope on. Like, I'll go to the store and I get a headache, like trying to buy stuff that's like not that bad for me. I mean, because almost everything you buy is not really good for you anymore. I mean, you don't even know what to do after a while. So I'm kind of sticking to meat. I'm not really going into the vegetables too much because a lot of these vegetables now they're claiming they're no good. I don't even know if like string beans are good for you anymore.
Let me put a link. If I put it in private chat, that's just for your eyes.
Oh, okay.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
All right. Let me give you my guru. This is the guy that I got my de facto education from.
Now, I never ate breakfast. I see us here. I don't know what it is with me in the morning. I guess my body would hurt or I'd just be miserable. I never was a breakfast guy. I never was a lunch guy. I mean, once in a blue moon, I ate something, but usually I just ate once a day. When I got home from work, like say 8, 9 o'clock, and I ate a big meal, and that was it. And my body was in a lot better shape than eating 2, 3 square meals a day. Now I'm home. I haven't worked in a while. I'm eating a lot more often because I'm bored. I'm sitting in the house. I'm always hungry. And it's hard to fast when you're hungry all the time. I mean, so I'm trying to eat once a day, but it doesn't happen. So I try to eat in a smaller window.
Right.
I'm trying to eat like in a 6-hour window to give my body, because your body repairs itself when it's not digesting food.
That's right.
and people don't get that part. But it's hard. That's all I could say. It's very hard. I'll buy one bag. Like, I love Doritos. I'll buy a bag a month. I'll cheat. I have to cheat once in a while, but I'm not going to eat them like 3-4 days a week. I'll never eat fast food. Like, I don't eat in any restaurants other than like once in a blue moon. I'll actually go to a Chinese restaurant. And I know that the one I go to has no MSG, but I feel it's a lot better than McDonald's because at least they're using like real meat.
McDonald's never decomposes. McDonald's never decomposes.
Right.
What does that tell you?
The insects won't even eat it. That's how bad it is. So we got
microorganisms.
Banana in the house. I don't know. Banana, put your link in the chat. Banana Anna has a unique channel. Pretty cool. I like her banana. It's doing dances on the thing. It's pretty cool. And we got Ron 7, 313. If you had another 3 in the middle of that, Ron, I'd be a little more worried. 333. I would think that's Masonic signs. 3 3s. I don't know if people know about that, but I'm into symbols. Symbols rule the world. People don't believe that, but they do. Words have the power of life and death, but symbols rule the world. But yeah, it's getting to the point that not eating is almost healthier. The only thing is now, do you supplement yourself with vitamins? I mean, because you do need, certain vitamins that you're not going to get if you don't eat, right? I mean, even the food you're eating, you're not getting half the vitamins. So what kind of, nutrients do we stick to? Now, vitamins are scary too, because I look into them and I go, well, how do they fit? Like, even these vitamins that are made of food, and they go, well, there's 20 blueberries in this vitamin and 10 strawberry. How do they squeeze all that shit into a little thing? They got to, like, I don't know, destroy it with radiation. Like, how do you get all that into one little tablet?
Berries are very healthy.
Yeah, but no, when I mean vitamins.
Yeah, no, just eat the berries.
Right. Berries are good. But if you really see natural berries, like where my son lives, there's a blackberry patches all over his property.
Nice.
They're real small.
Yep.
You get the blackberries in a supermarket, they're blown up there, but they're healing. If anything organic though was always smaller, if you know.
Yeah, those are made for market. So
yeah, and
they're
they're
manipulated.
Cheap. Yep. So it's kind of hard to I guess still blackberries that are GMO are still healthier than eating Doritos, I would imagine, but it's still bad for you.
100. Check out so I put in the private some links of guys that I follow, and
yeah, I did. I checked it out. I
highly recommend diving into these. It'll blow your mind, man. This is eye-opening.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into all of them because I see True Health.
If you want to share it with the crowd, do so.
Yeah, I'll throw it in there.
I didn't
Why
want to,
not?
overstep.
Oh, you're gonna throw it. I'll throw it in there though. But yeah, I just subscribed to all 3 that you showed me.
Every Tuesday, the Bergman guy. So he gets repetitive. Like, he'll focus in on a certain disease, but it's holistic medicine. So at all times, it's always about looking at the whole. And this guy knows his stuff. Like, he breaks it down to the actual cell level and the chemical interactions between the cells. Like, he knows this stuff inside out. It's amazing. If it wasn't for that guy, I'd be in a wheelchair right now with two knee replacements.
Oh, I believe you. But the hardest thing is, I think, is people we like to eat, right? So we're gonna eat, and we just to basically eat just a few things is very difficult. Like like your diet, for instance.
I don't do that anymore. That's what I did to detox and get it kicked off.
What are you doing now? Like what else have you added into your diet?
All right, like the eggs that, for the most part, I don't live near a farm, so I don't have access. But my next best thing is healthy eggs are huge. Basically a whole food.
Yeah, it's a wonder. It's a superfood.
Yep. So I look for cage free, no GMO, no antibiotics, blah blah blah, all the stuff, and I get them on sale. So my cost really hasn't gone up. I'll stop and get some veg, fruit. I don't eat anymore because I'm an old guy. I'm almost 50, so I don't need the sucrose. I used to think fruit was healthy. They changed the whole food pyramid that we grew up with. It's gone.
Yes,
it's now a plate, and it's different. So the fruit and vegetable shit's out the window. It's now basically vegetables. So whatever veggies on sale, like I'll get a bok choy or a cabbage or some spinach, whatever's on sale and looks healthy. And some herbs. some berries.
I eat
sweet potato.
cabbage a lot. I like it.
Yeah, you know,
especially I boil it, you know, and then I'll get that grass-fed butter that you were talking about. Get
Nice.
out of here! I get that grass-fed butter. I throw a little salt and a little pepper. I believe you need salt. I think that's bullshit with the salt.
Definitely need salt.
I throw a little salt and a little black pepper on it, and boom, and it's delicious, you know.
Yeah. So
and I don't feel bloated after I eat it. I feel better.
Exactly, and that's the way I shaped my whole diet. Like even when I thought I was eating healthy, I was eating a little too much sugar, which I didn't understand at the time. But the way I approach work is if I can't get up after lunch and kick ass immediately, like on time, then I'm eating something wrong. Like if the guys are like, "Hey, let's go to Wendy's,"
Right.
you know, I was like, "All right, I do it because you know it's delicious and whatnot." But I knew it was going to be punishing as soon as I went back to work. You know, you eat pizza for lunch and you just feel like taking a nap. You don't feel like lifting. So I designed my diet to always be like on the go. So I would take, and I don't eat this anymore, but my go-to thing was I knew I had to kill bread. So I go to the deli counter, get the pound of roast beef, get the pound of sliced cheese. And instead of making a sandwich, I'd wrap it in lettuce and I'd pour a little vinegar on it. I keep it in, you know, my thing for lunch.
Right.
And I'd go on break. I'd eat that and I'm ready to go. You know, now I learned how toxic the deli meats are. Absolutely avoid the deli counter.
Yeah, I only buy the actual roast beef and I cook it in my oven.
Huge.
And then you know, if you have a little slicer, it even makes it better. You can slice it up.
And that's the way to go about that. So
but you know, one misconception about beef is people actually think there's blood in the meat and there isn't. That's not blood.
Yeah, that's the protein. That's not hemoglobin. It's the other.
Right. So even if you cook it, like I like a medium, I like a little pink inside. I do like it. It's tenderer. But even if you cook it a lot, it's not bad. It doesn't really matter if it's bloody or not. People used to tell you there's a lot of vitamins in it with the blood, and that's all bullshit from what I understand now.
Oh, so here's the way I kind of changed my disposition with the shopping. It's not about. So first of all, have a couple of like healthy dive into some healthy recipes. And like you said, you don't want to eat the same crap all the time. So have a rotation. Like if you have 6 awesome healthy recipes, you can keep yourself satisfied from month to month with your little cheats.
Yeah.
But it's more about not getting the crap.
Yes.
It's not about being lost about what's good. We all know what's good, but we go to the store and we're like, okay, this is the stuff I know is healthy. Now let's go and treat myself. We're always going to those middle aisles and like, this is what I'm going to do to treat myself this week. You know, we have our
when I buy
go-tos.
ketchup. I mean, I'm going to use ketchup, but I buy organic ketchup now.
Word.
And when you look at the ingredients, it says like tomatoes, sugar, and vinegar. Boom. I don't really got to go, you know, it's easy. I mean, even though there's probably still some shit in it that ain't as good for you, but it's a lot better than the ketchup with the fructose syrup in it.
It's the cookies, chips, and crackers that get you pretty much.
Yes. Especially the chips. I mean, I could eat a bag of chips every night while I'm watching TV or something, but I don't eat them.
And there's a reason. It bypasses the triggers that tell you you're full on purpose. They know what they're doing.
So what I do once in a while, once a month, I'll buy a $1 bag. I won't buy the big bag. I'll buy like a $1 bag of, let's say, cheese doodles. Like once a month. I think no matter what, you should treat yourself once in a blue moon. Even though you know it's bad, like pizza. There's a great pizzeria near me, okay? Makes it in a brick oven real thin. So if I ate that guy's pizza once a month and that was my treat, so be it. But at least the other 90% of the time, I'm eating good, trying to eat healthy.
100.
I smoke, so I shouldn't even talk, but
oh, damn.
I really believe the reason why I'm not sick from smoking now, the one thing I do with smoking, I'm addicted to smoking. I've been smoking my whole life. I smoke only natural tobacco with no chemicals, because the chemicals they put in, like Marlboro, there's all carcinogens in it, and that's more gives you the cancer than tobacco itself. The Indians smoked tobacco their whole lives, never got cancer. Now I'm smoking 40 years, and for let's say 35 of those years, I've only smoked natural tobacco brands and started rolling my own. I never wake up with a cough. I never have a shortness of breath. Maybe I'm a freak, but just even the smoking I shouldn't do. But at least I try to also. Now, the only reason why I think I'm healthy in a way is I don't eat a lot of processed foods.
There you go. Like I said, disease is the degeneration
Have you
over
looked into
regeneration.
yucca? Yucca is an anti-inflammatory food. Have you looked into that?
I haven't.
All right, look into yucca. I have a friend that he's like a real health freak, and he's heavily into anti-inflammatory foods. That's his key. Like that's his thing. Like he tries to eat as many anti-inflammatory foods as he can.
Right.
And he said yucca is like one of the number one. It's from a tree root.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I
I don't know about the sugar spike though. See, it may produce the insulin. See, we never looked that route. You understand?
Let me Google that right now.
Yeah. But yucca seems to be like one of these wonder anti-inflammatories. He used to drink a lot of ginger tea, no sugar. He would throw a little honey in it once in a while, but sometimes he just drink it straight up, water and ginger. He was into ginger a lot. I don't know if that's good or bad for you. You know. Now, onions and garlic, I love, and you said you eat them. But then there's studies on that you can find that tell you no, they're no good for you. So
yeah, there's always. I just read an article saying that if you eat chicken, beef, or pork, you're going to die. They're always putting out this.
Yeah,
bullshit.
they put shit because they don't want you to eat that. But I love onions and garlic, and Italians, we're heavy garlic people. I think garlic fights cancer.
Agreed. Garlic, if you go down the rabbit hole with Bergman, he talks about if you have garlic breath, the vapors, the sulfur gas coming off the garlic, the smell, and when you have garlic on your breath, you're literally every time you breathe out killing viruses.
I believe it. The people I noticed with the highest garlic breath, because I worked with them, were Koreans. They would eat this freaking soup that I don't know how much garlic was in it, but you couldn't even talk to them. That breath was just. Now they say the way to get rid of that, because it comes from your stomach, the breath actually. You eat parsley, and it kills it.
Neutralizes. Yeah. Well, you want it actually. It's healthy for you. They're doing you a favor, especially with the C-19 in the air. The guy with garlic breath breathe in your direction. You want that. He's killing the virus in the air.
I believe you. We should all eat heavy garlic. Hey, remember, wear garlic around your neck gets the vampires away too.
Right. That's interesting.
Yeah, but look into yucca. I don't know if it spikes your insulin though. I know it definitely is. Like in a white potato family, but it's different though. It's made from a root, and he swore this was the greatest thing to eat, like for anti-inflammatory. I don't know if it is or it. You can't even get yucca here though. It's hard.
The glycemic index of a boiled yucca is low and causes no spike in blood sugar levels when consumed. So there you go. Has to be boiled.
All right. Yeah, I used to eat it in the DR. I used to eat it boiled with red onions. It's delicious.
Okay. Cool. I'm going to look into that. Thanks.
Yeah, look into it because it's definitely anti-inflammatory, big time.
Like I basically use sweet potato starch as a replacement for all things, so I can make pancakes.
Now, do you eat the skin on the sweet potatoes?
No, I peel that off because who knows what's on there.
Yeah, it's supposedly all the vitamins are kind of in the skin, a lot of the vitamins, but you have to peel it off because of the pesticides that they're throwing on this shit.
Yeah. Who knows where that thing's been?
I soak my when I do eat vegetables, I'll soak them in vinegar and water, like berries and shit. Like I'll throw them in vinegar and water to get most of that shit off because regular water just ain't going to do it.
True. There's this product back in the day. It didn't last long. It was derived from grapefruit oil.
Yep.
It was called Fit. Mm-hmm. I sprayed it on apple. Like I used to just wash the apples like everyone under the hot water with the soap and felt like I was getting the stuff off. And my God, how much stuff this would take. Like I did it as a test. I washed the apples as I would regularly. Then I put the Fit on and it totally stripped the apple so that it was like a matte finish. And when I went to rub it with my finger, like it got stuck, it wouldn't slide off anymore. It completely got all the wax and crap off. Need something. Does it do that? Like your method?
With the vinegar, I don't know if it does it a pretty good job. But you can't put a lot of water in a little vinegar. You got to use like a third vinegar, and it gets expensive. You got to get like cheap vinegar, apple cider or white vinegar. 2/3 water, a third vinegar, or half and half. I'll tell you what works real good though. Sometimes I'll eat a lemon, like I'll squeeze a lemon. I know you guys were talking about it, but I'll squeeze a lemon in my water just to balance my pH a little bit.
Yep.
And I'll keep the lemon. Now I get an apple. I don't really eat apples because the skin, it's tough, but if I do get an apple, I'll take that lemon that, you would normally just throw it out, but there's still some juice in it and shit.
Yep.
And I'll rub it all over that apple. And then I'll clean it under the water. And you'll see that apple, like that shine goes away.
That's the key right there. It's the fruit acid. All right.
Yeah. So that works for me. But I use vinegar, and it does take that shine away. But I use it for my berries and shit. And you don't just let it sit there for like 5 minutes and then rinse and eat. No, I let it sit there for like an hour to really get all that shit off my shit. And I'll shake it up a little bit too once in a while. And the berries taste a little different. They definitely do, because I've had a few berries that I didn't clean. And then I cleaned the ones. And I just tasted the ones with the shit on it that I didn't clean. And the ones after I cleaned it. And a totally different taste.
Wild.
So
it just
you
goes
can
to show
tell.
how much stuff is on there.
Yeah, I have a very good palate. Not everybody has that. And a lot of people tell me I'm a really good cook. And I tell them it's because of my palate. I taste food differently than most people.
What's your go-to dish? What's your signature dish?
My favorite dish, if I had to pick one,
that you
is
make.
steak beets aioli.
Okay.
Now, what that is basically, you could do it two different ways. If you just want to eat a steak, you could do it with the whole steak. But what I do is I'll get chuck steak, and I slice it into like pepper steak slices, thin, not too thin, but like a pepper steak. You ever get pepper steak before?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
So I slice it up, and I'll cook that in, tomato sauce with garlic, olive oil, a little seasoning in there. And what else do I put in it? And mushrooms. I don't know. I don't know how mushrooms are for you. How are they, by the way? I never asked anybody.
Good.
Are they good a bit? All right.
Very
So
good.
I put mushrooms in there, and you cook that beef. You could do this with a crock pot's even better, like them slow cookers. But if you don't want to do it that way, then you cook it in your stove, but a low flame, and cook it for like 4 or 5 hours low. Now a crock pot's even better, because you could do it at night before you go to bed, and when you wake up in the morning, it's done. Unplug it, and then let it sit for like a half hour, and you don't even have to eat it then. Just throw it in your refrigerator after you let it cool down. When you come back that night, heat that up. Best thing you'll ever eat, man. The flavor is insane. Now, I used to eat it over pasta sometimes, but I stopped doing that because it's just not good for you, the pasta.
Yeah.
What I'll do is I'll cheat a little bit once in a while, though. I'll get Italian bread, and I'll take a little piece, because I just need to dip it once or twice. But if you don't even eat it with bread at all, it's still awesome.
It's a damn shame, too. If we could go back 1,000 years and enjoy
I
pasta and bread.
Yeah. And I buy only tomatoes you should use. They're more money. But if you're not eating, this dish I would make enough for 3-4 days. So I had it. You got to get San Marzano tomatoes. They're from Italy. This company Ciento makes them. They're in a yellow can. If you buy the big can, it's like $7, so it ain't too bad. It's like buying 4 cans for like $1. But these tomatoes are from a certain region in Italy that has kind of that original seed. And when you eat these tomatoes, they're sweet. Like I could buy cheap tomatoes. I got to throw a little sugar in it, because they're too acidy and they're bitter.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'll use a carrot or two to take out that stuff. The older towns use a carrot. But if you buy these San Marzanos, you don't need to do anything to them.
I've seen this at the store. I appreciate the tip.
Yeah, but you got to buy the ones imported from a certain region. They trick you a lot now. Tutta Rosa has a tomatoes. It says like San Marzano. No, it's got to be from that region. You have to understand, Italy, a lot of things there taste a lot better than here, because they have the original seed back from Rome. So their seed isn't modified. You understand?
Yep.
And that is those San Marzano tomatoes, nothing comes close to them. And it's worth every nickel you spend, because you don't have to add sugar. They're definitely better than the regular tomatoes. You can just taste it. They're natural. They taste like a real tomato.
I was about to head out to the store today. I'm going to pick up a can.
Yeah. Pick up a can of those. You won't regret it. And, depending on what you use it for. But I use it for that dish, steak beets aioli. But if I was going to the electric chair tomorrow, I would ask for probably Carb City, but I would want a thing called Scotcha. It's an Italian thing in Sicily. They make it. And what it is if you look it up, SCOTHA or something, it's like real thin layers of dough. Let me see if I could just find it. It makes pizza taste like Burger King. I mean, that's how good it is. Let me see if I can find it. Gotcha. Images. Here. I mean, you would think it's like a Stromboli, but it's not. It's a whole different thing. Well, actually, put Ragusa, Scotcha Ragusa, Ragussa. The Ragusa people make it, and it's hard to find.
Ragusa. Okay, I see. It's a pastry.
Yeah, it looks like a pastry.
Like
the one with the tomatoes and cheese in it and stuff. It looks like a Stromboli. I can't find it now. I don't know why.
So it's thin and folded a bunch.
Yeah. That's probably, if I was going to the electric chair, that's what I would want to have before I die.
I'd probably go for a baklava, like a gyro, lots of yogurt.
Yeah, they make one like that too, but it's like a pie, and it's with spinach cooked, obviously, you cook it and with raisins in it. And what the raisins do is they make the spinach real sweet. And they don't put a lot of raisins, just a few of them, and the raisins do the trick. I don't know what they do, but they just make the spinach taste delicious.
Interesting.
Yeah, so hey, it is what it is. But I appreciate your help. Hope some people took those links. I put them in there.
Always happy to help. By the way, the good news, guys, is even if you served and you lived on MREs for a while, your body regenerates fully every 10 years. That's why when they say if you quit smoking, it takes 7 years, whatever.
Yeah.
Like it's true. And in an additional 3 years, your bones themselves will be replaced.
Well, the minute you even quit smoking, your body starts to repair, so it does reduce heart attack up to a certain point. But as the years go by, your body will repair itself. There are, I think, though, sometimes your body is beyond repair, where you've done enough damage. Like the lungs have those little tentacles in them. That kind of
the alveoli.
Yeah, and if you lose those after a while, your body, no matter what, but it doesn't hurt to quit.
Well, that's scar tissue. That depends. It depends on how bad it is. And I think that mostly comes from construction. So if you're deep breathing a lot of that fireproofing and hard particle dust, especially fiberglass that stabs it, then you'll get scar tissue built around it you can't expel it. The body has no way to get rid of it. It doesn't really recognize it. Just knows it's a foreign object, and that's why you don't get it back. You get scar.
Look at 9/11 is a perfect example. All those people that went down there to help, emergency workers, they all got sick from that stuff.
Yeah, no,
especially the people that were there every day. I had a few friends that were cops. They were there like once or twice. They didn't get nothing really dramatic, but I had friends that were there every day that were cops, getting overtime, making a ton of money. And I used to tell them all the time, listen, you shouldn't be breathing in that shit. Oh, well, the governor of Jersey said it's okay. I said, no, it's not. And they, some of them ain't with us right now. They got really sick from all that shit, the dust.
Well, rest in peace. And they're still covering the law. That Obama at least did that, made it so that the funds are available for relief, medical relief from that, because that is a damn shame. You run it. It's funny that you mentioned that, because that was a time where the traditional New York, New Jersey kind of grudge went away completely. And I was really, I found it heartening to see all the Jersey plates stay in overtime right after that in the city. I was like, you know what? That's some brotherly love right there.
Yeah. So, I grew up in New York. I grew up in a conservative part of New York. I grew up in Staten Island. Very Republican borough. A lot of city workers. Half the borough is city workers. And I loved it there. When I was a kid, I mean, it was a great place to be. But now, things change. It's still better than the rest of New York. But like when you get into like Manhattan, very liberal. We used to call them yuppies in the back in the day. Yeah, they're yuppies. Very liberal-minded people. Where like a lot of Karens. A lot of things going on there.
Bro, the city's been ruined. When I was a kid, it was the Cuomo days. It was dangerous and fun. I remember, you remember those little alleyway shops that were just so small you couldn't even believe that was actually a rentable space. maybe it was a pop-up store. I remember the shirt. I should have bought it. It was it was a picture of a revolver pointing right at you, and it said, "Welcome to New York, duck motherfucker."
Yeah, New York City was a wild town when I was a kid. I mean, there were prostitutes all over the streets.
Remember Eighth and 40?
Giuliani
Yeah,
cleaned it up.
Port Authority, man. Eighth and 40 Deuce. You can get anything you want down there. Those days were wild. Now it's all clean.
Yeah, but it's still like during Christmas time and stuff. Manhattan turns into like a winter wonderland, but now they even destroy that. They put all these little businesses out of business. People don't realize that all these restaurants. I try to explain people this. The restaurant industry is compared to during World War II, the factory industry, where it was employing a high percentage of Americans. Restaurant industry was that because people weren't eating home anymore. They were too busy on the run. And the restaurant industry had the highest employment rate in the whole country. But they put about half of these little restaurants out of business. Now, I'm a guy, I owned the diner and I had 10 employees, right? But go do that 500,000 times, you're talking about a lot of people out of work. And they destroyed the middle class because most guys that own one or two restaurants or little delis or something, they're middle class people. Maybe a little upper, but they're still middle class.
Not anymore.
So they destroyed that. And Walmart, Amazon, man, they were in ecstasy when this shit was going down.
They swooped in and hey, you got a guy here in your chat. Did you know that Japan just had an earthquake?
We're gonna look into that. Hold on, let me see. Oh, no, I didn't hear about that. Well, that's in the Bible. There's gonna be earthquakes.
Was it Dick Cheney this time?
Yeah, who knows if they're man-made? I think some of these tsunamis were man-made. Like they blew up a nuke under the water.
Well, you got subs doing whatever they do down there. You never know.
Yeah.
Someone could drop something off down there, detonate it, take off, put it on timer, take off, and there you go. Bye-bye, Japan.
Well, I'm going to look into that. Did you hear about Japanese earthquakes? So something's up with that, right? I mean, see, this is the problem. You don't know whether to believe it's just natural or man-made. You don't know. Did they do it? Or is it natural? Now, the Bible does say, though, we're going to have many earthquakes, like baby pains. It's going to be a little at a time starting. I mean, if the Bible isn't true for whatever reason, these guys are going by the playbook. I mean, they're doing everything in their power to make us believe we're entering the revelation. I think we're in the prelude of it. I do believe it is happening, but if it's not, they're trying to orchestrate that it is. So one way or the other, something's going on, I don't know if you're a religious man, Mountain. But what was that?
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, I just believe we're in the prelude to Revelation. I don't know when it's going to come, actually, the beginning of it. I think it really started, the clock started to tick down. 9/11, I think, was the day that things really changed. I think that was the key moment in America. Beside World War II and all that, we got over that. But I don't think I don't know. I don't think it's gotten any better, really. The planet hasn't improved since 9/11 at all. I think it's been all downhill since then, especially with freedom. But it is what we have to make the best of what we got, right? I mean, I do this show to just get people awake. And then there's other things like food. This was a great show because we talked about, maybe we help some people that have blown up feet like you're talking about, right?
There's a lot of long COVID, a lot of symptoms. There's things like I got friends who are in the medical field, and they're saying they have patients that are coming up with stuff that is so rare to see that is coming up in massive waves of these weird cases from getting these jabs. And we could do a 2-week long thing about all the
I never got it.
Well, thank God. But it's nasty. It's a nasty thing they did to us, and.
Yeah, but you know what the problem is? Even if you hold accountable a couple of these animals, the rest of them got away with it. I mean, it's more than just a few people that were in on this.
Yeah, well, you can't get the shit back in the horse. But at this point, cleaning up your nutrition and keeping the insulin down, like if you look at the facts, the people who are obese were mostly the casualties from the thing.
Yeah.
And that ties directly into insulin. People are fat because they're eating too much, and that function is chemically insulin resistance.
Yep.
You know, the body, the sugar in the bloodstream is shopping around for cells to park it. And that's what resistance means. It's like, no, the cell is saying, I'm resisting your request to deposit insulin. The cell is full. I don't need your sugar to operate the cell anymore. So it deposits it as fat. And that systemic inflammation is the next result, fatty liver, all that stuff. And then you get the jabs with spike proteins, and it starts to replicate basically toxic cells. And the body's already in a state of shock. You're not in a state of repair, you're in a state of disrepair. And that's why people have these weird symptoms popping up, and crazy rare diseases are now very common, like
a lot of
athletes
heart
dying.
attacks
Exactly. The athletes dropping dead of heart attacks. I just saw a chart on that. It's something like a
like it's
400
impossible.
or 1,000. It's impossible. Exactly. It's so unlikely that it's unrealistic to think that it's just a coincidence.
Yeah, they've had like 50 soccer players or something die of heart attacks since this whole thing with the getting this.
Yep.
I just call it that. So
That's smart.
But these are top of the line athletes. These guys are in their prime. They're, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Like, these guys are in their prime and they're dropping a heart attacks.
Yeah, not only that, they have strength coaches, they got performance coaches, nutrition coaches, personal chefs, the whole 9 yards. They're regulated to the molecule. Yeah, exactly.
Now Australia, it's in the new. They're trying. They must be having a lot of effects over there. They're talking about there's some kind of gene that they've discovered, and it's in a lot of people now. It never was. They're trying to play this whole shit and people are having massive heart attacks because of it at a young age, like under the age of 50. And this isn't normal. And we don't know what this gene is. And we just found it. And they're covering up their tracks with bullshit. Most people will see through the bullshit. And we got a Trash Can Waves in the house. Anybody ever seen his show? I recommend it. He's kind of like me on a different level, but he's good. He calls out the bullshit. He calls it, he calls a spade, Trash Can. That's why I respect him. Yeah, but it's crazy that all this shit is going on and they're covering it up. And I think even when most people realize what they've done to us, I don't think there's going to be any accountability. I think these people are going to get out of everything they've done, because it seems like you can't touch these people.
No, you can't. You gotta read the tea leaves and kind of think for yourself. It's the Wild West. They're gonna, you know how you pet the pig or you pet the cow on the head before you shoot it for the slaughter.
Yeah.
Right. That's all they're doing. If you're still in a big city, man, have a plan or get out.
Yeah, like this 5G shit, who knows what this is going to do? And, maybe they got to flip the switch on it still. They haven't. I mean, I know I lived with my son for a while in Missouri. And now I'm with my sister, and I was at my son's for like 6 months, and he lived rural in the woods. We only had one wire going into the house for electric, and cable.
Yeah, that's smart.
Now I'm in Jersey, and I'm, outside my door, there's transformers, there's all these different wires and cables, and I feel like I got headaches every day, and I'm tired, and I'm getting hit with all this shit. I know I'm getting hit with it.
Well, we're swimming in radiation, literally.
Yeah, you almost got to they sell these things now, these nets that you hang from your ceiling. They're made out of like silver mesh, and it stops all this EMF shit coming in your bed while you're sleeping. They're expensive, but I'm going to get one, because at least while I'm sleeping, if I can avoid all this shit, because I wake up now, I felt a lot better. I wake up, I feel real shitty.
Yeah, Faraday cage. Well, it keeps you busy. Basically, it's, there's some science that says, the nuclear radiation is bullshit. They just don't want people to have cheaper free energy. But at the same time, you put a fly in the microwave, it dies. So,
yeah. What do you think about iodine too? I mean, people have been saying take like a drop or two of iodine.
Well, you need it to live. If you don't have iodine in your diet from your salt, you're going to get goiters.
Yeah, you got to get iodized salt to get that in you.
You need some, but overdoing it isn't going to save you from radiation. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I'm on the side of the argument where it really doesn't do anything.
I believe it. I believe a lot of it's just hype to make money.
Your body's replacing cells constantly. Like if you could see more than we could perceive, like if you could really see everything going on with your eyes, we have limited perception. We are a slug trail of piss, shit, vomit, dead skin cells, hair. Like we're disgusting. but
We
we're
are.
replacing those cells constantly. So you can live in this radiated environment and you'll survive. You might get the headache. Like, remember the old phones, like back in the day when they were new and you talk for a while, it would get hot and your head would get hot and you'd have a headache. That never went away. They've added so many more devices since then on all these different frequencies.
Yep.
Yeah, man, we're
What about supplements? Do you take any like vitamin supplements?
I take NAC because I don't know any natural way to get it, and that's huge for fighting the the jab side effects.
Oh, okay. 'Cause no, I mean, like you really can't
CoQ10.
get you really can't get your vitamins in our food.
You get
What you
less.
mean, like, yeah, you
You
can't get
get
vitamin
less.
C. That's hard to get.
It's true.
So I take I got powder, vitamin C powder. I forgot what it's called. It's made from I think ascorbic acid. I don't know what it's made of, but I
Absorbic
take
acid is the cheap way to go about it, but it is effective enough. It works.
yeah, or they got another way you could get it. I forgot what it's made from. Something else, vitamin C. But
There is a higher quality vitamin C. I
yeah,
forget also, but Absorbic is good enough. The cheap
like
one.
medical grade type. I get.
Right. D3 is important if you can get a company that sells a good D3.
But you
if you're not
know, to
getting
get your
natural.
vitamin D, just go outside and walk around in the sun. You're going to get a lot of vitamin D.
True. And for some people they're kind of in that office job and they don't really get to see the sun as much as they would like. You should get 15 minutes a day.
Yeah, I try my best to get outside for at least 15, 20 minutes, especially if I see the sun out. I like that when I feel it beating on my face a little.
Yep.
And you go in the house and you're sweating a drop. I think actually living in a warmer climate is healthier than living in a colder climate too. I think cold weather keeps you in the house more. And the warmer climate, you're out there, you're more active, the blood is flowing better in a warmer climate through your body. I think a warmer climate is healthier, but I don't know. I don't have no proof for that, but
it's reasonable.
I always felt better when I lived in Florida than when I lived anywhere else. So I lived in the Dominican Republic. I always felt a little better.
But
you know
at
how
the same
great
time,
it was there, though, Mountain? You would love this. I used to drive like twice a week, and I used to go to this guy selling coconuts. And I would pull over. He had a giant cart of coconuts, right? And they were 50 cents each. I would pull over and I would buy like, I'm not kidding when I tell you this, like between 30 to 50 coconuts at one pop. Fill my car up. Every day I would wake up in the morning. I had the machete. I go outside with a coconut. Boom, I cut the head top of it off. I start drinking out of that.
Nice.
I was drinking coconut water like all day, like 5, 6, 7 times a day. I was drinking like 5, 6 coconuts a day. I was hydrated. Like I felt great. And the food there, everything, man. Over there, I was eating jungle food, and I was healthy as an ox. There's a thing called chinola there. You would get mango. Everything falling off the trees right in front of you. You know, I think that's the best way to eat. Even the beef there. Now, here's how you know there's something up with our beef. Our beef all tastes the same, right? You get I don't care where you go buy your steak, what supermarket, it's kind of very similar. You don't notice a different taste that much. In the Dominican Republic, sometimes you would get beef, it would taste great. Sometimes it would taste gamey. Sometimes it tasted bad. Every cow was a different taste almost.
Facts. I can explain that. It's because when they graze, there's nothing uniform. They can't really control what's growing, and they let them graze and they eat. So if they eat onion grass, you're going to get oniony milk. You're going to get a different taste of the meat.
Yeah.
All these cows that we eat, mass slaughtered for market, they eat crappy centralized grains, highly processed grain. So of course they're all eating the same crap. Of course they're going to taste the same.
Where my son lives up in Missouri, though, I see a lot of the farms with the cows, and they're all eating grass and hay. So
nice. That's the way to be, man.
Yeah.
And to your point about the cold climates, what they live on was also a product of the cold climate, so it's more hardy.
Mm-hmm.
So they get their health one way or another. Everything balances itself if people stop effing with it, you know?
Yeah, well, that's our biggest problem. I mean, even fish. Even let's say you got fish out of the ocean, right? And you ate it, and you're thinking this is wild caught. Now they have a loophole where they actually are taking wild caught fish and putting them in like these tanks and calling that wild caught.
It's gross.
I mean, this is what they're getting away with.
I don't trust it. If you can pull fish out of a river or off your own boat, I guess that's as good as it gets. But farm caught, never eat farm fish. If it says,
No.
and they have to label it properly in the supermarket. If it says farm raised, absolutely avoid.
Oh, for sure. I don't eat fish that often anymore, just because I never really like fish, and seafood I always like, but it's not good for you, according to the Bible anyway. So I try to stick to God's laws up to a point. But I think once in a blue moon I'll buy I like a flaky white fish. So I like the Alaskan cod. It's a cold water fish. It's pretty flaky. It tastes like a lobstery type taste, but that's maybe once a month. I mean, I would eat fish maybe once a week if I could, but I'm not a fish guy.
It's a shame. I like fish, but being in civilization and having to rely on a store,
Yeah.
I just can't.
But you can't really avoid anything. I mean, you can only do the best you can.
And it is good enough. I will say that you're doing yourself a favor if you try to be healthy, but actually know what healthy is.
Yeah. I mean, even if you are eating some of the things that aren't great for you, they're still a lot better than the shit that is like total poison. Like you ate a piece of wild caught fish from a supermarket, which you don't know exactly really if it's still a lot better than eating a McDonald's hamburger. You know what I mean? So you got to weigh out pick your poison.
Here's a rule of thumb. If there's a huge campaign, ad campaign for it, it's not healthy. If you've seen it on TV, it's not healthy.
Yeah, well, I almost do the Jack-o'-lantern thing up to a point, but with the vegetables, I'm starting to notice that, I don't know. I mean, I find it weird that like lettuce, now they're claiming it's no good because the thing's still alive and you're eating it and it's putting this toxin. So if I get a head of Roman lettuce that's 3-4 days old, because by the time it gets to the supermarket, it's old already.
Right.
Does that really is that thing still alive? Or when I eat it, is it going to put toxins in me? I don't know.
That I don't know.
Science. But I believe Jack-o'-lantern had it pretty much. He lived to 80-something years old. He said if God didn't make it, spit it out.
He's right.
So if you think about it, even though we're claiming, this fruit ain't good for you or this vegetable ain't good for you, it's still a lot better than eating oodles and noodles, ramen noodles. You know what I mean? Or a can of you ever see like a can of Hormel chili?
Yeah,
what the hell are you eating in there?
Out of all the companies, Hormel is probably the best. They're pretty
quality controlled.
They're uptight, conservative type people. It's still canned goods, but if you had to eat canned goods, I'd say Hormel is your go-to. They do take pride in being
I agree. I'll buy a can of their chili. I'll keep it I swear to you, I'm not lying. I'll keep that can in my closet. Now I make my own chili, which is better. And I'm not a big bean fan though. I'll make a giant thing of chili, and I'll put 1 can of beans just to have a little bit of beans in it. I'm not big on beans and chili. I like a little bit. But I'll buy that can of Hormel and leave it in my closet. And then one day, I just feel like eating chili, and I don't want to make it. Maybe that happens to me once every couple of months, and I'll take it and I'll doctor it up a little bit, put a little spices in it, a little better, make it, and I'll eat it. But I try to avoid it. But I am buying some canned foods to keep in my house just in case there is a real food shortage.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about prepping. So we're both in Jersey, right?
Right.
And if there ever is any kind of shit hits the fan scenario, what are you doing to prepare?
Well, look, even though pasta ain't good for us, even though all these things ain't good for us, rice and stuff and beans. So what I'm doing is, first of all, I like tuna fish, but I only like tuna fish that's in olive oil. I buy the Italian tuna from Italy, and it's imported, you can buy it on Amazon. It's pretty cheap on Amazon, surprisingly. It's less than $2 a can. It's like $1.70 a can. But when you eat tuna in olive oil, you'll never eat tuna any other way in a can because it doesn't taste gamey. It's smooth. You can actually eat it. It's not. So I got some cans of tuna in the closet because you need protein, and I have some dry beans, some rice, some pasta, some canned vegetables. Not too much canned fruit, just a few cans, just because if you a can of peaches, even though it's not great for you, I'll have them in there. What I do with my canned stuff though, I wash it off too. I'll use like, let's say canned peaches, right? They're in, I get the ones in a light syrup. So what I'll do is I'll throw that whole can into a bowl of like spring water a little bit, and it takes a lot of that sugar off of it, you know. And then when you take them out, they don't taste the same. They taste way less sweet. I'll rinse my canned beans underwater sometimes, but not rinse. Actually, I use spring water for everything. But now they're saying that has fluoride in it, so I think I'm gonna have to buy a machine like the reverse osmosis machine.
I was just going to say, definitely do that, because the next question is the most important thing you need is water. So, you know, imagine that.
Imagine they contaminate the water. What do you do for water?
Or S hits the fan and guys stop going to work that work at the plant. You know, if they don't change the filters out, that's it. The stuff coming through your pipes is going to be sludge.
Yeah, that's true.
So
you know what I used to do in my other apartment? I had an apartment with an attic, right? I'm not kidding. But I had a staircase going all the way up, and I used to keep it at the bottom because it wasn't hot. Every half gallon I had, like of Deer Park water or whatever it was, I wouldn't throw it out. I would fill it up with tap water. And I know tap water ain't as good, but in an emergency, you can live off of that water.
Yeah, water is water.
So I would fill up. I had like 100 gallons of water in giant plastic bottles. Okay, I said, because if there's ever a water shortage and there's no water, like you said, the water. Where they do the water, there ain't going to be good water coming through your pipes anymore because it's shut down, right? So there's going to be chaos, And I have like 100 gallons, I'm telling you, 100 of these at least. And you know what the fucked up part is? So now I move out of that apartment, I got to get rid of it. So I had to take every one of those bottles, pour it out. It was like a pain in the ass. But I would definitely suggest that. Look, if you don't got a lot of money, it's hard to go and buy everything you need in case of an emergency. So I would rather get the tap water, store it, and maybe even have some spring water because I'll save money to buy food instead. Because the water with fluoride or not, when the shit hits the fan, if I got to drink that for a couple of months, I'm not going to die. Because in reality, no matter what, how much food can you really store? 2-3 months, unless you got a big basement, maybe you put a year. But if things get that bad, you don't need food at that point. You need bullets.
Yeah,
you got to protect your food.
That's right.
People are going to be going into other people's houses.
100.
It's going to happen, especially in these big cities. You're going to have gangs getting together, doing shit. I mean, so you gotta weigh it out. I think having 2 to 3 months is enough because if you got to bug out, if there ain't no food like that, then you're going to have to bug out anyway because the city ain't going to be safe.
Well, when Germany fell, it took 2 weeks for the gangs to set up their posts and, basically were the bridge trolls.
Yeah.
So after 2 weeks, you're basically stuck.
Right. So I think you need a bug out.
Yeah. If S hits the fan, stay put for a week. If things don't go back to normal, it's time to go or fortress up.
Yeah. They say that sometimes they claim leaving isn't a good idea, bugging out, but it really depends on the level of chaos, what's going on. I think you should at least have like a bag where you could just leave the house and you got a week's worth of rations in there. Like, you ever see the tuna? They have them in these real thin, like things.
Those foil packs.
Yeah, so you need light, right? So you go buy 20 of them and throw them in your bag. A couple of boxes of crackers, and you need a bug out bag where you can just jump in your car and you got like a week's worth of supplies in your car. Now you're on the road and you're going to the mountains somewhere, and
Well, that's if you can really read the signals early, because there'll be more traffic than you know what to do with, and there'll be an abandoned car and an abandoned truck, and that's the end of it.
Oh no, you got to read the signals early. I read the signals wrong the last time. I was in Jersey, had my own apartment, had it all hooked up nice. I was just getting settled in. I was there like a couple of years. I was at peace finally. I had a nice hooked up apartment because I just got back from the DR. It was kind of and I don't know if you remember in the beginning of this whole COVID thing and all this shit that was going on, and I got spooked a little bit. I was like, yo, the end is coming. It's here, man. This shit is biblical right now. So I bugged out. Like, I stood around. I was collecting unemployment, and I still kept the apartment, but like I left, even though I had the apartment, and I bugged out, and I went to Missouri, where my son is, up in the mountains in the Ozarks. And I'm waiting for this shit to go into chaos mode. I'm thinking like this shit is coming, man, and it didn't happen.
Oh, probably almost did, man. It was probably a good call. It might have been a coin flip at that point.
Yeah, I was starting. Now I don't know why they're trying to make things go back to normal a little bit. I think honestly, they're getting us ready for something. Now, what? I think it's going to be war. Now, nuclear war? Nah, I don't think so. But I think we're going to war. And I think they want America patriotic. So I think they're flipping the switch a little bit to get us. I've noticed Netflix has got a ton of patriotic movies on. They start putting the propaganda, patriotism a little bit. I don't know if that's the reason why they're doing what they're doing, or maybe they're just pulling back a little to see if they can make, hit the switch again to make everybody put their diaper on their face again. I think they test everything, Maybe this is a test. Let's pull back. Let's see them go back to normal again, and then we're going to hit them again and see if they obey.
I think they're shooting their shot too early with the Patriot thing, like hiring TikTokers to be their PR machine. It's just, it's so over the top that maybe it works with the Zoomers, but anyone with half a brain or 30 years or older, they're like, come on, man.
Yeah. So what kind of beans, Vigo? I think I'm not a bean expert, but I heard black beans are very good for you. I think any dried bean though, buy them dried in plastic bags.
Yeah.
Will be better than starving. Look.
Every week go shopping, get yourself a $2-3 bag of dry beans just in case. Worst case scenario, in 10 years from now, you throw them away.
Yeah. Well, worst scenario is, let's say 2 years from now, you start eating them once in a while just to get your money back. Because food is going up. I try to explain this to people. If you got, let's say you got $5,000 in the bank, you're making no money on that. Take $1,000 and go buy exactly what you're eating you're eating now, whatever you think is healthy and all that. Like, so go buy a ton of ribeye steaks. Let's say if that's your thing. I love ribeye. And fill your freezer up, because food 3 months from now may be double of what you would pay right now. So how much money did you make on your money? You're never going to make that kind of money in the bank. So if you got extra money sitting around the house, do it now. But like Mountain said, even if you don't have the money, just buy a couple of extra things every time you go to the store. Like I bought salt. Okay, people are like, you need salt to live. So the iodized salt. I went to Aldi's. They're 40 cents for the big, like. I bought 5 of them. Boom.
I did the same.
$2.
I did the same exact thing. I got salt stored up in the cupboard.
You're gonna need salt. You can live without pepper, but you're gonna need salt. And I got I bought 5, and I had another. I got about 10. What's that cost me? Nothing.
Yeah, that's a lifetime supply right there.
You could rotate them too. Now you got 10, right? You go to the store, buy one. Take the oldest one, use that, and put the new one in the back. Like rotate. You got to think about what you're really going to need and what's cheap. Because we don't all have money to throw away. But if I had money, I would have half a cow in a freezer right now. And like Mountain said, maybe you have 50 pounds of bacon, right? Because shit's going to go up.
The bacon, I don't see it. The only feasible way to store meat is old frontier way. You store it in lard, jars of lard.
Okay, in lard. I thought maybe salt.
It would have to be dry and salted. Yeah, that works too. That's more of a pain in the ass. You can just cook it and pack it in mason jars of lard.
But if you bought meat, right? Let's just say you bought a 3-month supply of steaks, right? Let's just say you ate steak 3 times a week. You're talking about like 30 steaks, let's say, and you put them in the freezer. I understand what you're saying, long term. I'm not even talking long term. I'm talking short term. Like, okay, so now I got all these steaks, and every time I go to the supermarket, I get 2 new steaks, and I rotate my meat, but I always got that like supply of like, say, 30 steaks. It ain't bad, and if you don't rebuy because the steaks have gone up and you start eating that, I mean, how fast do you think meat goes bad in the freezer? That's what I'm trying to get to.
It gets the frost burn after a while.
Yeah, it don't taste the same, but does it rot? I mean, is it unhealthy I mean, because frozen is like, at least it's.
I would say a year later, it's probably garbage.
Oh, I would never let it lay a year. I'm talking like 2-3 months worth. That's it.
Yeah, I might be pushing it, but you chop it up, you defrost it and make it chili out of it, or just incorporate it in some kind of blended dish. I don't see the harm.
Yeah, well, no, I've defrosted steaks. I think the trick though, defrosting meat, is right after it defrosts. Or it's almost you got to use it. You can't. I see people they refrigerate, like they don't use it and then they put it back in the freezer or put it back in the refrigerator, and that's when it really gets like weird. But
True.
Even if you have a few cans of meat too, like canned meat, I mean, in an emergency, I don't think we're going to worry about health as much as we, going to worry about it now, because now we can pick and choose, right?
Facts.
And you're not going to eat that much. That's another thing. So that is actually healthy. Think about it. If you can only eat, there was a real food shortage, and you're bugging out, and you got a can of tuna you're eating every day. That's it. Maybe a couple of crackers or something with salt on it. You may get healthier instead of worse, especially if you're a little obese. Like I'm a little heavy. I got like 20 pounds I should lose for sure. Maybe 30 even. I mean, I got a little gut. That's all I have. And a little, I got to lose weight. This is from sitting in the house during this whole bullshit, not doing anything. Before this COVID, I was 30 pounds lighter.
That and eating. It's all in the kitchen, my man. Hey,
Yeah.
So you asked a question about what supplements would you take to undo any of the jab complications, right?
Yeah.
You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah. I didn't ask you that, but I asked
thought
you
you
just
did.
what supplements. But go ahead. Tell us anyway.
Well, a B complex vitamin.
Uh-huh.
That's pure encapsulated. Vitamin C, very important.
Yep.
L-carnitine, if you're not getting meat. NAD, which is nicotinamide.
Mm-hmm.
Curcumin, quercetin. The NAC is very important if you got jabbed. If not, couldn't hurt. But that's to protect the kidney and liver.
Now, go ahead. Keep going. I thought you were done. Go ahead. Keep going.
Find tocotrienols, which is a micronutrient. I'd have to re-Google what is high in that, but anyone can do that.
Now, my son claims you got to detox too a lot to get rid of this shit.
Yeah, fasting takes care of that. Lemon water fasting.
My son
mostly
takes
fasting.
Detox baths. That actually, I've taken the man a detox bath, and he uses all different chemicals, natural stuff, and he puts a pinch of borax in it too.
Interesting.
When I get out of this detox bath, I stay in there like 20 minutes. I feel like a different person. Like my body feels healthy. Like I feel way better. Like I got rid of shit that was in me. But this guy, Tony, I forgot. I'm going to get you the name of this guy. Okay. Mountain, from my son. His name is Tony. He's an old school guy. He's in his basement doing crazy shit. He's a genius, but people think he's a little crazy. This guy blew up on, I think, YouTube once. He wouldn't let people that got this in his store. He said, if you got it, you're not allowed in my store.
Wow.
So he blew up over that. This guy claims that if you got this, you can't get it out of your body. He's claiming that there's shit in there.
True.
Like whatever it is. I guess you can minimize it a little better.
You can minimize it. You can help your body try to
fight it. But
eventually,
he claims you're basically fucked.
The heavy metals and the silicone
The shit
sticks
that replicates.
that can be mitigated.
All right. Well, I'll give you a good example though of it. My son has this meter. My son has a meter. Measures radio waves, measures all different types of waves. So one of his friends came to the house, and he was kind of like me and my son. I'm not getting it no matter what, but he got it for work. So my son pulls out the meter. I'm there. So if you don't believe me, I'm not lying. I was right there. And he measures him with the meter, puts it right against his chest, and the fucking thing's going like 30 amps. I don't know I don't know what he measured, by the way. Radio free. I forgot what he measured. And when he comes on, I'll let him tell you. And it's going. He puts it next to me, with same spot, 0. Puts it next to himself, 0. So we go, what the fuck is this? Like, this is crazy. How could that be? It's happening. There are ways to show that this shit is not what we think it is. Whatever they call that. What do they call that? Black metal?
Oh, the graphene?
Yeah, there's some shit going on with that. I don't know what it is. But this guy, Tony, it'd be kind of like if you watch this guy Mountain, you may not sleep.
Well, the graphene is electroreactive, so that's the whole 5G thing. When they're talking about the theory of how it could be activated with radiation, wireless communication radiation, and 5G is a step below weapons grade frequencies.
Yeah.
So that's why they're pretty leery about it. But on top of that,
Now, I think they have different batches, by the way. I don't want to get into this too much because, I think they created different batches and numbers are on them, and they did different tests with different types of. I don't think the people all got the same exact this.
It's an in real time experiment.
Yeah, I think they had, this 1 million doses has this 1 million has this, and
100%.
And now they want to see what the fuck's going to happen. So some people may have gotten the softer one that didn't do as much damage. I don't know.
Agreed.
So, because I know people that got it and they feel great, right? I do. And then I know people that got it and they feel like they're fucking dead. So it could be your body too, the way there's a lot of things. If you're healthy, I'm sure it's a lot harder. But you know how we're really going to know, Mountain? Like 5 years from now.
Right. Well, even sooner than that, because
they're not going to be able to hide it.
Pfizer wanted to hide their docs for 75 years. The judge said, I don't think so. And they're getting their first dump soon.
Yeah.
I think they already got their first 10,000 pages, and they're going to owe 10,000 pages a month from here on out.
Yeah. But now he told them to do that judge. Now, are we to believe that there actually is a judge that had enough balls to do that, and they didn't whack him or threaten that judge beforehand? Or is that judge really with them and they're doing this anyway to kind of keep us distracted? They're not going to release the shit that we really need to see. I don't know. See, it's so bad that I believe they're even setting up every court. Like, even if the judge ain't on the same page as them, somebody comes knocking on their door one day and says, you better do this or else this is going to happen. Just like in the fucking movies. The CIA's there. And they got your 2 kids and they show you a picture. They're watching your grandchildren. I mean, you understand where I'm coming from? Like, is that really real?
I believe there's still some good in the world. It's a fight versus good versus evil. If it was all that corrupt and all that evil, it wouldn't be a fight anymore.
I agree. And there has to be more judges that are good than bad. I don't think they could have corrupted every judge. They corrupted what they needed to corrupt to get control.
They got all the dirt on everybody that has dirt. So, this guy just might be unimpeachable. I don't know.
And they create dirt too.
Yeah, that's true too. They could just totally just paint any picture they want of you. But the guy must be untouchable. And he's like, you know what? You stick to your side. Like, they don't look at legislators and politicians as untouchable. They're like, this is my house. This is the court of law. I do my thing. He has the final say.
There's good guys. I believe, like, you know how they have the Masons and all that, right? So I believe there's evil Masons. I actually believe there's good guy Masons. And I don't think they can touch each other. Like, they can't basically hurt each other. It's like kind of in their rule book. But I believe there's actually good people that are involved in some of these societies too. I don't believe that it's all evil.
There's good bullies and bad bullies.
Yeah, like white hats and black hats, they say.
Right.
Maybe Trump was a white hat. Kennedy maybe was a white hat. That's why they whacked them. So I still think they're Masons, but I believe there's 2 different. And now an Illuminati Italian guy, I'll get you his name next time. He says that. He says, I am head. The guy gets right on TV and he's telling you, I'm head of this organization, an Illuminati organization, but we're the good part of the Illuminati. Like, there's bad and good, but we can't go against each other. Like, we can't basically, I guess, hurt each other. Like, they can't kill each other because it's in their rules, but they're all good and bad, he says. So I believe there's good and bad of everything.
Well, some are even suggesting that Putin flipped, like he was a WEF stooge, but now he's actually doing the right thing, and his agenda was to get rid of the biolabs because they're about to do the next, coup.
They were. I believe. I don't know if you ever listened to my show. From the first day Russia was invaded, I've been talking about those biolabs that nobody even knew they existed. Yeah, BLs. I kept saying, why aren't they talking about these? And I would show the picture of them. And, and people were ignorant. And now they're claiming there's 25. There's not 8. I thought there was 11 or something, but there's more.
Around the world. And there's a handful of them there in the crane. And we know that there's a lot of
human trafficking there. There's all kinds of stuff.
Well, Ukraine's interesting. For the uneducated, it's easy, well, show me your proof of support before you can come into my restaurant. Like this bullshit. Like, let's just get patriotic and support, this war for no freaking reason, right?
Absolutely.
But if you look at the history, right, first we disarmed them. Then we set up a literal fascist dictatorship with that homo president.
Oh my God. Do you see him? I show him dancing.
Yeah, which is, I mean, beyond... Insane. It's bizarre beyond reality. Like I feel like I'm about to wake up from it.
Right.
Seeing that, like, I can't believe this is real. And then people are going, and so you're a real patriot because you're going to get mad at me if I don't think we should fight for that. Like, come on, bro. Open your eyes and do a little research.
How about we stop fighting for ourselves here in America?
Yeah, for real. Like, you know what? Good. Take that energy and let's go do something good here where we live, where it actually matters for us. Right. Clean up your own backyard before you yell at your neighbors for theirs. But on top of that, things are. It's like you're saying, man. We don't know who the good guys are, or the bad guys. We don't know what the truth is or what's lies.
No,
we're kind of feeling it all out in the dark.
Well, if they're staying silent, hold on. If they're staying silent about who the bad guys are, they're truly not good guys anyway.
That's true. I believe that too, up to a point where there's no. This is the one thing I find very, very, very hard to believe. Like, there is really no big leader, somebody big, that's stepping up to the forefront and taking the good guy side. Like, Trump would be like he's tried a little bit, or exposing them a little bit, and got up and let us know about the fake me. Like, he woke people up. But he's the only one that's really done anything other than him
since Princess Diana.
Yeah, I mean, where is even the religious leaders? There has to be a couple of them, right? A couple of them that knows this shit is totally, and they're in the forefront.
They are the hierarchy and the highest of the high of them.
Mm-hmm.
When you're talking about the Catholic Church and their leadership, their highest hierarchy is the highest hierarchy of the evil.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, why isn't there one religious leader that's the highest you could be, being a good guy? Maybe it's not at the level of the Catholic, but why isn't nobody that's pretty powerful or got a big following stepping up to the plate right now? Why?
Because you can't save the world. They're just protecting their flock. That's what I'm saying. Is read the writing for yourself and save yourself and your loved ones. Don't even take people who disagree with you. Like, I got some hard pill to swallow. It's that if you have a family member that is anti this, they're like, no, I believe Stephen Colbert and you're wrong, and you try to take them to a safe haven, they'll dime you. And they'll say it's for your own good. You can't trust fascists, even if they're your blood.
No, you can't. And on top of that, there's just people that are just following, like my mother. I'll give you an example. My mom is retired. She gets about close to $4,000 a month from her pension. She worked for the police department. And she lives in a nice little apartment, pays low rent. So she always has money extra at the end of the month. She never has an issue. She very rarely leaves the house other than to go to church and stuff. And actually, I'm going to tell you, she's a Jehovah's Witness, okay? Now, she's into the Bible, heavy duty. They don't worship idols. Their religion up to a point is correct. Not everything is correct about them, but they try. You know, they're out there preaching. Also, they don't believe in blood transfusions and all this shit, right? So they even got to them, by the way, their organization. So she don't go out at all. Like, I'm talking just to go to church, and maybe I'll go to my brother's house once in a blue moon. She's always home. And she's 74 now. And she's a bull. She's never been in a hospital. I swear, never been in a hospital. She's never sick. There's something genetically wrong with her. She's like a genetic freak. Her whole family, they live into their like 90s, right? So she goes and gets this. This is what I'm trying to go to. And I go, hey, Mom, why did you get it? Because there's not a reason you could give me that you really got it. Like, you're going to cut your pension off or something like that. She goes, well, you know, you can't do anything if you don't have, like, you can't go to restaurants. I go, but Mom, you never go to a restaurant. You always cook your own food. You never go out to eat. Like, and if you do, you order Chinese, taken, like, delivered. So why would you go get it? And she just couldn't answer me. And my brother got it because he had to. He works for the police department, right? They forced him kind of, or he had to quit his job. So he went and got it. And I think she just got it because my brother got it. Like, they're just going along with people. And my brother's real smart, and he knows. And this is the type of guy, like, you know, he watches everything. Conspiracy shows, non-conspiracy. You know, he knows what's going on. He's spiritual, too. He knows there's evil right now running the show. He told me. And he said to me, you know what? I even know it was probably no good for me, but I had to do it. That's it. I did it and I done it. That's it. And this is the mindset of I'm trying to bring out my mother. Forget it. My brother, I'll understand a little bit. You know, he's on the job 15 years. He wants to get his pension. And I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Me personally, I would rather lose my job than lose my life. But he did it. And I'll get it. Okay, he did it. My mother had no reason to do it. And she still did it. So this is what boggles my fucking mind. I have to curse when I say, like, why did you do it? She couldn't even answer me. So there's a lot of people out there, I think, doing it, not even knowing why they're doing it. Just doing it to go along with the herd.
Giving the narrative the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. And, you know.
When they first started giving it out, it was people hopping on it like it was one of those fucking internet challenges.
Yeah. But my sister even had to get it. She had to go somewhere because it's my half sister, so different parent. And her mother died, and she had to go there. Make a long story short, she had to get on the plane, go to another country. I said, well, what good is going to a funeral if 5 years from now you're going to die? You know, what good is it? It don't serve any purpose. So, you know, there's too many. It's experimental. You don't even know. We don't even know what's going to happen 2-3 years from now.
No.
We're starting to see it. But
they called for people dropping like flies by March of last year already. So
they're hiding the numbers and things like that. We all know this. But you still can't convince people. They only believe what they read. I have a nurse that lives right next door to me. And I asked her the question. I said, so how is it possible that people that don't have this are giving it to the people that have this? I thought it's supposed to protect you. So this is the line of shit they're selling them now.
Right.
Medical assault. It's herd immunity. I go, what do you mean herd immunity? She goes, well, you know, you got to get all, you know, you got to get your 3-4 of them because we're building a herd immunity and that's how you build it because it's not. I said, wait a minute. First of all, we're at 70-80%. That is herd immunity. Second of all, Israel had a study. People had never got it, but they did catch the cooch. I call it the cooch. I have a 3 times stronger immunity. Like me, I think I had it. It felt like a cold to me, you know, a flu kind of symptom. And I know I probably had it because everything tasted like no taste. Everything tasted like shit almost.
That sounds consistent with the symptoms.
And I was sleepy. I slept a lot. I didn't feel good, but I didn't feel like I was dying. And then I got over it and it was gone. And now I think I have an immunity to it better than people that got this.
Right.
So if the people that caught it never got this, they have immunity. 78% of the population's got it. So according to their statistics, I think it's about 60, 50%. I think they're lying about that to make us all think everybody's doing it. But let's just say 70%. That's herd immunity. what the fuck are you talking? I told, what are you talking about? That is herd immunity. And she goes into this whole shit because this is the shit. You know, a nurse and doctor reads what they read. You know, they believe what they read on the piece of paper.
You can't trust them. And if they're still working, they already capitulated to that narrative. So,
and I find a lot of doctors are car salesmen now.
Medicine is a strange beast. Medicinal doctors are, they pay a lot of money to learn what pills to sell you. And they're specialists. So they don't look at the body as a whole, and they can't really heal you. All they can really do is get you hooked on one drug. So you bing bong to the next doctor who says, oh, well, that's a symptom. Yeah. Well, did you talk to the first doctor that gave me medicine A? Because now I have side effects from medicine A. He's like, well, now you need medicine B.
Yeah.
So now you get side effects from medicine B. So you see doctor number 3 who gives you medicine C. Forget it.
You know, there's something wrong with medicine when they have sales representatives going into doctors' offices trying to get them to prescribe their drugs. Now, I think they get kickbacks. Huh?
Of course, they'll see. I was really sick one day. I got a crazy, wicked sore throat, and I knew I needed some antibiotics, which it is what it is. I'm waiting for my doctor. I'm sitting there. I'm dying, and I know as soon as I pop an antibiotic, I'll start feeling relief right away. Right. Because I've had it before, and I'm sitting and I'm waiting, and I'm the next to be seen. It's been like 20 minutes, and I walk into the hallway, and he's shooting the shit with the hot blonde girl with the, you know, spiffy business suit and skirt, you know, his drug rep.
Right.
So he's shooting the shit with her instead of taking care of me.
Right. That's when you walk out of that guy's office.
I walked the hell out. He's
not a doctor. See,
that's right. And that's most of them because they were taught by their parents, hey, son, you know what? I want you to have a good life, not like us who struggled in XYZ country. Doctor, lawyer. So they chase the money, not because of their love of medicine or because they have a desire to help people.
Yes.
So, you know, any doctor who really cares about people right now is either a chiropractor or a practitioner of holistic medicine. The pill pushers, they are what they are. If you can't see that for yourself, I don't know what to tell you, you know, to anybody else.
My doctor, actually, I used to go see, told me he didn't want to be a doctor anymore in America, especially America. And I said, why? He said, because of the HMOs. Like, I know that you have this wrong with you, and I need to send you for this test. But they won't let me do it. I got to give you this other test that doesn't really give me an accurate thing. And it's basically what he was saying to me is you almost got to have the cancer for them to diagnose that you have cancer. There's no, like the preventive medicine now is terrible. They don't, if there's a test that could show them early signs of something wrong with you, if that test is expensive, they frown on it. The HMOs, they want you to use the cheaper test.
No, they want you hooked on pills.
Right. Oh, beside that, I mean, let's face it. They don't want to cure you. They just want to prolong your life and let you work for them and buy these pills.
A gerbil in a cage sucking at the water feeder.
And they figure it out, how much money they could suck, like HIV, the cocktail that they have now. You'll basically live a normal life if you catch AIDS now. Okay, you'll live 28. So what they've done is this cocktail that they have, these pills, they made it affordable to the point where you could afford it, but it's never going to cure you, but it's going to keep you going. So like they figured out, okay, we could suck $1,000 a month out of this guy. You know, the average person, they're going to lay out $1,000 a month to live. They can't ask for $10,000 a month because they know you can't make that. So they almost figure out too how much they could suck out of the average working man, where he'll be willing to spend that type of money to live, or he can spend that type of money to live. Because if it's way too much money, he can't afford it anyway because he can't get a job that would pay him that amount of money to live. So they figured it all out. I think it's like about $1,500, this cocktail per month that you'll have to lay out of your pocket, even through after your insurance. Okay. Who ain't going to lay that money out to live?
Right.
No, everybody will.
Yeah, they got it down to a science. And
They got
it's
it
funny
down
you
to a
mention it because
science.
those AIDS commercials are all over the internet right now.
Yeah, and reality is, I said this from the beginning. I believe AIDS was definitely man-made.
Yeah, it was the first coof.
Yeah, and
but
my
they
friend,
thought they could target gays and blacks, to be blunt.
That's what they did. And that's basically what it was. And then they realized they made a big mistake I had friends at a doctor said, yeah, this shit has to be man-made. And I said, why? They said, because it got 3 strands inside of it. It's not one strand of a virus. It's 3. That doesn't happen by nature. Like, it just doesn't happen. They were telling me a lot of stuff about it. And I was like, wow. You know, this is back when it first came out.
HIV, the AIDS is a bilipid layer. It's basically built like a tank. Like it had to be designed.
Yeah. And you know, the best thing to invest in when that first came out, man, you got rich. Condoms, man. If you were in a condom company stock, you literally became like, you almost became a millionaire. It was like crypto, man. That thing like quadrupled in price. Because everybody was wearing a condom at one point. Like, they would just put it on their tongue to even like talk to someone. It was so
2 years ago, I should have invested in masks.
Yeah, think about that.
And some did. I guess you have to be in Congress to figure those moves out. But
I'll tell you one thing I did though. As soon as Biden got elected, I'm not kidding, I invested in oil immediately. I knew oil was going through the roof. I didn't think it was this fast, but
it was part of his pitch.
Yeah, I knew it.
It was his campaign speech.
Yep.
So it's interesting, right? How biblical is that the AIDS commercials are up right now and it's a whole racket? It reminds me of the video of that guy in the 60s. What was his name? If I was the devil, that guy?
Oh, yeah. What the hell is it? Harvey. Let me see. Paul Harvey, I think it is.
Paul Harvey, right? So he says, I'd convince people to just go and have sex even if they're going to go and get diseases. That is the ultimate punishment, right? How biblical is that?
Yes. And I love, though, at the end, he goes, if I was the devil, I wouldn't stop doing, I wouldn't change anything I'm doing right now. Like, it's working out perfect for him. You know? The whole plan is working out unbelievable. I think this is actually working out for the devil better than he thought it was going to work out. I think they didn't think mankind would roll over this fast.
Yeah, he's peaking. Well, I don't think it's that mankind is rolling over. I think that they've perfected the art of propaganda to make us feel like that's where it's at. But people who are willing to do bad are more proactive and extroverted about it. And people who are willing to fight really need to be pushed extremely hard because they think, they're more virtuous. Like, you have to literally come to their door and try and harm them before they'll gang up and fight back.
Yes, it has to come to their front door. Like, as far as wearing the diaper, I get it. I really do. I get it in the beginning. First couple of weeks, people didn't know. They were nervous. They put it on. But when do you say, okay, enough is enough? 6 months, a year and a half.
And some of them never. Well, they're boiled. They learned that. They boiled the frog. They slowly turned up the temperature, and no frog jumped out the water. Not really.
Right. People are still wearing it, even if they don't got to.
Even that can come to a boiling point, though. There'll be a point where they just try to do way too much. Like in Canada, the shit they're pulling in Canada, you think that would fly here?
No, that's why I think this country isn't like Canada yet, because I think they're gonna really have a hard time doing what they're doing like the other countries here.
They're going to try. Let me give you a glimpse of the future. Look up Bill 67 in Canada right now. This is where they're on the line of scrimmage with this. We've already pushed the opposition back 10 yards on this front with the CRT and that stuff. And we've taken a lot of these school districts back. But
yes,
in short, it's a bill that says any teacher has to be accredited in anti-race theory teachings. Anti-racism teachings. Right. And if you speak out against it, that's basically a crime according to this bill, and then we can freeze your bank account and yada, yada, yada.
And you're a terrorist.
Yeah, and all of the buzzwords. You're a Nazi terrorist if you think that we shouldn't be teaching this. And they want to make that law.
Oh, yes.
So you have to sit back and watch them indoctrinate your kids legally.
Right.
And this is on the floor in Canada. I don't think it would get that far here. We're already pushing back, in these districts and states.
Well,
and I think there are some liberal cities that will be all for it.
And I think what's happening too now, a lot of people are homeschooling. So now you can it's kind of working in reverse against them in a lot of ways. Now, a lot of people can homeschool though, but there are more people than ever homeschooling their children now.
Yeah, you see this stuff with the weird parades that they're making kids do, and your 4-year-old, no, not even your 7-year-old comes home and talks about gender, and you're like, I'm taking you out of public school.
My son lives in a small town, 700 people. The school there, maybe there is 10 kids per grade, maybe 15. He still won't send them to that school.
I'd rather take my kid to work than send them into school if I thought that's what was
He'll
going
learn
on.
more.
Right? Like here, honey, learn a trade. Pull that wire.
Like my grandchildren already could own they could go outside, chop firewood. I mean, they know how to garden, plant food. They're learning the way to survive, kind of. He's very religious, so they're very, they worship the Almighty, which ain't nothing wrong with it anyway, because they walk in the straight line, kind of, and he's doing a good job with them. It's hard though; it's not easy. But nothing ever worked. It becomes easy, right?
It's true. And the biggest struggle that the basement dwellers have is they're not finding any opposition to shape themselves against. They have no grind. There's nothing making them stronger, and it makes them nuts. So they lash out, especially on the internet. And it's like, why don't you have any challenges in your life? Why should I have challenge? You need to accept my disability. And they go with their laundry list of genders and stuff. And it's like, oh, brother, I don't have time for this. And when the S hits the F, they're not going to survive it anyway.
You're right.
So
But everybody seems to be a bunch of Karens today. I mean, a lot of people, not everybody. Let's just say a lot. I had my neighbor. I don't know who she is. She's a neighbor. She must live around me. Make a quick story. My sister's dog is a puppy. He's about 8-9 months old. He's pretty big, but he's the most friendliest dog. My nephew walked out to the car, and the gate was a little open, and the dog ran out, and it was a 10-second thing. A dog went up to her dog to try to snip it, and tail was waggling. It was happy. He just wanted to. And the lady bugged out and kicked my dog, and my dog just backed up. It didn't, it didn't even go after because it's not a violent dog. And my nephew grabbed it. And this was all like in 10 seconds and just put him in the yard. But this lady went screaming, crazy, cameras, called the police. But the scary part is the police came to my house, and the guy was asking my sister all these questions. And I was like, look, I don't answer questions. I said, I'll ask you a question. Now the police doing the ASPCA's job. You're the dog police now? You're doing investigations on a dog crime, not a dog against a human crime. I said, this is just two dogs that were going to play for 10 seconds, and it didn't happen, and the lady bugged out and called you. I says, is that dog injured? He said, no. I said, so then what is this conversation about? And he just kept pushing he wanted info, ID. That's what they want. I says, so you want ID because you want to give a ticket of some sort, or a court appearance, some bullshit. I said, you know what? I'm not answering. I says, go get a warrant. I walked back to my house. And I was nice to him because he was nice, but I did it nicely. My sister stood out there, and I didn't even want to tell her to come in the house because I know her. I got to stay. I'm going to get in trouble. And she gave him all her information. Next day, she had a ticket on her door to go appear in court for a dog crime. Well, here's the best one. So the cop tells me, as we're talking, he goes, yeah, well, I'm just taking the information. The detectives will be here. I go,
jeez.
What do you mean detectives? I said, you're telling me detectives are going to come to this house investigating a dog-on-dog crime, which ain't even a crime here.
Well, yeah, how about saying it wasn't even a crime? What the fuck?
Right, these are two dogs. Like if two dogs were fighting in the middle of the street for 2 seconds and we broke it up and nobody got hurt, the dogs didn't get hurt. What are we investigating?
White lady in distress.
So he smiled. He knew it was bullshit, but he couldn't answer me. But this is where we are at right now.
Hey man, we got a Democrat. We're in a blue state. I mean, it's not as blue as some of the other places, like on the other coast, but in effect, it's the same playbook at the higher level. These guys are being asked. We know how. Look, you're a cop, right? You know they're being asked to do way too much right now. They got way too much on their plate, and their orders suck.
Their orders suck. I feel bad for a lot of these cops. I know they don't want to do what they're doing.
It's a job.
They want to keep their job because it pays so well.
And their captain's under pressure to produce these freaking reports and to make the politicians happy.
I don't think, though, when down the road, if it gets real ugly and police start enforcing some crazy stuff, they should be forgiven. I think they have to be held accountable. Right now, they're not really doing nothing crazy yet, cop. You know, they're not coming, taking you out of your house, bringing you to a camp or some shit like that. So, but like in Canada,
when they do
those
that, I
cops
don't
that
hear it's
trampled,
just a job. Because that's
but
the same thing the Nazis said when we
that's
captured
right,
them.
in the camps. We were just doing our job. They have to be held accountable. But in Canada, did you see what those cops did?
Yeah,
Now,
well, they're hiring thugs. You know, the guys who were conscientious objectors to the whole thing. Well, they left or were laid off or furloughed or on that leave of absence, right? And they just take the next applicant who was rejected for psychological reasons. They got
they have a squad.
they got a whole
They're hit squad, and they bust them in. They're not the cops from that precinct or that area. They're different cops, and
That's why they
people have
didn't
to
have numbers
understand
and
that.
names. That's why they were blank. They had the blank badges and the blank nameplates.
It's almost like they kind of got a biker gang or inmates and said, "Here's a shield, here's a uniform. Go there. We'll pay you, $1,000 for the day. Go bash heads."
It's like the 60s all over again.
Yeah, you're gonna get people like that, but people think those are the ordinary cops, and it's not.
That's your Democrat liberal law hit squad. You know, most people don't know that the KKK is 100% Democrat. They try to label Republicans as the racist, and they don't even understand their own history. 100% Democrats.
A lot of blacks, though, are turning Republican now, though.
As they should.
They're realizing
Democrats
that
are absolutely not on their side. They were all 100% of the founding members and participants in KKK were Democrats.
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican.
Yeah, get it right. I mean, I can't impress that enough. Hey, anyway, I got some chores. I gotta go do some laundry and whatnot.
Hey, you too. It was nice having you here. I appreciate you.
Big fan.
Yep, I appreciate you. I just hope be safe. I mean, may God bless you and your family, and just be safe and do what you do.
Thanks, hey everybody. Peace out. Hope for the best. Prep for the worst. Keep your head on the swivel.
You got I love that one.
Peace.
Peace out. Yeah,
Wow,
real
Pop,
nice. He's
you had some
real smart
awesome
guy.
guests today.
What happened to you, Exile?
I said you had some awesome guests today.
Yeah, we did go. At one point, I mean, we had the dream team on here.
Yeah, I seen that.
Yeah, it was
I
like
hate-
six
I
of us.
hate that I was driving. I mean, there was a lot of good viewpoints that I wanted to talk about, but I couldn't with this loud car.
Yeah, I hear you. You're at work now, or you going to work or something?
No, I'm at my grandfather's shop helping him out.
Oh, that's good. Well, that's another thing that this generation, and it's not their fault. I'm not going to blame them. I'm going to say they were brought up to be this way. I mean, their parents could have did a better job, but a lot of these children today don't respect their elders. You go to other countries like Japan, an elder is an elder. I mean, let's say I've had a traffic incident where an old man was driving a car. Look, he shouldn't even have a license to drive, but he did, right? He's 80 years old. And he cut me off, let's say, or whatever. And, I pull up and I see it's an old man. I'm not going to get out of the car. I'm not even going to say anything. But the young kids will jump out of the car, kick the old man's door, and scare the shit out of him. And things like that piss me off. But here's the better thing. I don't see young men opening the door for people, like at a store. Like if I see an old man behind me, and he could be 50 feet in back of me, but I see him coming, I will literally wait at that door till he gets there. Like he's an old man with a cane, and I'll open the door for him. I don't see that.
We listened to the older generation. We knew what was going on with them. This generation don't even pay attention to the generation above them.
Nope. Forget about the generation 2 or 3. Like me, I'm a grandpa, right? So my grandkids, they happen to be unique. They're brought up really strict and everything. But in general, kids won't listen to me that are like 16 or 20. They'll think I'm crazy. They don't realize that.
They know it all. They think we came from the Stone Age. We were a bunch of dumbass imbeciles.
Yeah. I tell a lot of them, I've been through every mistake you're about to make. I've been there already. I did it.
Somebody that went through it.
Yeah. Even when I was a young man, I'm not lying. I had a good friend of mine, right? And his father worked in a laundromat. And he worked like the late shift, like from 12 to like 8 in the morning or 10 to 6, something like that. And a lot of times I would go hang out with him like 12 o'clock at night.
So
You
you
know?
see some crazy shit.
Yeah, and I'm just chilling with this guy in the laundromat, and we're looking at all the shit going on outside, but he's talking, and he's talking about a lot of different things, and I'm just listening. And I learned more from that one old man than I learned in school.
Yeah.
Sometimes, when older people are talking, don't even talk, just listen, because you will learn.
Experience and observation is the best teacher.
Absolutely. I have that. That's one of my biggest problems, though, observation. It actually makes me not sleep good at night. I observe too much. I'm over observing.
Yeah, I know that problem.
I mean, how many people go into a restaurant? As soon as I walk in, I'm counting how many exits there are. I'm counting how many windows there are. I mean, I'm just doing this as I'm walking in to go sit down to eat. And then I'm sitting in the back against the wall because I was taught that, as a cop. So I'm actually like, I go in a restaurant. By the time I sit down, I'll tell you how many exits. I'll tell you where the windows are that maybe I could break and get out through there. I'm giving you information already, and you're like, what? Yeah.
I'll go even further than that. I know the top of whose head is whose, just in case there's a large crowd and I'm trying to find a certain individual.
Yeah, me too. I mean, beside all that, I'm actually doing that too, but I don't want to get people too crazy in their brain. And then when I sit down, forget it. It's all over. Within 3 minutes, I got the whole restaurant staked out. Who's a threat? Who's not a threat? Who I'm going to use as a human shield?
Got at least a 20, 30-second exit strategy.
Yeah. I'm looking at who's my human shield. That's how crazy I am.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you 100%.
Who thinks like this? I start to think I'm crazy, but I guess I'm who I am. That's it. I can't even enjoy a movie anymore up to a point. I almost got to get drunk to enjoy a movie because I'll be sitting there looking at all the shit going on in the background, symbols, this, that, what they're saying. Like I can't even enjoy the movies no more. It's terrible. It's really bad.
And if it's not that, you're fucking coming up with shit that don't make no logical sense in the real world.
Yep. Now, the only movies I do enjoy, though, actually still is the movies like about, let's say, Vikings, right? Because, like, even though they'll put some shit in there, I know it's
history.
I can enjoy them still because even if they're showing pagan symbols and shit, I'm not going to hold it against them. I know they already had that shit, But, yeah, it's fucked up. Mal. Being in my brain sometimes is not good.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yep. And then people listen to you talk, the best is, I swear, I've been on shows. I play a lot of strategic games and things. I love for my mind to always learn something every day. And I go on these shows and they hear me talk and they think I'm like some kind of like Joe Schmo, right? And I'm like, don't let this voice deceive you. My brain is totally different than this voice. This voice just doesn't know how to talk correctly compared to what my brain is thinking. My brain is thinking a total different thing than what comes out of my lips. I can't help myself, though. I'm too honest. I like to just get it out, and I don't even. My brain just thinks too quick, I think, sometimes. You ever look at Joe Rogan? Smart guy. I notice how smart he is by watching him, what he does. Pay attention to him. He doesn't talk quickly, and he thinks a lot before he's going to talk. I actually see Joe Rogan doing like, and then he calmly starts saying something. Because he already thought out what he was going to say in his brain before he talks, so he knows.
Going to say it.
Yeah. So smart people do that too. They think about what they're going to say before me. I just happen to be an impulsive guy. I don't give a shit. I don't have nothing to lose. If I'm Joe Rogan.
I was about to say you could be a smart person, but not be in a higher demanding position. When you're in a higher demanding position, you got more eyes on you. You have to be more cautious about how you put things out there and the wording that you use because you have a reputation to protect.
Yeah. And then sometimes you just got to change. Like I've sat in business meetings with pretty big CEOs and had a bit, and I'm a totally different guy. I'm quieter. I'm more When I
Observe it.
speak, and I speak more professional and I slow myself down. But then if I'm in a crowd of guys at a barbecue, they're all regular dudes. There's no rules, you know. It's like fuck him, and you know, I don't give a shit. So I could be either way. I could go from in a meeting with the CEOs to a regular guy that's in the street. I don't care. I don't have to impress no one. But yeah, you got to be able to flip the switch when you need to, when it comes to especially making money.
Yeah.
Sleep.
Rogan's quite a stinker right now, though.
Oh yeah, so you're looking for those canned tomatoes, Vigo? The brand is San Marzano. It's Ciento. Let me pull them up for you so you know what can to look for. Hold on. You try those tomatoes, you won't eat any other tomatoes anymore in the can. Let me show you an image of them. Here they are. Make sure they say San Marzano, because this company does sell a regular tomato, but it's not as good, and I'll just show you them quick. Hold on. And share screen, and boom, and hold on, I'm going to get them, and here they are. So they're in this can, and they're going to say San Marzano. All right, product of Italy. Those tomatoes are much sweeter than any other tomato you eat. You know, I guess they're just from the original seeds. They're not like the cheap tomato. But you should buy now, if you're going to buy them, the big can is much more reasonable. They have a big can. It's like $8 or something. Compared to the small cans are like $3 or $4. I forgot what they are, the smaller cans. But I buy the big can, and I'll make sauce, and I'll just freeze it, you know, so I have it a couple of times, you know. You could do that. But even if you want to try it, buy one can. You'll see a big difference. You'll enjoy your tomato sauce. So there you go. There's the picture of them. And I appreciate you, Vigo. Thank you for stopping in, by the way. I appreciate you. Yep. But, yeah, I think we're going to close this baby down, Exile. We're on almost 5 hours.
Yeah, it was an awesome stream.
I appreciate it. But you got anything lasting words you like to tell anybody, or?
Yeah, listen to what Pop says. He's not crazy.
It's true. I'm not always right, but I'm a lot more right than I'm wrong. I tell everyone I'm not perfect, but you know what I suggest to people? What I tell you, don't take it for what it's worth. Go do your homework, and you'll find out that most of the stuff I'm telling you is on point. I'm not always right, but that's my emotion sometimes. But I really do believe there's a lot of demons out there. That's why this is going to be my name from now on. I am Pops the Demon Hunter. I kind of like it. I was almost thinking about changing the name of my show to Pops the Demon Hunter instead of You Can't Fool Pops, but I'm going to leave it at You Can't Fool Pops for now. But I appreciate you, Exile. Say hello to your wife for me. I know she keeps. I know she keeps you busy.
Oh, we keep each other busy.
Yeah, that's good though. Hey, at least you got somebody you know got your back, right?
Most definitely love that woman to death.
No, she definitely. There ain't no bullshit in between her lips. I can tell you that. That's why I respect her. All right then. So we're gonna end this. We'll end it on a good note. Let me pick something out of here. I got to get more stuff to end the show with, but we'll end it on this note here. And here we go. And that is the end of our show. May the Almighty God bless you and your family, and Pops out.